Yo, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. How you doing?
Good, man, good. You're not the best at small talk, are you?
It's a bit boring, isn't it?
It's like you're the last. You shouldn't be the first person.
Yeah.
You should be the last person I bring up on stage, not the first one.
Yeah. It's like, what's the point of small talk? It's so boring. Let's get to the issues. Let's get to the facts. Let's get it on.
Yep, definitely the last person I'm bringing on stage. Let me get the. Brian, I just saw your video. You're pretty upset in that video. It's not common about the event from yesterday.
I don't know. I'm not too upset in the video. I mean, I am upset. I think that some of the posts on Twitter, especially the last 24 hours, are a little bit over the top.
Well, we haven't seen them, so it'll be good to. Hey everyone, we're just organizing the panel.
I'm just pulling up a couple sources. I've got some good stuff here, but going through it. How are you, Mario?
Good, man. Good. I see Virtua here. Virtua and Sarah, how are you?
I'm good. How are you? Thanks for having me.
Good, Sarah. Virtua, how are you?
Doing absolutely fine. Yeah, thank you very much. I'm here and yeah.
We said last time we're going to prepare another discussion on transgender rights, but then suddenly the shooting took over the narrative, which I just think is unfortunate, but it is what it is. Let me see.
It is. It's a difficult time for sure.
So I'm going to send out a few more invites just for the panel we have organized, and then we could kick off the discussion. Maybe, Nick, you could tell us about your experience yesterday, what happened when I called you?
Oh, jeez.
Like, just to kind of give everyone...
What did the lawyers say about that?
Just give everyone an ID, my life with Nick. I give him a call just to check up on him. I think to ask him about the stabbing that happened in Washington. He's good, isn't he, the gentleman? He's recovering,
yes, he survived. They didn't actually expect him to survive. They were very impressed with the fact that he did. So we're glad to hear that. This was a staffer for Senator Rand Paul, for anybody that's not familiar.
And it was just pure mugging. It was nothing political, correct?
That's what they believe, yes. That it was just strictly a mugging, nothing political. And that's coming directly from Rand's team. So. Okay,
that's good. All right, let me send out the...
But...
What's the but, man?
But once we were on the phone yesterday, that's what you were talking to me about. And I was in the process of being detained by police, naturally. And that's the sort of stuff that Mario gets when he calls me. He just never knows what he's walking into.
So. Yeah, I call him a minute into my call. He's being detained because he's. Can I say what you were doing? It's nothing major. Something serious.
Let's let the attorneys figure that one out first. So nothing major, wasn't actually a crime. We're going to say that much.
Technically, you're a criminal, just for the record.
Technically,
whatever you say, according to the thing, you're a criminal. So my co-host is a criminal. If you want to cancel me, there's a great reason to do so now. All right, so I'm gonna get this off. There's a few panelists that is glitching. I'm gonna send you 3 panelists if you can invite them. I've just sent them in our group, Sleiman. If you can send out an invite to them, that would be great. But otherwise, yeah, it's an unfortunate circumstances. And by the way, we do have a lot of speakers. If you're requesting to speak or expecting to come up on stage, we'll be rotating. We do have a lot of speaker requests and a pretty packed panel. So be patient with us. Feel free to DM me and the team could just keep you in the loop. But otherwise, Slimane, I know you've covered the story and you did the thread on it that we tweeted. Can you tell us more what happened yesterday? And I think you listened to some of the spaces, a few spaces popped up about it. Can you give me a better idea of the narrative that you heard? And maybe then I'll go to Brian. You kind of hinted at the tweets. You saw the tweets on Twitter and that upset you. So I'd be curious to see what tweets you saw. So I want to kick off the discussion, just get a better sentiment of what the narrative is.
Yeah, I mean, we basically heard a report that there was a school shooting in Nashville, and it was at a Christian school. And so initially we heard reports that there'd been a couple of children, 3 children who passed, who'd been killed. And then as the news started coming along, then we realized that it was actually 3 children and 3 adults. And then later on in the day, what we found out that the person who did the shooting was actually from, well, actually we found out at the same time that it was somebody who attended the school previously. And then later on in the day, we found out that the person who had carried out this school shooting was somebody who was from the transgender community. She was a biological female trans man. And then, yeah, so that was the crux of the story. That's essentially what happened. And then obviously the issues that arise from it is, again, issues of gun control, issues of the LGBTQ community.
Let me ask you a question. So Slimane, you generally, so if someone asks you to use their pronouns, you would use them, yeah? Like I would, and I don't mind, but you'd use them as well?
I just think that debate, I know it became famous through Jordan Peterson, and so everyone gets it. I just think it's a lame, it's just a lame joke. Like, who cares what you call someone? It's irrelevant, isn't it?
So no, the reason I ask you is, in this case, did you intentionally say she when it's a transgender man? So is that intentional just because of the events, or just accidental? I'm just curious.
No, it wasn't intentional. They just
okay.
I just said it, but I mean, I did refer to her as a biological woman, trans man. So basically, referring it to in a way that basically everyone can accept, because some will argue she's a biological woman and some people will argue it's
I understand. And what's the
but this is also going based off of what the police were saying originally as well, and are still saying. They still refer to the shooter, Audrey Hale, as a female, as she. They've used the she her pronouns since the beginning, and so that seems to be why the official narrative has, even in most mainstream media outlets, have continued using the pronoun she.
Okay, so this is just a bit. Sorry, go ahead.
I'm really sorry to interrupt here, okay. But just for the sake of continuing the subject of the conversation, if you are unsure of someone's pronouns or gender, just simply use the word they. Yeah. You've had it in your English language for quite a long time now. Just use they. It just makes everything simpler. Thank you.
Yeah. But wait a second. Are we really worrying about the pronouns?
No. I'm going to move on. No, I'm going to move on from the pronoun, Sarah. So I was just curious because, so just kind of move on from it, just to make sure I understand. So the person is a biological female, transgender male, correct, Simon?
That's right. And
cool.
Again,
okay.
Even this argument about they, I mean, I know you want to move on from the debate, but I mean, maybe they could be problematic as well. I mean, you got to think about if there's a plural, are you trying to start plural identity?
No, I think I think grammatically, I think what Lily means virtual Lily means is that they is also used when you don't know what someone. Up on my feed, Brian, just before the space. And before going to Brian, Simon, I know you've been in those spaces. What's the sentiment like? Give me an idea.
Yeah, sure. I mean, the sentiment is one of anger, one of a situation where, of course, a lot of people were basically against the whole idea of this person basically. Which they perceive as having mental health issues, and how that wasn't something that was highlighted, how that wasn't something that was looked at, and that may have been a major factor towards it. So I think that was a lot of the sentiment in the spaces I went, and then a lot of it was a bit of it was emotional as well. So,
Okay.
It's worth mentioning, Mario. I don't know if you still know this or not, but I am standing here on scene right now. So I'm at the.
Of course you are.
So. I just want. Well, the audience, it's probably worth the audience knowing that as well. So once we dive deeper into the story, I can definitely give more specifics. But I'll let you kind of kick it off and point us in the right direction.
All right. So Nick is live from the scene, unsurprisingly. So going back to the topic, Brian, what triggered you is, and I think I know what it is because I was going through Twitter today before the space, and I saw references to a trans terrorist attack. Correct me if I'm wrong, but they're extreme references, calling it, trying to make it out to be as a big issue. Can you give me more clarity on those tweets and the number? Do the numbers add up? Is that something that's happened a lot recently?
Yeah. So I mean, I think the general narrative from a lot of people, especially on the right, is that like this is a transgender issue. Like this shooting is all about that, and we don't even know the reason for the shooting yet. So I think we got to take a step back, first of all. Second of all, there's like 500 mass shootings in the United States every year. And actually more than that. Over the last few years, it's been higher than that. And the vast majority are not transgender individuals. They're mostly white men. And you don't see people saying, oh, we have a white male problem in America or a white Christian male problem in America, because many of these shooters are white Christian men. So I think that like creating this narrative that these shootings or this shooting is spawned by this epidemic of transgenderism or like it's just pathetic.
I mean, Brian, can I ask you a question on that? I mean, I get your argument, but let's say somebody, like you, the example you give, let's say it was a white male and he basically attacked, let's say, the Muslim community or the Jewish community, then you would say, look, he's a white nationalist. He looks like he's some kind of racist. You would be using those terms. Here you have someone who is transgender. Is that not a valid argument to make?
There's literally groups of individuals, of white supremacists, of anti-Semites who basically their being is to continue to push anti-Semitic.
Can you see how you use that?
There is no massively organized groups of people, transgender people, who are calling for violence against Christians. This isn't the case. So I think anti-Semitism going into a synagogue and shooting it up, I think that's a little bit different. Now, maybe there will be information that comes about that says that this person, they chose this church for a reason, and they felt like maybe Christians were people who were violence against Christians.
Well, I mean, you can take a look down in the chat here, Brian. I've got an example, and there's an entire name for it. They're calling it Christ cucks. It's actually a thing. I'm not saying it's like some sweeping group, but the hatred towards white men is a constant rhetoric in our society, in our discourse, and even so far to say Christ cucks. Like I that there's no one calling for violence against white men. I hate to break it to you, but you haven't been paying attention to the culture war the last 5 years, because it is specifically
I didn't say there's nobody calling for violence, but you don't have these hate groups that are formed that are widespread, almost mainstream in some areas of the society, that are calling for hate and violence against specific groups, and specifically white men.
Zealand shooter. He was a white nationalist. He attacked a mosque. The Muslim community, we called him a white nationalist. He wasn't.
Yeah, and I'd be happy to say that if her manifesto comes out and it says that, or if there's evidence that points to that, I think that that's something that could be possible.
Of course it is, but the thing is, Brian, we don't have the entire evidence, although in her message that's come out, it does seem like she has left some evidence. But in terms of her, she is somebody who is transgender, and she specifically went for a Christian school. So, I mean, that's the reason people are making the correlation.
Yeah, I think a lot of people are jumping to conclusions, maybe rightfully so. But I think that before you do that, and especially before, not even before, we just shouldn't be saying that transgender people are a threat to society because one out of 5,000, well, maybe it's a few out of 5,000 mass shootings in the United States over the last decade turned out to be done by a transgender individual.
But Brian, isn't it bring up bigger point though when it comes to, I guess, over the past several years, and it seems that the argument of a lot of people is that we're embracing mental illness, right? So does that an argument that you think is fair, or is that unfair?
I think that one of the reasons why it seems more widespread is that people have felt so long, and some recent laws probably over the last decade or so have kind of made them feel more comfortable.
get what you're saying. Your argument is that essentially mental health has been redefined, and so
Right.
essentially you basically defined it as censorship from your definition. Now, the issue is this: I mean, people still are diagnosed with mental health issues. We do have people who are LGBTQ who do see psychiatrists, so it's not completely that. It's just that definition, if you know what I mean. What's your
Right.
thought?
Oh, I agree. And that's why it's so damaging when we start pushing these social emotional learning programs, these mental health into schools, because then it becomes who's defining it instead of leaving it outside for the individual. So when we have these discussions on the outside world away from the K through 12, we often see a mixture of transgender people are not a danger to this country. No people are a danger to this country. The transgender ideology is a danger. So what we're seeing in schools is that there's an explosion of students and children identifying as whatever it is, because part of it is a social contagion. Part of it is what's in the schools, and we can get into the details if anybody likes. But it's pushing children towards this very confusing, anxiety-producing creation where kids believe if you don't succumb to their pronouns, if you don't let them do a binder, that you're erasing them. That is genocide, and that's what's causing the violence.
So Courage. I want to know. We're going to come to the schools issue later in there. So I want to just keep it specific to this, and then we'll move on to these issues. That way, we'll cover all the issues in depth, and it'll be more enjoyable space. So specifically, this issue, right? Let's go with this idea, which it does seem like it's the case, but we're not a psychiatrist. But this person had a mental health issue, right? And she carried out this heinous crime. And somebody who is a white male can carry out this crime. Someone who's a minority can carry out these crimes. A minority male or female, white female, whoever it may be. So in reality, does the identity doesn't matter. What's the issue was that the person had mental health? So is it even relevant?
What was the question?
So the question is the fact that this person is LGBTQ even relevant?
It is relevant in the sense that this is the first time you've seen them target. Again, I know that we haven't read the manifesto, the whole thing, but for what we've seen, the violent rhetoric that parents face when they're trying to just stand up and say, "Hey, look, we don't want this in the schools. Don't confuse my child." The bar is so low for what we see parents are asking, like certain pornography in schools that feature the LGBT characters and things, and it's such pornographic material where parents are just saying, "Don't do that." And what we see is that the ask is so little, the bar is so low, but the violent rhetoric that parents are facing. I hate to say this because I can't even imagine what these parents are feeling. And every time I talk about it, I tear up because they're 9 years old. But I have to tell you, this is not a surprise to us in the K through 12 arena. It just isn't.
Right.
You mind if I throw in a lived experience into this, actually?
Please.
All right, cool. So, hi. So real enough, a lot has happened in my life. And one of these things is me becoming a trans person. I was a kid, all this kind of thing, about 11. I was kind of like really believing myself as like, okay, right, what happens if I explore this? So, you know what I did? I had to Google all this kind of thing, realized, oh, okay, this is a thing. There's a medication route for it. And this is how I deal with this constant gnawing and anguish and pain that is deeply inside me. So I went and got, some medical things, talked to some professionals in the field, quote unquote. You know what they did to me? Now here's the other side of the story. If we start pushing against what you believe to be gender ideology being a problem, what if we forced the opposite end of the spectrum? Because I was subjected to conversion therapy or gay cure therapy, and it was covert. It was forced upon me without my knowledge, nor without my parents' knowledge. And I experienced this for 2 years of pain, of torture, of absolutely wrecking and destroying who I was internally. And I fell down such a dark, horrible hole. And that was forced on me against my will to adhere to the the cisgender ideology, the straight and this far right like rhetoric.
Yeah, far right,
like
normal
it
functioning
hurt,
society.
and
far right.
it was forced.
Hold on, Protocol.
Yeah,
So,
it was
Virtua, just quickly on the can you
so
explain?
how do
Virtua,
you deal with
Well,
that?
you don't
can you explain
humor
that
the
side?
delusions of the mentally ill.
Protocol.
Let's start with that.
I'll give
People
you
of sound
Protocol. Hold on.
mind
I'll
don't
give
start
you.
chopping off body parts.
I'm gonna give you the mic in a bit, Prodigal. Virtua, please meet Prodigal. He can be very, very passionate, but he's a really nice person. Virtua, quick question. Can you explain to me more the conversion therapy? What does it involve? What is it exactly?
All right, so to go a little bit into this, and I don't want to go too much detail, accidentally trigger other people. But essentially, to put it in the words, was we're going to be doing some exercises that will help you deal, manage, and get control of these feelings, so you feel a little bit normal and you feel like you can just sort of be yourself. And it was a lot of gaslighting, and I just believed this professional because, hey, they're sitting in a chair and I paid them money, and we just went through this, and I thought this was how it was supposed to go. I thought, oh, thank God, I'm being cured of my transgenderism. And I believed that for a solid 2 years before I got myself into such a dark hole where I was like, no, the answer is the transition. And guess what? I am now a functional member of society. I'm paying my taxes, and I am blossoming as a strong, independent woman. So why take that? Why force it either way? Just let the kid figure it out for themselves and talk to a professional and get the help that they need, regardless of situation, whether it be mental health, whether it be their gender, whether it be for gay reasons. They're all separate and they all require individual care, actual care.
I think that's
And if that was the case, that would be fine. What we're seeing here in schools, and again, I know we were talking about we're going to get into schools, but what we're seeing is a systemic covering of schools that does to you in reverse to children. This is why we see such an explosion. And I know Brian talked about, well, it's just more accepted. We hear that every day. If it's more accepted, here's the one question. Why don't we see this explosion among middle-aged women or middle-aged men? We only see this explosion largely with children. And I'll give you guys one statistic, and then we can talk about another angle. In the United States, the protocol for puberty blockers and cross-sex hormones among adolescents did not exist in the United States prior to 2007. And it was extremely rare in 2010. So if we were to believe that all these kids did not come out because it wasn't accepted and that they were going to kill themselves, which is what we tell kids in school, then where was the massive amount of suicides for kids prior to 2007 when there was zero acceptance and zero treatments prior to 2010? We did not see this explosion until about 2015, which incidentally coincidentally also mirrored what was happening in schools around that time, around the 2014, 2015 time. So when people say, is this more accepted? That's not true.
Well, when you tie federal funding to the schools, it's going to force acceptance, right?
That's correct. Right. And that's
y'all ever heard of social media, Twitter?
No,
that came around about the same time.
You won't even acknowledge the horrors your movement have occurred. There's multiple stories, more and more coming out day after day of children who transition.
Give us an idea of like what stories you're referring to, because we heard the story of.
Well, I mean, Europe already just issued basically new medical and psychological terminology to treat trans children. The NHS said you should not be affirming. I mean, if they never killed that Brown University study regarding rapid onset gender dysphoria, maybe we would see why social media and tying federal funding to pushing this ideology has led to its spread. Right? Let's be honest. These people, nobody is against you. You've gone from tolerance to acceptance to literally you must change your reality. And you must acknowledge biologically, I am something I am not. Or you're going to be punished in your career, in your schooling, your tax dollars are going to be weaponized against you. This is not a movement of peace. They're going after a goddamn baker. Like this is a movement that as soon as gay marriage was passed, all the funding in the lobby needed a new movement, and they picked up the trans movement. But miraculously, you look at pedophilia, you look at the trans movement, you look at all this, they were all allied in the 60s and 70s until they broke off. And then slowly, I mean, people said,
let me you're making Protocol. So I want to go through the points you've made, Protocol. Brian, I want to kind of dig into the rapid onset gender dysphoria. as a topic. We've discussed it briefly in the last space. From the points that Protocol made, and I think that the narrative that was also mentioned by Courage is a Habit is, you know, and if we've had a few panelists say this, is that, you know, including some transgenders, is that when it goes to the extreme, that's where problems arise. When you start playing some role in influencing children and increasing the likelihood that they'll question their gender, this is where the concerns lie, especially when it comes to children. Do you share that concern, Brian, or is there another way of looking at it? And I think virtual identity.
I don't know if I would be the best to answer this, just because I'm not transgender myself. I'd rather somebody else take that question. I do think that there are some points in regards to like why older Americans aren't coming out as transgender like younger ones are. I mean, that could just be kind of an ingrained ideology in their head saying, hey, I can't come out, this is wrong, because when I was a kid they said I can't. So I don't know if you can weigh
okay, so let's break this down. So do you accept that that kids are quite impressionable?
I think kids are impressionable, but I also feel that when it comes to sexual identity, I think it's more of the person internally than the environment around them that's making them how they are.
So you accept that they are impressionable. So basically you're saying the environment doesn't affect a child. Do I think, no, I think environment can affect a child, but I think when it comes to like sexual identity and sexual preferences, I mean, looking back as a child myself, I don't think that, and being straight, I don't think that any person could have convinced me that I would like
the culture has shifted a bit, no?
But what I'm saying is that the culture wouldn't have determined that I'm straight. I'm a straight man. It wouldn't determine that.
So what you're saying is
influence me to be gay.
What you're saying is this: you can be influenced, you can be impacted by people around you. There's a significant amount of data to show that that's the case. But the one thing it can't impact is on your feelings you have towards the other sex, or to another sex, or the same sex.
I think that it's a lot less.
So when you make that,
having friends who are gay or in the LGBT community, pretty much every one of them has said that nobody influenced them to be that way. Like I think it's
you can also.
Sorry, Brian. I missed your point there. Can you repeat it? So are you saying that every single person?
So it's just So I think he's Simon. What he's leaning to is like the nature versus nurture, and I think
his argument is actually.
He just said absolutely.
No.
But that's not the argument he made. Sorry, go ahead.
My argument is that nature determines that almost always. Not. I'm sure there's some cases where that's not the case, but I think that if you spoke to people who are gay or transgender, I think the vast majority.
Brian, let me do it. Simon, let me push back. Yeah, I'm going to push back as well on this. Simon, let you keep pushing back. So Brian, where I would push back is studies show that nurture plays a much bigger role than initially thought, and more studies are showing nurture playing a bigger role than nature. Just for the audience, what we mean by this, nature versus nurture is like what makes you who you are today. How much of it is genes, like what you're born with, and how much of it is being influenced by your surrounding? And there's more, and something that's the topic that fascinates me. There's been more and more studies that show has been nurture that impacts who you are today more than nature. And I think you can think of examples yourself that would relate, and that applies to small things like a cartoon that you would watch, or a friend and things that friend would say, or a book that you would read. It could be or behavior that you see on a regular basis, something you saw your teacher do. It could be very small things that you might not even remember. So that's why, I would push back on Brian's that studies are leaning more towards nurture. Go ahead.
Brian, your argument is actually quite contradictory, and I'll explain why. I'm not just going to say it because I don't like when people say that. So, because your argument was when someone said to you, guess what? There's a huge prevalence of people now who are LGBTQ compared to where they were in the past. And your argument was that based on nurture, based on the environment, they feel more comfortable coming out. So you use that. You basically said that in that
coming out is different than being. So you could be gay but not come out as gay.
And so you could be straight and then come out as gay because you've been
No, I think he means yes. I think what he's referring to is that nurture plays a role in not becoming transgender.
No, it's not his argument, because then his argument would only work. His argument is this: there's like 40% of gay people who basically are not coming out, who are older. That's literally his argument.
No. So my argument is that the vast majority, and I'm not gay, so I can't speak for myself, but those who I've spoken to in many of the studies I've read say that you're pretty much born that way. Now, whether you decide
Brian, that's my point.
Come out.
Jump in. Hold on, guys. Hold on. I want to go to virtual. I think we're digging too deep into this.
So allow the transgender woman to speak for herself. Go ahead. Thank you very much. All right. So essentially, like, you know what, we could argue this in the completely, like, you could argue this in the conversion therapy that I was talking about earlier on. I was nurtured to be a cisgendered man and to like women in a cisgender, heteronormative way. So this is where, like, Brian is completely correct in, like, that wasn't me. My nature was that I am a woman and I do exceedingly well as one. And accepting that part of me who I am just from simply a very, very young age. That's the reality, and no influence
on that.
Virtual,
can I ask you a question on that point? Sorry, on that particular point, and I see Sliman also has got a few questions. Can you touch on as well as gender dysphoria as well? Because I just want to see if we can
actually allow me to explain.
Not gender dysphoria. Sorry. Rapid onset gender dysphoria. My apologies.
Right.
Rapid onset gender dysphoria.
So to be fair, this is a whole new term to me, and I got to do some research on this, but allow me to sort of like point y'all in the correct direction. Because I feel like some of you are sat there going like, oh, these kids are finally like, they just go like, oh, I'm transgender. And they literally just go buy some pills at the fucking doctor and pull that out. And they start, growing some titties like that, like in a week. No, in full honesty, it takes like minimum a year, if not a couple of years, to go through psychiatric and psychological analysis, therapy, and all that kind of thing.
That is not
allow me to finish. Allow me to finish.
But it's not true anymore.
Yeah, it's
allow me to finish, darling.
So virtual,
darling.
So virtual, I'll let you finish, and then we'll go to Jamie right after. You got to unmute virtual, bottom left corner.
All right, thank you very much. So I don't have enough time, so I'm going to have to hop out at this point. I do apologize. Also, thank you so much for all the hate that I've been sent. So here's the thing. Like, it takes a long while to talk with the doctor and actually get this therapy. And yes, you do have to talk to people and actually go through quite an extensive, sometimes invasive sort of process to allow a doctor just to go like, yeah, cool. All right, I believe, like, after extensive professional and researched like belief that this person would genuinely benefit on a healthy basis to live their full quality life, to prescribe them hormones, and eventually, if they believe to do so, to go get gender reassignment surgery. And it takes a long while. For me personally, it took 10 years, and that was going through therapies, that was going through psychologists, and having to sort of like sit there and be like, all right, cool, let me tell you about some invasive things, which I find a little bit uncomfortable. But I have to do so to prove to you, a cisgendered man, that I am actually a woman, and the benefit of giving me my medication lets me live my fullest life. And now I'm sat here living my fullest life, and I'm very, very happy with this. And that is the same for thousands, so many of us.
So I know Jamie's going to cover. I know Jamie's going to cover this, but I just wanted to say I put up on the Nest to show hospitals across the country that will give exactly what Virtua was saying to do it. They'll do it within the first 1 or 2 visits. So I know Jamie's going to cover it, but I just put that up.
Say that, like, in the work that we're doing at Gays Against Groomers, I have come across so many detransitioners that are out there busting their ass every day trying to protect kids from what happened to them, that have they only needed one appointment to be prescribed to be fast tracked down the affirmation highway.
That's right, we see that too.
Yeah, and one of the women that detransitioned, she said she had a 15-minute phone call. So virtual, I'm sorry, I don't know your name, but you said that it took you 10 years. That things are very different now. This is completely different. Like the model that is being pushed on these kids You can't compare what's happening now to what happened then. And back then, that is how things should have gone. But that's not how it's being done now.
So,
and I think to ignore that is ridiculous.
Yeah, Virtue, I just let me ask Virtue before going to James, and then we have Ollie and Sarah. But Virtue, and Trash. But quick question. And first, I know you said you want to jump off. Can you give us a bit more time? I'd be very, very grateful, if you can.
I'll give a few minutes.
Thank you. So would you agree with Jamie's point? Is that it should be, so the process that you went through, which is more comprehensive than what there is today and what some hospitals are doing today. Would you say that's the way it should be, and there should be a more thorough process for anyone that's younger to, if they want to transition?
So from a sociological perspective and also a psychological perspective, these are fields that I've been trained in and have academics in. I genuinely believe it should be between a patient and their doctor. And this process should, I do believe, take some time to analyze and go through and talk with this person. Because sometimes, yes, there are detransitions, and I do not dismay them. But however, there aren't as many as some of the media may think, and it's a very small percentage. That is actually empirically proven many, many times over. Nonetheless, if you do bend, and if you're gender fluid, if you're non-binary, you're allowed to flop around and all this kind of thing. And the language is hard. Sometimes you don't have access to this information. So yes,
yeah, of
please
course, you're making it up on the fly.
Yes,
should be hard.
And well, Chief, allow the doctor, and this is where doctors should be trained much more in this. At the moment, this is a whole new thing. This is a whole new discussion, and some doctors are just kind of, as you said, making it up on the fly, Chief. And us, the patients, we didn't go to med school. We didn't got the fucking funds to go through all that. So we hope that this doctor knows what they're doing. If this doctor is making a mistake, then yes, that should be regulated. And I do believe, yes, there should be a period of time of understanding, learning what this person needs genuinely. So, because I will say, this is not an easy process, but having gone through it and understanding it, I am glad that not in the 10-year process. I would have preferred 2-3 years. That would have been handy. But unfortunately, things got hella slowed down. So, and that's just because of the congestion and the slow systematic, tearing apart of the whole system. And many are experiencing this. There are so many experiencing this, and so give us time. Yes, I agree there. That allows you to have your point, but also at the same time, don't rip away our chance of being human beings.
I would just say, you say that it's between a doctor and a patient, that it should be, but what do you do when the whole medical industry is corrupt and being, and is being put down this path?
Welcome to the United States of America.
Where affirmation is the first option, the first and only option for, let's say, a gender non-conforming teen. If I would have grown up in this era right now, in this culture, I'm a tomboy. I was a tomboy my whole life. I still wear men's clothes. I'm an androgynous woman. I never for a single day of my life wanted to be a boy or a man. But if I grew up today, from all the indoctrination, I would have been led to believe that I was a boy. And if my parents were crazy enough, they would have sent me to a doctor to pump me full of drugs and God forbid have surgery, when really, that isn't me at all. And that wasn't me. But these kids are being very manipulated into believing that they're something they're not. They can't even understand these concepts. And my point is also to what I said, the medical industry is corrupt and pushing this model on kids. And I'm glad that you can recognize that, it should not be done in one appointment, I'm glad you can recognize that, but to say that it should be between the doctor and the patient, but what if the doctor is corrupt, which is what's happening now?
System, that's a problem of capitalist society. I'm sorry, but I can't control that. But at some point, you can only do so much.
And real quick, I don't mean to cut you off, Lily, but I do want to ask you a question while you're still here, because I know you got to go. So I posted a link to a study that was a 2015 USTS study that was about 27,000 respondents, and this was in 2015. In 2015, out of the 27,000 transgender in this, only 13% received any kind of pushback, whether it be from a doctor, a religious person, family members. Only 13% had pushed back. And so it sounds like you had a pretty rough experience, but it seems like that, and this was 2015, and we know with looking at all the reporting now, And it's unfortunate we don't have studies like this that are not even being conducted. And I have questions about wondering why that is. But we know that the numbers are far worse. And so even in 2015, only 13% pullback. And that, to me, is very, very concerning. And I just wanted to kind of get your feedback. And again, I'm not minimizing what you're saying. I actually appreciate you being here. I like the balance of the conversation. But if I'm going to talk about these things and I'm going to look at data, I want to speak to somebody that can speak to the issues. But I posted that study. It's on page 113, and it's down in the chat bubble if anybody would like to take a look at it. It's pretty comprehensive.
This is where I would just simply say, I urge the entire medical community, the psychological and the sociological, and in this instance today, the criminological societies, to gather together and bring the research together and gather a good consensus, what is actually healthy and beneficial, and make sure that that system understands and that there is action taken. This is where you need to start taking actions on the lower levels instead of just criminalizing and hating an entire community of individuals because of the abhorrent and uncondoned actions of one person that we right now don't even know what their intentions were. So, please, just do your research and just be a good human being and let us be good human beings too. This is a hard time for us as well. Help us get through it and we can help you understand.
Thanks, Lily. I want to go to James. And James, I'll let you respond to the points made, but I also ask you a question on kind of linking back to the shooting that happened yesterday. What your position is. So is that considered, should we look at people that are transgender and their high risk of having mental issues, or that's a very dangerous, slippery slope? And it's a better narrative would be people that are suppressed resort to such means, and we should try to be more careful relating to the narrative. I'm trying to make out how important the events that happened yesterday is to the entire topic or discussion or debate that we've been having as a society over the last few months.
Yeah, thanks. And if I could just start by making a few points in response to Lily, because much of what was being said is frustrating me quite a bit. First and foremost, I want to say that I am not a cis male. I am a man, a male. It is a place of biology, not ideology. And I find it ironic that proponents of gender ideology will be quite quick to tell you off if you misgender them, but have no qualms whatsoever with continuing to call people cis when they do not acknowledge that term. Secondly, I want to say that gender dysphoria is a mental health.
On that, so James, so you got a few points. I didn't want to interrupt, but you made on that first point before moving to the next one.
Yeah.
So calling someone a cisgender, but isn't that just semantics? And the reason I mean this, I understand biology, and I'm a very science-based person. I obsess over science. I have a team that looks into scientific research for my own health. So I'm with you there. But what I mean is that so is it fair to draw a line between gender and sex? Number one, and number two, if we're talking about gender identity, cisgender is a term. Could be it's a very I don't think we should make it out to be something that's against science when we're people are questioning their gender. I'm not talking about biological sex. I'm talking about gender.
Right, but the issue is that we've conflated sex and gender, but I'm coming at this from a point of view of public discourse, because what I'm saying is that it is utterly inconsistent to demand that people refer to you by specific pronouns, even if it flies in the face of everything that person believes to be reality, and then at the same time to say, I'm going to continue to call you cis whether or not you like it. I'm saying that's hypocritical.
So if someone asks you, sorry, go ahead, Simon. I had a quick question for James.
I think that's an interesting argument, actually. I wanted to see what Virtual's response to that was.
All right. Okay. So this is where we start divulging into the generic consensus language versus the scientific language. At the moment, historically and scientifically, and any doctor who is here in the chat will always say that sex, gender, has always been a bit of a spectrum. There has been historically multiple cultures that have embraced multiple different genders. And even biologically, we do have the intersex people. We have people who experience various different spectrums on their gender, whether it be, God, there's so many on.
So Virtual, sorry, just charging into it specifically, I was asking about his argument that just like how you basically interrupted us early on and was like, guess what, call us there. And you basically said, look, this is what you should be calling people in this circumstance.
Yeah, it's
and he is saying,
we're just using language.
One second, Patrick. And he is saying that he is a male and he doesn't want to be called cis. So just like you don't want to be called.
But she didn't call him cisgender James. She can call James he. If James, I don't think virtual. If James wants you to use any pronoun, you'd use whatever pronoun he wants.
Yeah. All right. So like James, like before I have to hop up, because I do actually have to hop up. But like, did anybody hurt you? Did anybody like go after you? Because if they did, I am sorry. And if they have hurt you by saying the wrong things, I'm sorry. I personally know what that's like. And, just simply like, yeah, dude, if you want to be called bro, he, whatever, man, like, okay, that's cool. That's all right, fine. Can we go for a drink afterwards? Can we go get a coffee? If you don't want to, chief, I'm going to go get myself a bagel. Thank you very much. Have a great goddamn day.
Yeah, I mean, and that's very kind of you to say, but that's not my issue. My issue is the impact that this ideology and the language that comes with it is having on society. This term cis is thrown about left, right, and centre, and the vast majority of people do not acknowledge it. And what I'm saying is it's fundamentally inconsistent to demand people use pronouns, but to continue to use the word cis. If I could just move on to another point, because we've kind of been a bit sidetracked with that. Gender dysphoria is a mental health condition. In the United Kingdom, for example, in order to transition legally or medically, you must be diagnosed with it. And it is the only mental health condition that I'm aware of in which the proposed treatment is either to affirm distressing thoughts that somebody has inside of their head or to physically try and modify their body. And the argument that I continuously make is that it is basically akin to providing somebody with anorexia with liposuction as the treatment for it. Another point I just
what you actually you believe that? Sorry, but like somebody's experiencing like anxiety, you get them a medication to help them deal with that. If somebody is dealing with epilepsy, you get them medication to deal with that. Same thing with any mental health condition. Same thing for the incidents that have happened. There's a mental health that requires medication and treatment, and that wasn't done.
I'm not saying that people shouldn't receive treatment, but for
medication to deal with a condition.
For a mental health condition, we deal with that through predominantly explorative therapy. But as I've just said, there is no other. Please name me another mental health condition where we physically mutilate people's bodies as the form of treatment or to affirm the distressing thoughts inside someone's head. So let's imagine that I'm a therapist and the client comes in and they tell me that they believe that they are terribly ugly, horribly obese, they hate their body, they just want a new body. It would be completely unethical for me as a therapist to turn around and say, you know what, yeah, if you think you're that ugly and fat, have you considered liposuction? That is not the answer.
Hollywood's full of them.
Leave you on one thing. You say mutilate. I say that I think my vagina looks amazing. And so does my girlfriend.
I'm concerned. I'm not concerned about you in particular. I'm concerned about the children and the young people who have lost parts of their bodies they can never get back, who have been left permanently infertile by this. I just want to make one other quick point on what Lily said, which was around conversion therapy, which is a misnomer of a term, and it leads to very dangerous legislation being passed in the world. I'll give you an example. Recently in Victoria, Australia, they passed a piece of legislation banning, quote, the slippery slope that we're going down when we don't use language correctly. So those are the points I wanted to say to Lily. I mean, I'm happy. I would like to come back to the topic of the shooting, if I may.
Good. I'll let Lily. I think Lily just wanted to quickly respond on those 2 points, and I'll give you the mic back, Jess. Go ahead, Lily.
Yeah. So all right. So you're worried about that slippery slope. I'm worried about the slippery slope that I've actually experienced. You're thinking about a hypothetical. I'm worried about a thing that actually happened. So that's the arguments we're going down. Now, this is where I'm gonna branch out knowledge branch here. I understand that you all have your own perspectives. Why can't we find a middle ground where we let transgender kids get the care they need to with proper actual research and taking proper care, and then when understanding that, helping them out? Like at the end of the day, does that hurt you? because at the moment it doesn't. It's people like me that actually get outside just to go get groceries, and we just get cut.
Lily, if you're happy to provide me with your email address, I'd be more than pleased to send you the research studies which demonstrate that explorative therapy is the best treatment for gender dysphoria, and also put you in touch with the now, unfortunately, thousands upon thousands of young people who are regretting forever, losing parts of themselves they can never get back for a decision that we as responsible adults should never allow them to make in the first place.
I appreciate you reaching out and asking for my email, but to be fair, I'd rather keep my mental health in a really good place. Now, anyway, I'm going to go off. I'm going to go be pretty, and I appreciate this conversation. Thank you very much. And also appreciate all of the hate being sent to my Twitter. Again, you're fantastic.
I just want to.
Yeah, so can I just chime in really fast?
Right, guys. I just want to make a point on that. Look, and whoever the speakers are, they always come here to give you a different perspective, and you can live in a society where you only hear people who have your own positions and your own views. But guess what? That's going to be boring, and you don't hear the other side. So whenever somebody comes on stage and has a view that is different to yours, you don't need to start acting crazy and start sending them mental messages or threatening them and these type of things. So that's just bang out of order and just shows that you don't know what day it is. So please keep it civil, and that way you can basically express your argument by listening to the other side. If people who are basically presenting your position are able to defeat that point, that should give you comfort that your point has a strong basis. And if you're afraid that your point is going to be smashed, then know that your point is not very good, and you should rethink your ideas and thoughts rather than send messages.
Yeah, I just want to say, like, it was nice to have Lily here, because I think like a lot of these discussions take place and there aren't actually transgender people in the room to like give their side of things. And James, I get where you come from, like saying like children shouldn't have surgery and things like that. I think that my view on it is that the government shouldn't be stepping in and saying that parents and children meeting with their psychiatrist and doctors shouldn't have the right to explore options as they get older. And you have one of those views. Your view as a psychiatrist, I assume you are, is one thing, but there's plenty of psychiatrists that say taking hormones is okay at certain age groups. It can most of the time always be reversed.
No, it can't.
That
is not true. Yeah, Brian.
Not
hormones can never be reversed.
The other medications, and my view is that it should be up to the parents, the children, doctors, and psychiatrists.
But the thing is,
to make the best decision for your child, not some governor of some
Brian,
state.
Child abuse is already illegal, right? Child abuse is already illegal, and mutilating your child or sterilizing your child is not a decision that you get.
I'm not speaking of mutilating them or sterilizing them.
But that's what
there are drugs that are reversible.
No,
and yes, there are. The studies show that 97% of the time these drugs are reversible, not hormone therapy.
Brian, that's not true.
It is true. Look it up. Research.
In terms of
estrogen sterilizes a male after 3
Brian,
months.
you made an interesting point about
and you're wanting to do that.
I misspoke when I said hormones. I corrected myself.
Brian. Legislation to protect children.
Okay, James.
If I could, bizarre situation in which there are potentially irreversible puberty blockers and cross-sex hormones, but who are legally unable to buy a scratch card, smoke a cigarette, or vote in an election. And what I'm saying is that is completely and utterly inconsistent, and it's born out of ideology and political correctness and virtue signaling, rather than having child safeguarding at the heart of what the government does.
So I mean, there's plenty of things that parents do that can impact a child for their life. You could be forcing your kid to play baseball or when they want to dance, and maybe that could have an impact. I know that's a very uncomparable situation, but the government isn't stepping in and saying it's child abuse just because a kid gets depression drugs that could impact them for the rest of their lives, or other drugs that maybe affect to treat ADHD. I think that my view is that there are certain situations where obviously you're not going to let your 9-year-old child get reconstructive surgery or take hormone therapy. But as teenagers age and are 16, 17, I think certain drugs are at least should be considered if psychiatrists and doctors feel that, yes, this will improve the mental well-being of this person, and it's the right way to go about it. I don't think the government should be able to just say absolutely.
So
not.
I've got hold on.
Jim. Sorry, Mario. I was going about the specific issue. James, what age then do you think would be appropriate for a kid to make that decision?
That was my question. And actually, Simon, I was actually going to ask that question. But before, I had a question to prep for this. Can someone, maybe Sarah or Ollie, or maybe Sarah, because you've probably gone through the experience, Ollie, maybe as well. I don't think we've spoken as much as I've spoken to Sarah. So if someone could explain to me what treatment is available for kids and for adults that want to change their gender. I know there's surgery, there's different medications. Can you just break it down for us? Because then I want to go to Slayman's question on what age should be the minimum. I want to ask Brian that same question, and then my question will be related to what sort of treatment for what age group. But for that, I need to understand what treatments there is. Sarah or Ollie?
Yeah, so typically they start puberty blockers in the, from age 10 and up. Historically, they've used the Dutch model, the Dutch protocol, which started hormones at the age of 16. And then surgeries, top surgeries happen as young as 14, 15. Bottom surgeries.
Sarah, I just
17.
want to say, Sarah, I'm sorry for interrupting you, but if anybody wants to go for real evidence, they can look at map.gendermapper.org. I've received referrals for 12-year-olds, for 13-year-olds. The idea that it's only 14 is just a lie. I myself have been prescribed hormones many, many times, presenting exactly as I am. It's nonsense that you have to wait till 14. 12, it's perfectly acceptable. Anybody can look at my research. It's out there. I just wanted, sorry for interrupting you, Sarah.
Yeah, I was getting to that. I was getting to that because
that's legally 12 legally, Alex.
So
yes, I just want to say, sorry, I just want to say, like,
testosterone at the age of 13. So yes, it's happening in places around the country where people are getting prescribed hormones much younger than the Dutch protocol even allowed for.
I'm not even talking about the hormones, Sarah. I'm talking about top surgery. You can get top surgery. I've received referrals for top surgery from the age of 12, presenting as a parent who's pretending they want to get referrals for their children. I've done this many, many times. This is the basis of my entire project, the gender mapping project, right? This is the labor of, 3 years of work calling all of these clinics and documenting them. So it really grinds me it makes me actually crazy when people say, like, nobody's doing these surgeries on children, when I myself have documented 300 clinics that will do it. 2 children, 2 minors, right? Not just in the US, in Canada, in Australia, in Iran. I've received referrals for Iran. This is a global issue, a global problem.
So, Alex,
everywhere in the world.
In the US, Alex, before going back to Sarah, Alex, when you say at that age group, are you referring to the surgeries?
Well, I've received surgeries. I received, confirmation on the telephone that they will do surgeries from the age of 12. And I've even recorded these clinics and put them on my, my YouTube channel. So people can watch it and judge for themselves whether you can or cannot get it. You can also go to map.gendermapper.org and see a list of all of the clinics in the US and in Canada that will do these procedures, that will give hormones to minors. And if you look at the orange pins, you'll see exactly who will do surgeries on minors as well.
Understood.
This is all confirmed, by the way, confirmed.
Okay,
it's not like ephemeral.
So you do realize that birth control pills are also hormones, and that doctors give birth control pills to women sometimes as young as 14 or 15.
Not at all.
That's a red herring. A red herring.
No, I just so
what's
the difference?
Really
what's
strong.
That's a crazy argument, Brian.
Why?
Because as I said earlier, the impact, if a child has started on puberty blockers before they've actually commenced puberty, which is happening increasingly frequently, and then progresses straight on to cross-sex hormones, that child can be left permanently infertile for the rest of their lives. So to make a comparison with birth control is, I mean, it's utterly disingenuous.
It's not disingenuous. You're arguing that children shouldn't be given birth control pills, but children are given birth control pills every single day.
Birth control
sometimes
pills,
as young as
Well,
14
no,
years old.
he's arguing that it blocks puberty, so it just depends on the timing, right? So if you're giving birth control, if you're doing the procedure at a point where the person has gone through puberty, then it seems to be a different question than if they do it, before they've had a chance to do puberty. So the age seems to play a different role depending on when you do it.
Yeah, but it's for the age of puberty is different for every individual. So I think having an age, I think Mario is going to ask that question next, for when puberty blockers should be given. I think that it depends, and that's why the state shouldn't come in and say, hey, if you're under this age, you absolutely can't. It's going to be illegal, because it should be a decision between doctors, psychiatrists, and parents and children, like I said before.
But then,
I think Brian, it's not. But Brian, I just want to say, Brian, it's not a decision between multiple groups of people. I myself have walked into Planned Parenthood presenting as I am and been given hormones. It should, yeah, okay, fine, it should be. So we're talking about a hypothetical situation that is not real in practice. I've received referrals. No, but I think
Alex. So I think, but we are
saying that these things don't happen.
But this is a hypothetical discussion. So I think the point you're making, Alex, which I think we all agree on, is that what you're talking about should not happen. So I think we all agree on that point. That's whether it's legal or not, it's unethical. If it's illegal, then it's also illegal. So we're kind of talking about how.
But isn't the question,
Sorry,
Mario, isn't the question like essentially, who should make these decisions? Because ultimately, like, we have this debate of whether some people believe that the government should never make the decision and the parents should make all the decisions, right?
Yeah, so and the government, I'd say the government steps in, I've made this example many times, like, as humans, we're very, very flawed creatures, and we're very greedy as well. So we will make decisions that might not be the best for kids. So I think the government does need to step in some cases to kind of prevent things like what Alex is talking about. But what I'm curious on, and to kind of, I'll just quickly, before I give you the mic back, Catherine, I'll go to Ollie. But Sarah, I just want to quickly finish off with a question to you. Is that what are the things available? You said puberty blockers is one, surgery is, and some refer to as mutilation. So surgeries is another. Is there any other? Are there the two main ones, Sarah? Or is there more that we could add to the discussion?
No. I mean, there's a lot of stuff that happens. There's puberty blockers, there's cross-sex hormones, and then there's surgeries. And all of them
binders. There's also
all of them have risks, like a lot of risks.
Okay.
Like even puberty blockers are not fully reversible.
And from a legal perspective, in the US, puberty blockers are legal for what age?
Puberty blockers are legal for whatever age they want to give them, honestly.
What do you mean? You can get a 6-year-old getting puberty blockers?
Actually, that's what they were designed for. So all the studies are on precocious puberty. And so to get a 6-year-old up to the age of development, to where they would go through a normal, healthy development.
And that needs so Sarah, and that needs the consent of the parent, the child, and a doctor, or the child and the parent is enough?
We're talking precocious puberty. That's not even the issue that we're talking about here. We're talking in terms of gender dysphoria, and in key developmental years, they are prescribed off-label. They're listed as off-label, and yes, it takes a therapist letter, which, as Jamie Reed in St. Louis showed, is they will help facilitate, the therapist letter to get it as quickly as possible, as well. And then, the parent signature as well as the doctor's signature, unless you're in California or now Minnesota, which if you run away to those states, you don't need parental permission, because the state will take you, and then they don't have to, basically you become their citizen under the ward of the state, and they will transition you without your parental consent.
At what age?
at 13.
Okay, and below 13, it's not allowed. Just to want to get my facts.
Well, no, it's basically any age that you get there. The law doesn't specify an age. It's that if you go to California or now Minnesota, which have these sanctuary state policies for this, that they will transition you at any age without parental consent.
So the question there, Catherine, before going to Ollie, Catherine and Brian, the question there is, as a child making such decisions, you just don't have, you haven't developed your decision-making abilities to make such decisions that could have permanent impact or significant impact on your life. So I know that Brian, the argument you're making is they should rely on the counselors, but it just gives too much power for counselors to be able to prescribe things based on their. Let's say the counselor is a transgender themselves, and they believe that they'll be very, very biased in their decisions that could heavily impact the kid's decision. So, do you know what I'm like?
Yes. Go ahead, Catherine, if you want to chime in.
Yeah, well, my feeling is this. So I think essentially what we have right now is that ideally we want to have an apparatus that works. That would be the medical system. It would be the counseling. It would be very like you should ideally be going through a therapeutical system where you will have a very long process of time. Very happy with his transition, but what's happening that I think is not working is that you have this kind of inconsistency in the system where you have some people who like immediately sort of get affirmed and they get put on these medications, and that's why you have a whole bunch of detransitioners, and then you have some people that maybe do need it, and so like to kind of throw it all away I think makes it it's difficult, because then you do have some people who might need it and do see that really as medication for them because they are suffering and maybe there is no other treatment that we found right now that works for them, and other people where they are harmed by it. So how do you balance it? And that's where it becomes so difficult. So I think right now we have a system that isn't working, and so what we need to do is fix that system first before we go, and so we need a really thorough process. And I think it should be the system itself. So it should be the medical psychologist working with, I think parental consent is an important aspect of it, but the parents should have a very reliable robust medical system there in place that is like a long, lengthy process that's more similar to maybe some of the European models.
Yeah, so I just want to chime in, and then I had to step away, and then Sarah. I know Sarah mentioned that you could be 13 and get some of these procedures done without parents in California and Minnesota. I don't know about that. I don't know that law. I think that if that is the case, I think that's a little bit ridiculous. I think that I put myself in the shoes of a parent. I have young kids, and I think, what if one of them had come to me and said, "Hey, I identify as opposite sex. I want to be treated." These situations aren't. These decisions aren't made like on a whim. I think that parents and the children, I almost always, and I'm sure there's some cases where parents just don't give a crap, but almost always they're going to go see probably multiple psychiatrists, doctors, and make a decision together. I don't think a 13-year-old should be making that decision on their own. I think that parents should be involved. I think that psychiatrists and doctors should be involved. I don't want to say that it should be outlawed, because I think there's so many different situations, and and so many different children.
But Brian,
have.
Brian, quick question. So what? I mean, yeah, I mean, what you're saying sounds logical, but the main issue is this, isn't it? What about a scenario, which is probably the scenario what people are gonna are gonna find in the current society is your parent says no, but the doctor and the psychiatrist say yes. So that's actually the real situation that we're probably going to come across, generally speaking, because if they all agree, not many people are going to complain, and if they all agree on either side, not people are going to complain. But it's specifically that issue. So what would you do in that scenario?
Well, I think you'd probably find a psychiatrist who say yes, no matter what. That's just the way medicine works. But I think that's why it's important that the parent should be a part of the decision. Doctor should be a part of the decision. And multiple.
So Brian, just a specific question. Parent says no, psychiatrist and teacher and counselor says yes.
I think it depends on the age. So I mean, if they're 16 or 17, then maybe if it's
what if they're 15?
I don't know. Yeah,
14.
I think it's anything. It's like drawing that line, and that's the difficult part of it all. And what, does that require surgery? Is the doctors and the psychiatrist and parents to decide. So I get what you're saying, and I think it's an important question.
What we hear a lot is up to the doctors. Every time someone brings up a point and we show evidence that that's not true, they'll go back to, and it's up to doctors and parents and therapists and psychiatrists and things. That's of course true, but that's not what's happening. And the one thing that we haven't touched on is that the parents are being emotionally blackmailed to go along with it. The therapists, the psychologists, teachers, they're emotionally blackmailing the parents. So what Brian said is true. It should be true, but it's simply not.
Sorry, how are they emotionally blackmailing? Is it that they're concerned they're going to lose the children, or what's the specific emotional blackmail you're referring to?
If you don't do this, they're going to kill themselves. If you don't succumb to the pronouns, they'll kill themselves. If you don't do the the tucking, because we don't talk about that. That's the step before the puberty blockers. They're gonna kill themselves. They don't do the puberty blockers, they're gonna kill themselves. This is what we see parents dealing with every single day. And when they say it's safe, we've put stuff on the nest that shows you exactly what these things are. And Brian, I'm gonna ask you.
Courage. You've got to ask Brian the question. Yeah. Oh, he's gone.
Brian, ask you a question. Do you know what Tanner stage 2 is?
Brian's.
Oh, I think we lost.
So let me push back on your point then. Which I forgot I was going to do. What was the point you made before that? Before you even asked the question?
That the parents are being emotionally blackmailed.
Yeah. So, I mean, you may call it emotional blackmail, but the other side of the argument is no. The parents are basically conditioned to believe in a certain way based on culture or whatever the views of society are. And in reality, they're not understanding the deep aspects of what the child's going through. And therefore, if they don't help them, there is a possibility they may commit suicide.
Well, yeah, think about it. Logically speaking, we do not treat that way in parenting. And anybody who's a parent here knows this. We do not look at suicide as a way to go along with what the children want. My 14-year-old wants to run away with a 40-year-old man. If I don't let her, she's going to commit suicide. She wants to do drugs. If I don't let her, she's going to commit suicide. Not only is that a dangerous precedent for kids who have existing comorbidities, because most transgender children who identify as transgender have some underlying issues that's not being treated. 40% identify or have some autistic on the spectrum. Not only is that dangerous for the children, but also other children that are watching are going, oh, if I want something, I'll just cry suicide. Up until literally 2 years ago, that would be unheard of for a parent to go along with what a child says by using suicide. And that's what we see every day because we deal with parents.
Mario, Jamie just got a 12-hour suspension from Twitter, so you can probably remove her.
Who got a suspension from Twitter? Jamie who?
Jamie. Actually, it looks like.
Who's Jamie?
Gays Against
Oh,
Groomers.
Gays
Against
removed
Groomers.
her, yeah.
Ah, okay. Yeah, just DM me and I'll check it out. I'm not Twitter support, but I can see if I can ping them for you. I'd love to go. I'd love to go to. I'd love to go to Ollie. Ollie, I appreciate you being patient with us. Would love your thoughts.
So I used to be transgender. I'm also a very proud member of Gays Against Groomers. And I think the real issue is we know there's been trans people throughout history. There's been many, many examples. But what we're seeing within really the last 5 to 10 years is a sharp increase in the number of children suddenly becoming transgender. And just 15 years ago across the US, there was barely any gender clinics. Now there's over 100 pediatric clinics, which make $2.2 billion per year. There were also leaked emails from Rachel Levine, who is transgender, and that is Biden's US Assistant Health Secretary, and they were actually talking about profit and return on investment in these clinics. So we have to look at the motives of these clinics. In many cases, like we saw with the St. Louis, Missouri clinic that had the whistleblower, there were actually leaked emails where the doctors were saying, oh, yes, the child can get a letter from a therapist within 1 or 2 sessions, and then we can affirm them, then they can be put on hormones. So there's no real checks and balances. 20 years ago, if someone's transgender, as hard as it was for them, they had to go through a lot of psychology appointments, doctor's appointments, just to make sure they were really ready for this. But what's happening now is kids are just being fast-tracked. They're being offered prescriptions, sometimes over the phone. And we have states like Oregon and Washington State is trying to do this, where they are trying to override parental rights. And that's a real danger when a parent can't even stop this happening to their child. So, we need to look at the clinics that are profiting from this. They're seeing massive increases in the number of patients being admitted. And we also have to look at the data where many of these kids with gender dysphoria have other pre-existing conditions that may cause them to have identity issues. So some of these kids have a severe depression, some have suicidal tendencies, some have anorexia, some have autism. There's a very high correlation. We shouldn't be simply offering gender-affirming care as a quick fix for these problems.
Simon, Trash, go ahead.
Yeah. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, so actually that's perfect, Ollie. You're actually kind of leading to what I wanted to talk about. So I do kind of just want to bring, I want to step away from of affirmation for a moment and kind of bring some data back into this. I wanted to push back on Brian because, again, I brought this up earlier. In 2015, in that study, only 13% of people that had transitioned received any kind of pushback. And that's not just from medical professionals. It's pushback. The entire data was religious leaders, parents, or medical professionals, only 13%. And that was 2015, right? So it's much worse now. But what I wanted to talk about here was also, some numbers are saying 4 out of 5. Some are saying 65%. Some are saying 94%. Children, once they've gone through puberty, will actually grow out of this desire and not want to move forward. There's people out there that had genuine gender dysphoria, like Buck Angel, Blair White. They talk about this extensively. And that's fine. I think you can make that decision as an adult. But we know these drugs cause osteoporosis. We know the elevated testosterone can cause serious aggression. We know that the elevated estrogen can cause cancer down the line, various different organ problems and failures. And so if we can't look at these numbers and talk about these things before we even get to the point, which are just overwhelmingly not in support of doing this with children, I think we need to talk about that. And then as an adult, I think that's the additional conversation need to be had. But I bring all of those numbers to just say 13% of pushback in 2015, and it's far worse today. It's really, really scary.
And what Trash said on the nest, there's the heart condition, and that's just the heart and the lungs. That doesn't get into the bone density. It doesn't get into their sex life. They can't orgasm.
Can someone? I always like to understand both sides of every argument, and that's why you see all my panels. They always have both sides of every argument. I've struggled, that's why Lily. I'm very grateful for Lily to accept to speak. We've had more people sharing her position in the previous space we did a few weeks ago on this, a lot more than we do today. So it was easier for me to understand it last time. Now today, obviously after yesterday's events, it was very difficult to get any doctors that deal with these issues to come on the panel with transitioning to come on the panel. Hopefully I'll do a future panel. I'll have more time to prepare. We only had a day for this one, but can someone explain to me, and I know Catherine, you've interviewed a lot of people in the I'm just going to say in the space. Can someone explain to me what's the other argument? What's the argument being made for kids to go through transitioning and to go through puberty blockers? Like, what is, just mention it objectively, even if you disagree with it. Can someone really explain to me so I understand where they're coming from?
The biggest thing that I can see that it would be based off of passability, because if they don't start this process early enough, then they would not be able to pass as an adult. And which passing as an adult is such a huge concept, especially when you live in the world that we live in, where they think that there's a transgenocide going on. And again, I'm just being objective here and to how they would react to this. But that's kind of what they're saying, is that you need to be able to pass, or because they are so emotionally unwell that they will commit suicide right now, when I think to counter that, it's like what Catherine was saying earlier. I think that there does need to be doctor, it should take time, especially for children. It should take time going to therapists, and that, if you're having gender identity issues at a very young age, then you get them, you take them to a therapist until, they're at an age where they can actually consent to these procedures. And so those are the back and forth.
Can you explain to me what the transgenocide, can you explain to me that term?
Well, that's what they use when talking about like these bills that we're using to ban the medicalization of children. They're using the terms like that this is killing trans people, because that they are saying that it's literally going to be a transgenocide, because they're not going to be able to get their care, so they're going to commit suicide, as we were talking about earlier, the manipulation that you see with that. Or they're also trying to claim that there's so much trans hate out there that trans people are being murdered massively by the day, when there's only been like 35 trans people murdered in the US this last year. It's the percentages that are actually below that of the national average.
Yeah, I'll try to steel man as well, a little bit of that position, just based on, and I'm by far not an expert on this, but just based on the conversations and some of the research that I've done into this. And even just talking, I did an interview with Colin Wright, and his position is pretty, like, he's definitely not into kids transitioning. But even when I had spoken with him, he sort of admitted that there are some cases, they're just the criteria for knowing with pretty high certainty that a child is like the legitimately is like gender dysmorphia, that is very, very, very likely not going to regret that, is very specific, has to meet this incredibly specific criteria that most do not, but it does exist. And so most of the time, so in those cases, that treatment, I think what I see a lot of people talk about, they're like, well, they need psychological care and just to feel comfortable in their body. But the thing is, that just hasn't worked, right? So maybe there are other solutions, but we haven't quite found them yet. So that is something that that seems to be the only solution at the moment. And with what Sarah's sort of the point that Sarah made is the passing is quite a big deal. So to start these puberty blockers at an early age does allow trans people to be able to to transition much better in terms of looking, fitting in more, but also not to sort of suffer from gender dysmorphia in the same way for such a prolonged time, because they do experience that as suffering, if that is legitimately what it is. The problem is that I think people get misdiagnosed, as there's many issues that get kind of clustered into one.
Yeah. So
I might just add something to it. So this is going against this whole age argument, and I was going to go down this road, and that's why I was asking people like, what age do you think is acceptable, and so on and so forth. Now, the issue is, I guess a lot of people are trying to make the argument it should be over 16 or it should be over 18 because that's what they perceive as being adults. But the reality of the situation is quite different. So if you look at it, I mean, throughout the world, kids are active in these ideas from a very young age. So from 9, 10, 11, they're very well aware of their sexuality from a young age. I mean, data shows that between the age of 12 and 14, 25% of 12 to 14-year-olds are sexually active with more than one partner. So when you've got a populace that is sexually active, and they have the ability to make that decision, because we don't live in a society where we're stopping that from happening, then why can't they also make the decision about changing their gender?
So I'd love
you think because 13-year-olds are having sex that they should change their sex, Suleiman?
I'm saying if a 12-year-old and a significant portion of 12-year-olds are making decisions about sex and being sexually active, and so they can also...
That's got nothing to do with this. It's got nothing to do with this. These are children who are being taught that they're born in the wrong body. So what's that got to do with having this false belief that children are born in the wrong body and will only find true happiness by stopping the development of their body, going on the opposite sex's hormones, which together are causing sterility, and then getting surgeries still as a child so that these women can never breastfeed, they'll never be able to have babies. So these boys are stuck with a micropenis for life because puberty blockers stop their penises from growing. What the heck do young teenagers having sex with each other have to do with this ideology that teaches them that they were born wrong? What an abusive thing to tell a child.
Do you mind if I steal Suleiman's argument a little bit? So here's the thing. So I think we have within the young, teenage population, we have a diversity. Like we have a difference. Like there's some people who really are mature enough, perhaps, to really understand themselves and make decisions for themselves. And sometimes they're so mature that they, maybe sometimes they even apply to have separations from their parents. And yet sometimes you also have incredibly immature people who cannot make decisions for themselves, but they're all sort of treated the same under the law. So it makes it very difficult because you have to make, how do you assess that? So you're sort of taking away the individual sovereignty and able to control yourself because you've decided, well, under 18, you don't know best for yourself, and over 18, you do. But in reality, as complex individuals, as a child, you're not like a completely...
Okay,
well, first of all, no one should even be talking about this subject unless they've read Jamie Reed's report. Jamie Reed is the whistleblower from the Washington University in St. Louis. If you want to know the type of kids that we're talking about here, you need to read that report. These aren't kids who are thriving in society. These aren't kids who are popular. These are all the misfit kids. Half of these kids are on the autism spectrum. 35% of the kids at the Tavistock, out of a sample of more than 1,000 children, 35% had moderate to severe autism. If you include the mild cases, it goes about 50%. These are kids who've been traumatized. These are kids in foster care. These are kids who've been sexually abused. Their parents are 10 times more likely to have been sex offenders. These are children with severe psychiatric comorbidities going on, who are coming straight from the psychiatric unit in these hospitals into the gender clinics and being given puberty blockers. These aren't children who are thriving in society. They're not the cheerleaders. They're not the quarterbacks. These are the misfit toys from Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer. These are the kids who aren't getting any love and affection, and as soon as they come out as trans, they're being celebrated. And there are no safeguards anymore, because to have any safeguards at all is now deemed to be invalidating of their gender identity. So if you even suggest that they should be getting therapy, they take that as an offense, because now you're suggesting that these children have something wrong with them for believing that they're the opposite sex. At the WPATH conference last September, when they were having their annual meeting, WPATH is the World Professional Association for Transgender Health. In the opening ceremonies, some protesters rushed the stage, and they were advocating for the total abolition of all therapy completely. Do you know what happened? They got a standing ovation from everyone involved, including the executives. So this is an ideology that is teaching our children that just because they don't conform to stereotypes, and just because they're having a hard time fitting in, that they must be trans. that they were
Yeah, and I
born in the
think
wrong
what's
body.
happening, Chris, is that you have sort of the ideology mixed in with like real cases, and you have other conditions that kind of get mixed in. So that's the problem that I see, and I kind of empathize with that. And it's like, okay, well, how do you deal with it? Well, how do you deal with legitimate cases, and how do you deal with these cases that you also described? Which I definitely see your perspective there.
Let me ask you a question, Jennifer. I'm going to go to you with this question. There is the argument, and correct me if I'm wrong, if the numbers don't support the argument I'm making. There is an argument that kids that are going through gender dysphoria, and by the way, like, it's very difficult for me to make this argument because I just think giving kids the ability to transition their sex is not a good idea, to say the least. But let me ask the question anyway, Jennifer. If research shows that kids that go through gender transition, I'm talking about kids that suffer from gender dysphoria, based on an analysis report that was done. So after they saw a therapist, that reduces the rate of suicide and that reduces the depression that they have. Is that an argument worth discussing, in your opinion, Jennifer?
Yeah, well, it is. But the problem is, that argument, and I don't know where that specific study comes from, is focused, I would assume, if it was accurate, on real issues, children that are actually dealing with gender dysphoria. But if and actually what I was going to say adds into this. I think it adds into the whole conversation here. And right now, this is focusing on to trans or not trans kids. But with the situation that we had yesterday, we need to discuss the mental stability of society, and specifically the youth. If more kids are coming out now as trans because it's more accepting in society, then why are we seeing this violent reaction from it? And we are leaving out a major piece of this debate.
On that point, Jennifer, that's a good point. So talking about the violence, can you explain more what you're referring to when you said why we're seeing that violence from it?
Yep, that's what I was going to do. So, and in the beginning when this first started, I was hearing the argument from Virtual and some other people, don't assume the actions of one represents all based on an identity, which critically thinking people think like that. But that disregards my point here, which needs to be made specifically in the context of the shooting yesterday. And that is that the message has shifted in our society, but specifically through education and social emotional learning, to teach exactly this argument to the children, that if you identify as transgender, your enemies are specific groups of people: conservatives, Christians, parents who don't affirm and prefer to, treat underlying conditions first. This message.
I wanted you to jump in. I was actually messaging you to jump in, but there's an important point that was touched. 2 important points. So I just got a bit excited Simon. So give me a couple of minutes. Jennifer, before moving to that point, because that's a really important point that I want to dig into, I want to go back to my original question, because I know once we go down that path regarding the violence, it's going to lead to a whole new debate. And this one goes to Chris, who probably would love to respond to this. James and Chris probably want to respond to this with you, Jennifer. I'll read out what I was just checking to kind of see if there's any numbers that support the argument. I'll read it out, and that's not referring to kids, it's referring to people in general, but the point still stands. Research suggests that individuals with gender dysphoria who undergo gender-affirming treatment, such as hormone therapy and gender confirmation surgeries, experience improvements in their mental health, including lower rates of depression and anxiety. A study published in 2019 by the American Academy of Pediatrics found that transgender youth who received gender-affirming medical care, such as hormone therapy or surgery, had lower rates of depression and suicidal thoughts than those who did not receive such care. Let me continue. Just going to read out the rest of it. I haven't read it all, so I don't know what studies there is. Another study published in 2018 found that adults who underwent gender confirmation surgery had a lower risk of mental health, including depression and anxiety, compared to those who did not undergo surgery. While the exact outcomes on gender-affirming treatment can vary depending on the individual, research suggests that these treatments can have positive effects on mental health and quality of life for many individuals with gender dysphoria. It's important to note that gender-affirming treatment is not a one-size-fits-all approach, and that individualized care plans should be developed in consultation with qualified healthcare professionals. So based on that point, I just got that from just looking it up on ChatGPT. Based on that point, Jennifer, Chris, James. Is there, and again, that doesn't apply to kids. Is there an argument first for people that want to go through transition therapy? Is that an argument to support the concept of transition therapy?
Those studies are often only done in very short term when the patients are going through the endorphins boost that they get from the hormones that they're given. But once those hormones take place, there's a significant drop in that in that criteria that they're using for these studies. So they're not actually accurate from
they're also old.
If I could just come in very quickly, Mario, in response to what you've asked there, because we have to consider in society what our duty is around well-being and healthiness. And there's this idea of subjective versus objective well-being. And this plays into the role of counsellors and therapists. For example, you might have a client that comes to you with bipolar disorder who gets into states of mania, and at times they believe, for example, that they're the Messiah. I've come across people like this. And, you know, that person might report to you that actually that gives them a real sense of euphoria. They enjoy that feeling. They want to keep feeling it. But actually, as a medical healthcare professional, our responsibility is to ensure that people are not engaging in delusional thinking, that they're living in reality. And so, although that person reports as being subjectively well off, we can acknowledge as a society that they are objectively not well off. And I would apply the same thing to gender dysphoria, because we've moved away from reality. And if we take the position, which is the truth, that sex is binary and immutable, and that it's not physiologically possible to change your sex, then it doesn't really matter in some respects whether people are reporting satisfaction from transitioning, because they are objectively less well off because they're not living in reality.
Well, James, can I ask you,
just before,
is it okay?
Yeah, just 2 seconds. Sorry, Catherine. On that, so the studies by the American Academy of Pediatrics. So I think it's a study at least worth considering. Now, I know there's some people that say it's inaccurate.
Hold on.
You got to know the parameters.
Yeah, I know. So maybe this exactly. So maybe the study is inaccurate, and I think you gave examples of how it could be inaccurate. I just can't. You know, I think this is a separate discussion. But if there is a study that we all agree is accurate, that makes that point. Now, I know this is a hypothetical. Would that change your perception, James? Because you made a separate point afterwards that you're not living in reality. But
Mario, Europe is moving away from this. Europe's medical authorities are moving away from this. Not just in England, in the Nordic countries too. So
moving away from
they
gender.
Are moving away from gender affirming care of minors who can't even pick their own meal when they go to bed. Let's be honest. Let's stop
thank you, Prodigal.
Entertaining the delusions of the mentally ill. When you
I need to back up Prodigal for a second. I need to back up Prodigal. First of all, there are no good studies on kids, period. The only studies we have are all self-selected participants where they recruited their friends. Anyone who does any research into these studies can prove very quickly that these studies suck. And the person who's done the best job debunking these studies is Lior Sapir, Leorsapir. He works for the Manhattan Institute. I encourage everyone to go follow him and read his debunking of all these studies. I'm not going to waste our time talking about lousy studies when none have even been done on kids. And what Jamie Reed from the Washington University Transgender Clinic said is this same thing. She said this isn't even an experiment on kids, because with experiments, we have controls, we have follow-up, we have protocols that are followed. None of that is happening with these kids. Now, you referenced the American Academy of Pediatrics. This is essentially an activist organization. They are rejecting calls to do a systematic review of the science by their own doctors within their own body. The countries who have conducted systematic reviews, Sweden, Finland, Norway, England, and the state of Florida, where it wasn't the politicians doing it, it was medical professionals, have all found in every case that there is no evidence to support the transitioning of children.
Let's be honest, we don't even know the long-term side effects of this off-label branding that we're doing. Somebody at 15 may feel differently at 30 when they have osteoporosis and can't move. Like, this is just a bullshit debate. Everybody knows it. Let the adults stand up for once.
Can I have follow up on something that James said? I just thought that was an interesting thing that he brought up, and I just want to follow up with a question. So, James, you said that as a medical practitioner, there is kind of the sense of, if it's not reality, the idea that it doesn't matter that if after transitioning you do feel better or more euphoric or more okay with yourself. And so therefore, if I understand you correctly, that shouldn't be the treatment regardless. So my question is, what do you do with people? Like right now, that seems to be the only course for dealing with that. Because, therapy, because in the past you couldn't do it, right? You couldn't even provide that kind of treatment. So the only treatment you could provide was probably, talk therapy. And so it wasn't working, and there don't seem to be alternatives to it. So the only option was to kind of live within that, you could try and accept yourself as you are, but for someone experiencing what they're experiencing, that doesn't seem to be a very good way to live. It's a painful way to live. And so when they transition for the right people, that does bring them some sort of comfort. That may not be a great reality, a great alternative, but it is what seems to work. What would be the alternative in that situation?
Well, I mean, there's numerous studies which I can circulate afterwards demonstrating that therapy is extremely effective in treating gender dysphoria. But you know what's actually the best treatment of all? Doing absolutely nothing. And historically, this was termed watchful waiting. But the truth of the matter is that the vast majority of children with gender dysphoria will eventually settle into themselves. And it makes sense because puberty and growing up is a time of extreme uncertainty, extreme discomfort.
Well, I'm actually talking about adults. Because with children, I understand, because children, in some cases, that it's true. They may grow out of it, might be the misdiagnosed and all that kind of stuff. But with adults, I'm kind of
just before you answer,
Okay.
just before you answer, just want to mention, Chris, hold on. Just want Vivek Ramaswamy will be joining us shortly, just to discuss the national treating and trans issues. Go ahead, Chris.
Awesome. I'm glad he's coming on. I did a podcast with him about this, so it's going to air soon. So even with adults, we know that 10 years after sex reassignment surgery, suicide rates peak. They are 19.1 times higher than their peers after accounting for mental health comorbidities. So now, of course, everyone on this stage and in this room wants what's best for all of these people. But we are taking children whose brains are developing. They continue to develop until they're about 25, the prefrontal cortex, the part of our brains responsible for logical decision-making. And these neurodivergent kids, the ones with autism, their brains are continuing to develop more closer to 30 years of age. And we're saying that children at 10 or stage 2 of their pubertal development, who believe that a man comes down the chimney and puts presents under the tree, are capable of consenting to lifelong medical changes, which will leave them anorgasmic, infertile, and forever reliant on some external source of hormones. We're sending teenage girls into menopause and calling this love and inclusion and saying it's helping them to be who they really are.
But
this
again,
is
the
the
question
most
was
insane thing in the history of the world.
So,
question was
Bill,
to
Chris,
James.
I've got a question for you. Let me just be clear when I'm asking this question, just to push back. Obviously, my views are totally different.
Sure.
But Chris, I don't think you answered the question, and I'll explain why. What I asked previously.
What question?
Because again, we're talking about age, and my argument is this: because when you're talking about age and why we shouldn't do it for under 18s, and the main argument is that guess what, you shouldn't do it at that age because they don't have the mental development to do so. But then we accept as a society they have the mental development to basically engage in sex, they have children, some of them having children. So if you've got the development to do that, then why don't they have the development to make these decisions?
Well, no, I don't think 13-year-olds should be having sex at all.
But we don't stop it. In society, it's happening. I mean, it's prevalent. Like 25% for multiple partners is huge.
If 13-year-olds are having sex with other 13-year-olds, yeah, we're never going to stop that in society. But guess what? That's not sterilizing each other. That's not mutilating each other. These are doctors doing this to kids. These aren't two kids in high school getting busy with each other, Suleiman. This is a ridiculous comparison. I mean, these are doctors. We're not talking about sex.
So, Chris,
we're not even talking about that. We're talking about doctors. Hold on. We're talking about doctors who swore an oath to first do no harm. And you never address anything with the most invasive procedure right away.
No, but
so for kids, we shouldn't be doing this at all. Hold on, just let me finish my point, please, and then I'll stop. Even with these adults, even with these 18 and 19-year-olds, doctors swore an oath to first do no harm, and they shouldn't be going straight to the most invasive procedure. They should be screening for other mental health comorbidities. They should be screening for trauma and abuse, because in many of these cases, these kids and young adults have suffered abuse. Many of these girls have been sexually abused. And if you ask any girl who's been sexually abused how she's loving being a girl right now, guess what? She's not. And if you give them an escape route, well, some of them will take that. But we're not factoring in all of these different issues. People are complicated. Kids who are having suicidal ideation are having them for a variety of reasons. It's never just one thing.
But it's not even a settled science, right? If Europe is moving away from this, and we're literally tying taxpayer money to go after schooling and other government-funded programs that's tied to this ideology, it's gone far past this. And Mario, I hope we discuss
Europe's not moving away from it. I would say UK.
No, I'm not saying you. I'm saying, and I hope you guys are going to discuss. Antifa's rates are filled with transgenders. If you look at all this stuff at Story Hour, it's transgender Antifa. That's why their nickname is Transifa. This is a violent group. They went after Dave Chappelle. The House Democrats, one of their senior ranking members in their House, their son was arrested for attacking police. For that, this is the same Jerry Nadler who pretended that didn't exist. These two groups are intertwined to an extent, right?
So
they have overlap.
Just one point. I mean, UK is much more extreme. So, for example, we already have in law the sex education, relationship education for 4-year-olds. In addition to that, there's a policy which has been looks like it may come into law.
And they're doing that in the US when student scores are at record lows.
Let me finish my point. That is, once you transition to a different gender, you're not able to transition back. So UK is much worse. James?
The UK actually is, like they're saying, moving backwards. So the fact that you guys are even more progressive on other issues shows just how backwards the US is right now. So the UK, they shut down the Tavistock clinic for one. The UK has also said that there is no reason.
No, but they
behind puberty blockers
for kids with autism. There was a lot of autistic kids that were getting guided into
protocol. This is too sex protocol. Hold on. Did you say just one thing? Simon kind of slipped. Did you say that someone that transitions in the UK can't transition back, or I misunderstood?
That's right. They're about to put that into law.
Why? Well, okay. So what's the logic behind it?
No, they're not. That's false. That's false. There's no logic behind it because it's a total lie.
Sorry?
This guy doesn't know what he's talking about. That's not happening.
I am talking. No, 1 second. I'll put the article up. I'm not saying that it's the right thing. It's actually, I think it's wrong, but it is happening. So are you? If I produce the article which demonstrates that this is what our plans are, does that mean I'm lying?
Sure. Bring up what article. Here's what's happening in the UK. I can tell you exactly what's happening.
Go on, then tell us.
They conducted a review. Dr. Hilary Cass conducted a review. Please turn off your mic because we can hear the echo. Dr. Hilary Cass conducted a review, and the review found that there was no evidence to support what they're doing to these kids. There's no safeguarding in place. All sorts of kids with different mental health comorbidities are just being trans straight away. So they're shutting down the Tavistock and they're replacing it with 8 regional clinics where the focus will be on actually helping these children with the variety of different issues going on. They even stated that social transition is not some benign act. This is the act of giving a child a new name and pronouns. This is a very harmful psychosocial intervention. And of course it is. Think about this. You give a child a new name and you start calling a girl a boy. You're affirming a delusion every single time you use those wrong pronouns. You're affirming this belief that she was born in the wrong body. And this is a very harmful thing to be done. And we have teachers who have no psychological training whatsoever, who throughout the United States and Canada and other countries, you have schools and entire states that are hiding the social transition of children from their own parents because they treat parents as though they are an automatic threat to their own child. These teachers are already mandatory reporters where if they think there is abuse going on in the home, they are required to contact Child Protective Services. But they're treating parents now by default as though they are a threat to their own kids, Chris, and they're socially transitioning kids.
On that point you've made, so I want to go to Liza, thank you so much for joining us. Sarah, on the point that Chris made in terms of using a pronoun as affirming that someone was in the wrong body, but obviously you'd prefer people to use the right pronoun. Would love your response to that particular point, Sarah.
Yeah, but it's true though that using different pronouns and social transition is not neutral act. I wrote a whole article in Human Events about how the sunk cost fallacy works in terms of transition. And when it starts with, especially in children, when you start to, when they change their name and pronouns, that is an initial investment that it's hard to turn back away from. It's a psychological phenomenon that we all experience. And it's mostly looked at when you look at like investing money. Like when you invest so much, you use like, well, I might as well not turn
but guys,
around.
What would you say to people like I know Buck's position, and I think Buck, you don't mind if someone doesn't use the pronoun that you like, and I don't put words in your mouth, but from memory from our previous spaces, and I'm glad you're back, Buck. But the question I have for you, Chris and Sarah, and then I'd love to give Liza the mic for a bit. But the question I have is there's a lot of people that did transition and are happy with their new body. And I would use Buck as one such example. I think, Sarah, I could use your experience such example. So, Chris, for those people, would your argument of using a pronoun will affirm that they were in the wrong body, even though they're happy in their new body and they're just more happy in general, less depressed, less suicidal thoughts, etc. Would that argument still stand?
Okay. So, Mario, my issues with kids. We shouldn't be doing this with kids.
Fair point. Okay.
I hope Buck lives a long and healthy life. Now, I was just at Florida State University today, talking on campus. In the middle of a thunderstorm, I was joined by Chloe Cole, who started transitioning at the age of 12. They cut off her breasts at 15. She transitioned less than a year later. And I testified at the Florida legislature yesterday. Anyway, a trans activist came out to counter-protest me today with her trans flag. She actually spoke at the legislature as well yesterday. And she told me at first that she was happy. She's been transitioning for 6 years. She didn't want to say a word. So I just did what I did, what I do. I started asking some questions and she started opening up. And at one point I got to this part of what I was saying where I said, we have these kids who are chasing this dream of finding true happiness through transition, and the puberty blockers don't get them there. So then they go on to the next step, which is testosterone for girls or estrogen for boys, and then eventually surgeries. And it can take them many years until they realize that this wasn't the right thing for them. But as soon as I said the word dream, this person who had just minutes prior told me how happy she was, said, "Dream? Do you think this is a dream? Do you think this has been a dream, what I'm going through?" And she got extremely emotional. It was extremely triggering, and she walked off. Because she's not happy. So she said she was happy because she is chasing this goal of trying to find happiness, but it hasn't helped her at all. She's still completely miserable. So what these kids might tell you is completely different than reality.
Right, sorry, I found the link of what I was saying before Chris went on a tirade. Basically, the argument was this: I'm against it. What I was trying to say before I was interrupted was, and I put the link up of where it was talked about, and I'll find the articles later, where what they're saying is they're banning conversion therapy, but even for people who have transitioned, and so they won't be able to transition back. You can watch the YouTube clip and see what it's about. Now, it's unacceptable, but it shows the level of how far things can go, that if you basically ban a person from transitioning back because they believe they made a mistake, they believe that they made a wrong decision, maybe they were influenced when they were younger, whatever it may be. If you have a society where you're unable to let a person reverse a decision which may be wrong, that's a highly problematic. And so hence why my argument was that the UK is much worse. In the UK, we also have a curriculum.
Can I ask you a question? How are they keeping the doctors from doing the detransition back? Is it threatening their license? What are they doing?
They socialize medicine.
No. Suleiman's mischaracterizing what this is. He doesn't understand it. No one's stopping anyone from detransitioning. The word itself doesn't actually mean anything. You can't detransition. You can't undo permanent damage that has been done. You can't grow your breasts back. You can't undo the damage that testosterone has done. So he's talking about a conversion therapy ban. This has nothing to do with detransition.
It could, though. No, so what they have in other places is that if you transition, the National Health Service, because they have socialized medicine there, will pay for the transition, but they won't pay for you to go back. So they won't pay for you to get breast.
Well, you knew what you were when you transitioned, right? I mean, this is science. It's settled, no?
So anyway, Chris, I'm not mischaracterizing it. I've basically relaying what's said there. Now, you can say the reporter is mischaracterizing it, That's fine. You can say that the draft doesn't specifically say the way she said it in the report. That's fine. But I'm literally relaying what is what was said there.
I prefer Western culture and society that model its gender beliefs. So if they're Bangkok ladyboys and some obscure Native American tribes that never ran a modern industrial society, like, let's have honest conversations. No.
Okay, hold on. That bill you're talking about is about banning conversion therapy. It's got nothing to do with detransition. So conversion therapy historically, as people understand it, and it's this whole idea, the term itself has been weaponized to get other ridiculous bills passed by just scaring people because everyone naturally is against conversion therapy. But conversion therapy historically was trying to make gay people straight using different methods. And yes, we should not be doing that, period. Gay people are gay. It's not a choice, it's an attraction, and it is what it is. Now, we have bills like what passed in Canada, where they passed a bill last year. Can someone please mute their mics because I'm hearing an echo? We had a bill passed last year unanimously where it's now considered conversion therapy in Canada to help a girl feel comfortable as a girl or to help a boy feel comfortable as a boy. That's ridiculous. It's totally fine to convince the girl that she is a boy. It's fine to convince the boy he's a girl. That's called helping them to be their true self. But to help them feel comfortable with their own sex is now considered conversion therapy. And all this bill you're talking about in England is doing is saying if someone is trans, we shouldn't be trying to make them not trans because that would be conversion therapy. It's not saying people can't detransition.
So before I want to shift to Jennifer's point and relating to the events that happened yesterday and a point you made, Jennifer, about violence and this whole movement or the extreme side of this movement causing more violence or more violent sentiments. But before that, Liza, I want to give you the mic. Just kind of, I know you've been listening in the audience, and I appreciate you accepting the invite. I want to get your thoughts as well on what's been discussed so far, and especially with a focus on kids, because I've been struggling to kind of make the counter argument as to why, or trying to understand why anyone would want to allow kids to go through this process. Like, there's some points made that one of the speakers made it earlier about if you start early, then it's you'd be the transition would be more natural at an older age. The second one would be reducing depression and just the kids would be happier. So these are the two points that were made by another speaker trying to make the counter argument. But do you, even if you don't agree with it, Liza, can you see or can you try to bring light to the counter argument so I can try to understand it before we move to the violence side of things with Jennifer and Catherine? Oh, I don't know where Catherine is, but Jennifer and other speakers. Go ahead, Liza.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm driving, so hopefully the signal stays. I've got to say, I agree with the person who said we as physicians took oaths, and the oath involved the premise of first do no harm. I think that this is terrible for kids, and I think that physicians are too afraid to step up to the plate to say that. And I think that there are a lot of things that kids would like to do that are much less significant than we let them do. We wouldn't let them. I mean, think about it. You go to school, you have to sign off a release to have a school nurse give Tylenol to a kid or asthma medication to a kid or an EpiPen to a kid because of the potential for harm. We've had previous discussions about vaccines, and I know a lot of people on this platform don't agree with me in the vaccine department, but because of the very remote chance of harm from a vaccine, I honestly, unless it's a question of an intersex case, or a very extraordinarily rare case, I cannot give a reasonable argument for why this should be done on children. It's a separate issue if it's an adult, and I'm not going to weigh in on the age of consent for somebody that I consider to be an adult, in terms of somebody who's over 18, and that it needs some huge psychiatric evaluation prior to going that far. You know, in the 50s, the way you treated mental illness was with lobotomy. And the way California is trying to set it up now is that if something is standard of care at the moment, no doctor is allowed to go against that standard of care. Well, so if that were the case in the 50s, we'd all be doing lobotomies on these kids with developmental issues or autism or things like that, because that was the standard of care. And so I cannot condone this, and I think that there are so many physicians who are absolutely terrified to come up and say that this is harmful, and it truly is.
Can I share a different perspective so that kind of helps people think about it outside of it? Because I think sometimes when you're trying to describe the thing using the thing, we get kind of, you know, into a mud pit. So late last year, we saw that. Now, for those of you who aren't in the United States, State Farm is a huge insurance company, huge. And they auto insurance, the whole 9 yards. In fact, they're so big, they actually they were the main sponsors of the Super Bowl. Okay. So they had a lot of sponsorship into these LGBT groups, GSA groups, Gleason, groups that basically, it's pro everything that we're saying here. Transition closets for kids, you name it, right? So they're all about that. They're in the schools, yada yada. But here's what's the hypocrisy that we pointed out. Every parent who has children under the age of 25 know the pain of having to pay a higher premium. Everyone knows that. Why? Because every single accident study that the insurance company has ever done shows that most vehicle fatality accidents happen between the 16-year-old drivers in the United States at 16 to about 25. So they charge a higher premium. Why? Because they are unsafe drivers. Why? Because they're young and they make dumb decisions. They take risks. They don't understand the consequences of their action. Every parent accepts this. They accept it. They pay the premium. They don't question it. They charge boys a little bit more than girls. So we don't even question that, because every report since the beginning of insurance has proven that. We don't question it. But yet, State Farm will sponsor organizations that says, you are too young to be a safe driver if you're 19, but your 15-year-old sibling, your 13-year-old sibling can get a double mastectomy. The hypocrisy of that is staggering, because you're charging a higher premium from parents for under 25-year-old drivers, but then giving the organizations that says that if their younger sibling can make
courage. I've got a way to play devil's advocate briefly, and then I want to finally shift to the violence topic that Jennifer touched on.
Awesome.
So courage. Just and one argument I could try to make is that, you know, I think we all agree that the relationship between a parent and their kids is one that the government should never get involved with. Correct?
Mostly correct, right?
Mostly, exactly. That's what I know why you say mostly, because then if you say to them, okay, if the parent says to you, okay, cool, I want my kid to transition, I'm against it. So I usually don't have opinions, but I can't not be against this. But like, why is the government getting involved there if we're giving them the liberty to make any decision they like? Who are we to make it? Who are we to be involved in that decision?
Well, for example, if we knew that a father was sex trafficking her daughter, we would step in. This is why we've had.
But sex trafficking is illegal. Gender transitioning is legal, but just a certain age limit on when it should be legal. I think there is in some states, differs. So it goes back to the same argument. Then maybe a counter argument to this, I'd say then, yeah, there are places where the government should get involved. But this is where the line, it's difficult to draw the line. Who decides where the line should be drawn? And it gets a bit murky.
Right. And the reason why you see in the United States the government getting involved is because, look, I don't believe the government should get involved in the parent-child relationship. This is what started the problem in the first place, because we've got government schools getting involved. The reason why we're having to push these policies now is because the therapist industry, the psychiatric industry, the medical industry have all colluded to go for this affirming model. Just like
and as a physician, if you object,
you
your
get doxxed
job is
terribly.
on the line. Your job is on the line. Your license is on the line. And physicians, remember, especially young physicians, are on average $250,000 in debt. Their take-home pay after they've paid off everything is about $36,000 a year. So that's a real threat to them.
Let me read out this message before we move on to the violence. Let me read out this message that was sent by an audience member. I won't mention who they are because there seems to be a lot of hate messages that come out from this topic. It's one of our spaces that people get the most hate messages. So that's why we struggle to get speakers on the other side, and why Slimane made the point for the audience to kind of focus on learning rather than sending stupid hate messages. All right, so I want to read out this message from an audience member. Transgender, and let me know what you think. Very briefly, Courage, Chris. And then I want to go to the next topic. So I'll read out the message. Transgender modifying debate, it should depend on the duration of which they're identifying as a certain gender. After 19 could be redundant for health therapy. Okay, so there's a point he made. After, and the person that's listening, I'm reading out your message. If you want to come up, I'd be very grateful for you to have you on stage. After 19 could be redundant for health therapy. Do they mean that after the age of 19, it's very difficult to transition your gender? Is that what they mean? Maybe Buck, maybe you can answer this point. Is that what they mean by that message there? When they say after 19 could be redundant for health therapy? Or James?
Hey, first off, thanks for inviting me to
Buck.
this. This is a great conversation.
Pleasure to have you,
I appreciate it very much. Yeah, I appreciate it. So first off, again, people, it's a very, very delicate conversation. Everybody comes to transition for a different reason, and especially adults. Now, as you all know, I am 100% against, and I'm a transsexual person who's been transitioned for 30 years. You can't make blanket statements like that. Children, first off, cannot transition. We're proving it doesn't work. It's completely insane. How dare we put children into a position like that? And you're going to see a shit ton, excuse my language, of these children completely, what we don't like to use, detransition in the next 5 years. So I don't think that question really can be answered, because you're making these really blanket statements about people and about things and about, you know what I mean? Everybody comes to this reason of why we want to transition.
So Buck, let me read out the second sentence in that message. If a person has identified, so certainly nothing, so the person says, certainly nothing before the age of 14 based on brain development. So if, under age of 14, it should not be allowed because brain is still developing. And then they say the following: if a person has identified this way, so a certain gender and the opposing gender, obviously, since the age of between 2 to 4, all the way up to 16, then that's their identity, and transitioning their gender would make more sense. Is that a fair argument, Buck?
No, it's not a fair argument, because I didn't transition until the age of 30. Now, I'm not saying I'm the end all be all, but I have never looked back after 30 years. Now,
you transitioned at age 30?
Yes, I'm 60 years old. I transitioned at the age of 30.
Man,
yes.
You look great for 60, Jesus.
Thank you. But that being said, I made an adult choice. Now, I also lived as a woman. I lived as a gay woman. I lived an amazing life. I didn't live a bad life. I just didn't feel comfortable in my body, whatever that means. I don't even want to.
Bro, listen, Buck, I'm just looking at your photo, just quickly, man, at your photo. For I don't know how old this photo is, but at 60, you can look like a man that could beat the hell out of me up. So
Mario,
you're more manly than I am.
Mario.
This is insane. It's a gender transitioning pretty damn well. But yeah, I'll let you continue making the point. Sorry, man.
Well, no, I appreciate you, my friend. Thank you. But that being said, it is so important that people hear this. Kids can't make these choices. I don't care what anybody says. I know a lot of these young kids who are now changing their minds. They feel pushed into it by their friends. They feel all of their friends are telling them they're trans if they feel a certain kind of way. So I don't care if this kid has been transitioning, whatever that even means, at 14. And then at 19, oh yeah, he's solid at 19. We've all been kids. Every single person in this room was once a child. So you can even use your own experience as a child in this conversation. And you can know from the age of 19 to the age of now, you've probably changed not only your professions, but people you've been with, all kinds of things in your life. So I'm going to full on disagree with that.
Okay, so I'll go to yeah, Sarah, I'll let you touch on this, and then right after Sarah, I know James, you've had your hand up for a while, but right after Sarah speaks, I want to go to Jennifer to kind of make your point again, Jennifer, on the violence side of things, because that's the next point I really want to focus on. Sarah.
Yeah, so I just wanted to piggyback onto what Buck said, because there is no reason why children cannot consent to this, and that shouldn't be happening. Now, I want the commenter, and part of what they were probably trying to say is that like every transsexual that I know knew that something was different around the age of 4, right? And so I always like to say that it's a square is not a rectangle, but a square is a rectangle, but a rectangle is not a square. And so then they kind of conflate that as well with the Lisa Littman study that showed that, 80% desist by the age of 18, and then that rest of that 20, or by 16, and then that rest of that 20% would be the people that are actually trans. But at the same point in time, that was done in 2018 before all of this had become really a trend. And so that study it's not as valid because there's a lot of manipulation happening as well.
So one other question, and that was sent by one of our regular panelists that was meant to join today, Joa Santos. Many of you might know him, and he says the following. He says, we all talk about free speech, so people use the Constitution all the time as an argument for free speech and gun rights. Why? So I'm reading out exactly what Joa is saying. Why do they selectively apply it only to certain rules and not others? In other words, why shouldn't teachers be allowed to speak to children about this issue if we're all proponents of free speech? So maybe Sarah, do you want to touch on this? Sarah, James, and then we'll go to Jennifer's point on violence.
Well, it's not a free speech issue. It's a what are you paying for when you send your kids to public schools issue, as well as grooming is not free speech. Like it is a crime.
Can you define
Sarah,
can you define grooming? Because I hear it a lot and I've never asked anyone to define it.
Yeah, it is getting basically, especially with a child, what it is building a relationship outside of the parental relationship that ends up leading to a sexual relationship with that child or the sexualization of that child. So when we look at hiding like gender transitions or keeping secrets with children, just keeping secrets with children away from parents, that is 3 of the 5 typical patterns that groomers have, which it starts with, the third is the keeping of secrets. And then the 4th would then be using that secret to then basically blackmail the child. Like, well, if you don't do this, then I'm going to tell your parents your secret. And then if you do, and then later on, it turns into something sexual. And then they've already had this established relationship where you can't tell your parents if this happens. And so it's not full on grooming. It's 3 of 5 typical patterns of grooming.
Yeah, you're breaking up, Mario.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead, James.
Could I just make a very brief point on the shooting, because I'm based in the UK, it's late, and my fiance is going to kill me if I don't get off the phone in a minute. If I could just pass a quick comment, which is that while I'm not going to speculate as to the motive while the investigations are ongoing, I'm interested in the impact of gender ideology on public discourse, and I've seen 3 different types of response on social media to the shooting. The first is I've seen mainstream media companies becoming more fixated with getting the pronouns of the shooter right than focusing in on the horror of what occurred, and I think that's frankly shameful. I've seen a number of trans activists online saying that it's bigoted and transphobic to even reference the shooter's gender identity. And I've seen a number of trans organizations, including the Trans Resistance Network, attempting in some way to justify the shooting. They put out a statement saying, quote unquote, hate has consequences. And all of this combined sends a real message to me, and I think many of us out there, that we have a serious...
So James, you've made... Okay, so James, I want to go back and forth with you on this. So you made 3 points. The first one is about getting the pronoun right. The pronoun right. Okay, so the second one you said that you're talking about the media. The second point you said was it's bigoted to mention that the girl is trans, the person is trans, the shooter. And the third one is hate has consequences. Well, on the first one, gender pronoun, getting it right, you can see as Even me, I was a bit careful with it, not because of the shooter. I don't really care about the shooter. I don't know anything about the shooter, and what he's done is what she's done. He's done. See, again, I'm being careful. What they've done is evil. But the reason we're being careful with the pronoun is, again, there's a whole community that will be targeted. They'll be facing the consequences of what that person has done. Similar to when a Muslim, a crazy. So if my mic is too loud, moderators, let me know. But if a Muslim person has gone and done something horrible, you can go back to Osama bin Laden. What Osama bin Laden's done with the Twin Towers. A lot of Muslims suffered because of those actions. So it's about the gender pronoun one. I'm kind of making the kind of argument. It's not hard to make it. The second one is about bigoted, to mention that it's trans. I don't think it is. I'll let you answer that one first before I go to the third one. So, like, you can still cover the issue. James, can you hear me? Nick, can anyone hear me?
I'd love to touch on this if I can.
Yeah, cool. So James, we can all hear you. Cool. Yeah, so you're back.
Look, I can.
Go ahead, James.
I can hear you. I can.
James,
is he cutting out, or is
Can
that
you hear me?
he's cutting out?
No, he's
Yeah,
cutting out.
James, you want to get? Yeah, we can hear you now. Go ahead. Yeah, so you're making the point on the gender pronoun, right?
Can you hear me? Okay.
Yeah, man.
You're right. Apologies. I agree with you that we shouldn't be brandishing whole communities and groups of people as responsible simply because they share attributes with whoever the shooter was. But what I'm saying is that this fixation and obsession over getting pronouns correct. I've seen media, mainstream media, basically abdicate their responsibilities to report properly and accurately on this because they're fiddling around with getting the right pronouns and focusing on what exactly is this individual's gender identity, whereas the crux of the story is that a horrific shooting spree is taking place in which children have been murdered. And I think to fixate on pronouns distracts from the more important issue. And I believe it's in the name of virtue signaling.
Do you share the same criticism, James, of all the people who have had the outrage machine kind of go off and fixated on the fact that the shooter was trans and how dangerous the trans community is to the general public as the result of this one shooter being trans?
Well, they did try to stab Dave Chappelle too. I mean, I could list off a whole bunch of incidents.
I've had my arm broken. I've had my arm broken. I've been assaulted more than 20 times by trans activists. More than 20 times.
I mean, Andy knows.
So Chris, yes, but if you're going to be outspoken against any group, that happens. We've had many panelists that come in. Liberals get beaten up by conservatives.
Only from the left.
No,
where? Conservatives are never beating up liberals. This only comes from one side.
Hold on.
From the
What
far
do you mean? You can't. The far right, you're saying they're never going to be violent. Both sides are violent. I would treat both sides equal. I think there's evil on both sides.
Yeah, but only one side got called domestic terrorist by the president, and Jerry Nadler said Antifa and these issues don't
I'm not. So this is the prodigal. You're moving the politicized, so politically correct. The establishment.
Mario, you're
just
wrong
quickly
on
before you answer, Chris. So prodigal, the point you've made and something we've covered here is that so the establishment, etc., is more left. The social media, at least FBI is a bit is both. But for example, social media platforms are more left. Maybe the administration is more liberal. Liberal administration, Democratic administration might be more criticizing conservatives. I agree with you there, but I'm saying in general, and I'm talking about the world.
They don't respect
we're talking
conservatives. You cannot push this on conservatives.
No, we've covered. But we've covered. For
conservatives, for some, their strongest identity is their religion, their cultural values. If they're ethnic, if they're Indian, that their culture and their religion is their strongest identity. You cannot mandate on children at a time they're at historic lows in testing, and now you have schools removing testing.
No, so prodigal, prodigal, you're moving away from the point. Prodigal, what I want to say, the point I want to say is that because we've covered so many topics here, the extreme of any position is not like whether you're left, whether you're right, whether it's trans.
The Democrat norm is they want to chop off little kids' genitalia.
Yeah, but I never said that's the extreme. You're putting what? I'm not talking. I'm never. No. I'm not talking. I didn't say.
This is a mainstream Democrat position.
Mario, let us address this. It is a false statement to say that the violence is equal from the left and the right. Almost all of the violence is coming from the left. Posey Parker just had people dump tomato soup on her head the other day. She was getting pushed. She had a mob of 2,000 attacking her. Why? Because some moms and grandmothers wanted to speak out about the mutilation of children and the attack on women's rights.
Yeah, they got
I've had my arm broken. I've been sucker punched in the head half a dozen times.
So we had Lily as well. Just say 3 days ago she was
done.
I know you're not done. We're going back and forth. Chris, I know, but
Alex Stein just 2 days ago was assaulted numerous times. Police officers in Oklahoma Capitol were assaulted.
We had
you
Lily.
Can't point to any conservatives assaulting people.
So I'm not gonna. I don't want to label. So I don't use the labeling. The conservative person, that a liberal. If someone assaults someone, whether they're conservative or liberal, it's wrong. We had Lily on stage just now. She was slashed 2-3 days ago. She's a trans woman. She was slashed 2-3 days ago. What I'm saying is there's violence on both sides. Now this is a bit off topic because I think.
Have you looked at the in-group violence?
I haven't looked at. I wasn't preparing for this debate, so I haven't looked at the research reports of violence on the left or the right. So that's why I want to get into it. And I wasn't prepped for this debate. I'm just I've never had anyone make the argument that there's one side that's violent, the other one is not. Because I've seen violence on any angle, whether you're talking about the Iran, the Middle East tensions or issues in different wars in different countries, any issue we cover, the extremes, violence always exists on both sides. We're covering the Ukraine war. Ukrainian soldiers have done things that are violent and that are that break Amnesty International's rules, whatever rules they can't break. War crimes.
Okay,
so we've had war crimes on the Ukrainian side. You've had war crimes on the Russian side.
War.
No, so
now
yeah,
you're comparing. You're comparing puberty blockers and concerned parents about what their kids are doing.
Hold on. No, Chris, I've never. Stop putting words in my mouth and arguing back at me. I'm not making that point. Let me.
You're the one playing whataboutism here.
No,
Marty.
I'm not playing whataboutism.
You're playing whataboutism.
You made a statement
on this issue. All the violence comes from the left.
Okay.
No, wait. Okay, you know what? I'm going to jump in here. That's what I'm going to do. Chris, I understand exactly where you're coming from. Trust me, we align a lot more than you probably think that we do. But Mario does a very good job of coming into these spaces and asking very balanced questions, right? So he's proposing a question to you and asking you to explain it to him. That's it, because there are some people in our audience that do have a different side of it. Yes, he is.
I wasn't aware of that.
Yeah, he's a moderator, though.
That's the whole point. Yeah, Mario, answer your question. Maybe not.
Dead air.
Oh no. Yeah.
Oh, sorry. I was speaking to myself. Sorry, Nick. I was muted. So the only thing I push back on, Chris, and I try not to generalize, is in general. I'm talking not about this issue, and I don't have any statistics. So I wasn't prepared for this, but there's violence on both sides of any argument, any debate, and I don't want to politicize it. And violence is bad no matter what. If someone is violent, someone that on Lily that was on here before, and she got slashed. That's wrong. And if someone's violent towards you, that's wrong. And whenever someone gets hate messages in the space, you went there, Slayman made a whole speech about it. Hate messages are not okay. So I just wanted to not politicize violence. It's not okay in general. But the point I wanted to ask,
do I get to address that? Do I get to address that, or do I get cut off?
No, I'll let you address it, and then I want to go back to the question. So you'll address it, and then come back to the point that James made, the initial point, which is about hate. The point that hate has consequences. So James was talking about one media outlet that said the phrase "hate has consequences." So I wanted it to get some more thoughts on that particular point. But go ahead, Chris. Chris, you there?
Okay, I don't know anything about this Lily incident. This is the first actual violent act I've heard of. I would like to see proof of it. I can point you to hundreds of actions of violence on this issue, and it all comes from one side. Trans activists and Antifa are one and the same. People all over the country, all over the Western world are being assaulted. Mothers, grandmothers, reporters are being assaulted almost on a daily basis by trans activists. It is not going the other direction at all. I stand on a street quietly, having calm, fact-based conversations with people, and I've been assaulted about 25 times. I've been mobbed by groups of 200 while politicians watch and cheer it on. In Ottawa, I was punched in the head twice. I was painted on, spat on, had my car keyed and my signs destroyed, and the leftist government officials sat there applauding while the police just watched. I've had police arrest me twice after getting assaulted. I've had my arm broken. Alex Stein was just assaulted repeatedly the other day. Police officers in the Oklahoma State Capitol were assaulted by trans activists. Posey Parker was just assaulted.
The Merrick Garland said today this wasn't an issue.
It's everywhere all the time, and it's getting worse. So yes, on different issues, sure, there's violence. You're talking about a war. Of course there's going to be violence on both sides. That's an insane war.
So, Chris, you
But
don't
on this
think
issue, all the violence is coming from one direction.
I mean, to be fair,
you don't think there's any violence?
Well, no, just for 1 second. Just to be fair to Chris, I mean, even though he's given some anecdotal examples, there's logic behind it, because you've got a scenario where people who are liberal, very emotional, and any scenario where you've got someone emotional, emotion leads to anger, leads to aggression, leads to violence. So, I mean, from a logical point of view, it makes sense that they're going to be significantly more violent than the other side.
So, Chris, just a question.
Well,
go ahead, Catherine, the last question.
Yeah, I was going to say, I mean, I certainly zero tolerance for violence, and words should not beget violence, right? I do think that words can be provocative, but they should not beget violence. But I think the idea that there is no violence, like that denial that it never goes the other way, and you're just kind of denying.
Yeah, how many right-wing protests at college campuses?
Hold on, Prodigal, 2 seconds. So, Prodigal, 2 seconds. Prodigal, I'll give you the mic.
We can't just speak over people.
Yeah, hold on.
Kind of...
Prodigal's chill. He'll stop pretty quickly. But yeah, so I have to ask you a question, Chris, because I got another question right after.
Okay, I think she's asked it. I'll address it. So if something happens in the gender world and in this trans business, I hear about it. Like, I get 100 DMs a day. Every single thing that happens, I hear about. I'm not aware of any violence going towards these trans activists. The number one thing they say is that they're under attack and they're getting murdered all the time. So there was this long-standing myth that trans activists were getting killed in huge numbers. And I've tweeted out a video that was really professionally done by this well-known YouTuber. I can't remember his name right now, but I'll tweet it out again. He debunked every single fact of this. So 2 years ago, for example, I think there were 53 murders of trans-identifying people in the United States and Puerto Rico. Of those 53, I think 8 were in Puerto Rico. And when you look into every single act of murder, well, they're not all murders. A lot of these were people getting killed during the committance of a crime. Some of these were murders by their lovers. So this wasn't transphobia. This was a lover's quarrel gone very wrong. In a few of these instances, it was due to prostitution. But the actual murder rate, when you look at it, compared to the actual number of transgender people, was less than half of that of the general population. So they were more than 2 times as safe, statistically speaking, than the general population. And when it comes to random acts of violence, that's murder. But when it comes to random acts of violence, honestly, I never hear about it. It's always from one direction.
So let me read out. So Catherine, I've just looked up statistics. So first, I want to make it very clear, considering the timing of this, there was just a shooting yesterday by a trans person. So, you know, the timing, obviously violence exists on that side. And we've seen, you know, Chris, you've experienced that on stage here. Do you remember we had a panelist last time? You made a very good point. You made it very respectfully. And then she jumped in and cursed you in the middle of the space. And we rarely have that on stage. So
Keffel said he effed my wife is what he said.
Yeah, so I empathize with you there, and you face violence yourself. So, you know, it's coming from experience. So I want to make sure that I'm empathetic to that side. But at the same time, and I thought that was known, so I didn't expect to be debating this, but I just looked up some studies quickly. So according to a 2015 survey conducted by the National Center for Transgender Equality, I'm just going to mute everyone, so it's a bit of background sound, and just unmute when you want to speak. 47% of transgender individuals had experienced physical assault in their lifetime, with 10% experiencing sexual assault. The same survey found that 59% of transgender individuals had experienced discrimination or harassment in public accommodations, such as restaurants, stores, or hotels, and there's a bunch of other studies listed. So what I'm saying is that I think, and it's not surprising to me, like I'm not surprised considering how polarizing this topic is, and you've seen in our spaces how heated they get. I'm not surprised that there's violence on both sides, but I just don't want to dismiss that people that are transgender, again, that is not moving away from the whole debate, doesn't talk about, all the other things we've discussed are a separate topic, but I just want to acknowledge, and it's not surprising, there is also violence towards transgender people. And we had one person sharing experience here, and we've had a lot of DMs from panelists saying, I'm not coming on stage. If you notice one thing, Chris, getting people, we had more last time than this time. And the reason is, they literally tell us this. They're like, Mario, we can't come on stage because, and now more because of yesterday's events, they're more scared today. But because of the violence and the hate messages they get. So if you look at the messages they get, everyone gets hate messages. I'm sure you do as well. But the amount they get is insane. The amount of hate messages.
I mean, come on. Some of us have NATO and everybody hunting us down.
Yeah, I know. But Protocol, what I'm saying, Protocol, what I'm saying, it doesn't, Protocol, all I want to say, the only point I make is that it goes both sides. It's very wrong, and that's the only point I'm trying to make. It's not just one-sided. But again, look, if you've got research reports that proves me wrong, then I'm open for that. But I'll let you respond.
How come we're only seeing How come we're only seeing videos of trans activists repeatedly assaulting peaceful people? Why aren't we seeing these?
I'm sure. I don't know. I haven't searched for videos. I can't answer
if
that.
If they could find it, it'd be on CNN 24 hours.
It would be everywhere.
Let's be
100%.
Come on, let's use
it. It would be on CNN. It would be on NBC, ABC, CBS. We would all see it within minutes. It would be absolutely everywhere, and we see none of it.
Look, it does happen, but here's the thing: is it doesn't happen in the mass scale and the mass protest events that we're seeing from the left. There's one side that we see it in very big public ways, but it's the same as like what's her name, who was just on here, mention how she got assaulted. That happens simply because you're trans.
So actually, yeah, Sarah, let me actually ask you directly. I want to ask you, Buck and Ollie, because I know your position is more on not on the far left of the argument. So in the last debate, you were kind of on one side, we had people that were transgender on the other side. So considering your position, can you tell me more about the experience of being transgender? Like, am I wrong in assuming that you did face violence? I'm not saying it's extreme and maybe it's overblown in many instances to further an agenda, but as far as I understand, transgender people do face violence as well.
Yeah, of course. I mean, I was sorry, Sarah. I was transgender, and you get a lot of negative comments. You do get people stopping you in the street, and you get people assaulting trans people. It does happen a lot, so we have to consider that. And it's heartbreaking for anyone that's assaulted, anyone that's attacked. So I very much sympathize with those people. But, trans communities and trans activists are now saying there's a trans genocide when there really isn't. Women are trying to have a conversation with these people. As we saw in New Zealand, these women tried to speak, they were speaking about their rights, about their protection in their spaces. And trans activists, which do not represent the whole trans community, they hijacked that movement and started violently punching these women, which is just disgraceful. And that's the issue we're having now. People want to listen to
it's a little funny
to help them. Sorry.
What's funny?
It's a little funny that the women's movement helped usher in their own demise by biological males. I mean, it's a little ironic, no?
Yeah, I mean, Prodigal, I actually agree with you a bit, because that's why whenever they complain about...
Sorry, was that addressed to me?
Whenever people complain about the women's sports issue, I'm like, so what? Feminist causes drama, so now losing spots.
So I want to go to so that kind of leads to my next question, is that considering where we're at today, and Chris, you were kind of focusing heavily on the violence from people in the transgender community, the extremes, to people that are on the other side and against gender transition. Where does that come into what happened yesterday and the risks of violence if they do own guns? And should that, should any action, should regulators take any action from the events that happened yesterday? Chris?
I don't know what action you take, but I don't know what action you take, but here's the thing. This is the message we keep hearing, is that it is Christo-fascists who want to cause a genocide of the transgender community. I'm told, I'm not religious at all. I constantly hear how it's because of my religion and Christ and all that sort of stuff. There is this push from the left against Christianity. All the other religions, they get treated fine, but Christians for some reason are now treated as Christo-fascists. And there is this constant rhetoric from the left that we're trying to cause some genocide of transgender people. No, you've got moms from the Democratic Party standing out on the street with me, grandmothers standing out on the street with me, like at Boston when I had a protest there. There were 200 violent Antifa people on the other side of the street. There were about 10 people with me. Most of them were lifelong Democratic voters, and most of them were moms. And how did the Boston Globe report us? They said we were white supremacists. Then they said I was on a tour of terror. And they refused to even speak to any of us. when you have these tame, gentle, beautiful moms whose children have been indoctrinated into an ideology and whose children are struggling. And they won't even listen to the message. They just write this outlandish propaganda that we're all trying to terrorize the transgender community. And so what do you get yesterday? You get a transgender person shooting up a Christian school. Is there a connection? I think there is. So really who bears a lot of blame for this are the Democratic politicians pushing this garbage and the media, because the media keep pushing this because they know it sells.
Does the Democratic Party go and say, let's shoot a school? I mean, is there no individual responsibility in a person's behavior? And just
of course there is. Of course there is. But they're constantly pushing this idea that that reasonable people who are trying to have just nice, normal conversations about children who are being harmed for life. We should be able to talk about this issue more than any issue in the world. That's why I quit my business and everything and uprooted my life to start conversations, because there were no good conversations happening about this. I went outside into the real world.
Chris, just to come back on that, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, isn't it possible that it wasn't actually due to her hating the Christian community, but in reality, she was a person who attended that specific school.
Yeah,
she might have had issues with she might have issues with that specific school, and hence why she went and shot her up because of her mental health issue.
But it also, I just want to clarify, based on the reports, it does look like there was more than one school that was being kept in mind. So I want to add that in there as well.
Yeah, of course. I'm just highlighting the irresponsibility of the media and of politicians and people who have big platforms who are pushing this as hate. There's nothing hateful about wanting to protect kids from permanent harm. And these people need to get more responsibility. They need to act more responsibly, and they need to stop trying to create division with all of their articles, because that's all they try to do is stoke division. They're stoking these fires.
That's being stoked right now in terms of all the articles and the Twitter tweets that are specific to the trans community, and how they're sort of responsible now for this lone individual going out and shooting people.
Well,
I mean,
a lot
that
of them
person
posted on
is
social
responsible.
media encouraging this, right? A lot. There was a
Who's encouraging? I'm sorry. Who's encouraging shooting a school or shooting a church? Like, I don't see tweets saying go and shoot a school.
I agree. You can look. I'm pretty sure the Post Millennial has an article.
So protocol, but so these people exist in any sector of the community. There's going to be political extremists that would post like this in the dark web. There's going to be extreme
institutions.
Sorry, go ahead. So go ahead. What do you say?
One is being covered by institutions, right? One is having their ideology pushed by state actors and institutions. I mean, Biden was trying to tie this to the free school lunch program. Like, to act at this specific delusional group and look at them like they're powerless, when literally they are changing everybody's reality to force them to abide by it, and then say, maybe it's too much. Maybe you're humoring them in their delusions. Led this person to this point where he felt he could kill people because he's entitled to, based on some bullshit human right he just made up.
I'm sorry, but again, the right that's made up has never been to take another people's life. Like, that's never been anything that anybody's.
You don't even know the net harm that's going to be done. You don't know how many kids are going to detransition. You don't know what these off-brand prescriptions are going to do.
That's a different. You're tying in.
And you're still defending it like it's settled science.
No, but you're tying in a separate discourse.
What happens when gay marriage got legalized?
Protocol, you're making good points. I think just way moving off the point. You're making good points. They're actually valid points. I think people will agree with you on those points. But just kind of moving off exactly what Catherine is saying on that particular point that Catherine is making.
It's like saying basically, okay, I've seen people on the right, and I'm just using that as an example, right? This happens on the left as well. But I've seen people advocate for
Catherine, let me make your point. So I thought so Protocol, listen to this point here, and I think Chris would want to push back on this one as well. So in 2018, there's and I don't know these stories, I just looked them up now. Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School, a gunman opened fire, killing 17 people and injuring 17 others. The shooter had a history of extreme right-wing beliefs, including expressing racist and anti-Semitic views online. Illinois University, 2008, gunman opened fire, killed 21 people. The shooter had reported expressed extreme left-wing political views and had a history of mental health issues. 2015, gunman, 10 people dead,
Now do
injuring 9.
percentage of the
shooter,
population
hold on.
based on
The
their
shooter,
demo and see how it translates.
yeah, I will. The shooter had expressed anti-religious, anti-government views online, as we reported a member of a white supremacist group. So I'm just saying there's political ideologies that trigger school shootings as well. I can look at statistics.
Well, what percentage of the population is transgenders, and what percentage of violent crimes are they committing?
If anyone has those numbers, yeah, go ahead, Chris.
I've got to run. I'm going to be on Alex Stein's show on the Blaze at 7:30. If anyone wants to tune in, Mario, I want to thank you for having this group. My point is just that, especially lately, well, for a while now, the violence from trans activists is amping up. It's all over the place, and I do think the media bears some responsibility for this, because they are stoking the fires of division, and they need to stop doing this. They're lying all the time.
Before you leave, before you go, I just wanted to.
Hold on.
I just wanted to thank you for your correction, because you were right. So I appreciate that, and I do agree with most of your views on this. I just was pushing.
Oh, Simon.
Chris, before you leave, I heard you say something like the left is the ones pushing the violence, and you rarely see it on the right. I would say the exact opposite. I think that there's much more violence coming from.
Of course, you would, Brian.
Yeah,
everything you say is pretty much wrong, Brian. So
Christmas parade. I forget.
I don't know why we have Brian Krasenstein in his face anyway. He doesn't even know anything about
in 12 hours.
I'm sorry you don't want to hear facts. You don't want to talk about topics with people you disagree with, Chris.
Brian, all you do is spread misinformation and disinformation.
No, Chris.
Tell me, are you still hosting Ponzi schemes? Have the feds raided your house lately?
So before personal attacks, so just
let me just get my point in.
You're the definition of a libtard, Brian.
Just on that particular point there. So Chris, Brian said this earlier as well. I would have interrupted Brian and said, Brian, so him saying that there's more violence from the right over the left, I would have jumped in and corrected him the same way I did. This is why I just think there's violence from all sides. I don't have any statistics to back it up. But Brian, I would push back.
No, Mario, I didn't say that. I said, in my opinion, it seems like there's more violence coming from the right than from the left, especially lately. I mean, you look at January 6th alone. But Chris, I don't attack people. I discuss ideas. I know you want to call me a libtard and make up all this stuff about me, but I'm here to just discuss the issues.
Are you saying it's made up that you are hosting Ponzi schemes? Was I making it up that you had websites hosting Ponzi schemes?
Okay, wait. Let's keep it on topic, please.
Can I say something real quick?
Brian Krasenstein, if there was an actor for the Democratic Party with a paid script, it would be Brian Krasenstein.
You know, Chris, you
this
like
guy's
when
pointless.
people personally attack you, and I can't believe that you're engaging in the same behavior. That's
what
just
personal
not,
attack? Pointing out facts that his house was raided for hosting Ponzi schemes?
Yes,
is that a personal attack?
I've discussed that numerous times, Chris. My house was raided. I was never charged with a crime in my life or arrested in my life. It had nothing to do with Ponzi schemes. It had to do with ads we sold on our website. Why are we even talking about this? This isn't what the Those
I know all about it, Brian.
You can look them up.
I know all about it, Brian.
Okay, all right. We're going to attack me with lies, saying that I'm a liar. You're the one.
Why do we even have Brian Krasenstein in a space about gender ideology?
Let's turn back to the topic instead of
this guy's the biggest joke on Twitter, and he always has been.
So can we stop the personal attack? So
I gotta go get ready for my TV show.
What was that?
So Brian, I'll let you make your very quickly. I'll make the point. I want to go back to topic. I think Chris dropped out as well. But go ahead, Brian. I'll let you make your point, and I think Jennifer or Courage will try and jump in as well.
Yeah, thanks, Mario. Yes. So I get that there's one incident. Okay, so one instance, and then paint the entire transgender community as this deviant group because of that is no different than me saying somebody attacked a police officer during the January 6th attack on the Capitol. So all Trump supporters are deviant people. It's not fair.
So Chris made it. I'd like you to respond to this, Brian. Chris was making the argument, and it's a fair point. He's saying people on the extreme, on the transgender spectrum, the extremes, the people that are trying to, we've had him on the previous panel, that are trying to push the ideology and push it down to teaching it to kids, and being aggressive to anyone that opposes them, and being aggressive when having discussions about them, and then using the word, I learned about a word today, transgender genocide or something along those lines. So those extremists have been violent, and this is something that's kind of growing, and that's a point. That's a point of concern for Chris.
So Mario, I want to say about the hate. Every time we hear the word hate from the transgender activists, it's misconstrued. What they do is they create a reaction and call the reaction hate. So if they come after children, it's almost like a checkmate move, because if you come after children and start indoctrinating them, if the parents don't do anything, either fear or guilt, then you have the children, that's a win. If the parents react, which most decent parents would, who wouldn't, then that's considered genocide and hate. So it's a checkmate move. And now here we are, intelligent adults talking about it as if it's equal. But it's not, because the measure of a parent is to protect their children. When adults come after them, especially in a public school setting or in any setting, of course they're going to react. And when you call that reaction hate or genocide, this is the point. Before you jump in, Catherine, this is the point I'm making. So what I've also sensed, and going Jennifer
back to
will cover that in more detail.
So we'll go. I know Jennifer's waiting to speak, so I want to give her the mic right after Brian. But this is what I've seen as well, Brian. Like, even within the transgender community, and we've had this in the previous panel, and even today, we have Buck, we have Sarah, we have Ollie, and others within that community that are pushing back against the extremes within that within the community, the people that are just a lot more aggressive in making their points and being very aggressive to anyone that disagrees with them, instead of engaging in healthy discussions. So we'd love to get your thoughts on that, and then we go to Jennifer.
Yeah, so there's absolutely extremes in every group. There's extremes in the transgender community. There's extremes in the Christian community, the Muslim community. And these people do horrible things and push horrible things onto other people. But to take one instance or a few instances and paint the entire group in a negative way is ridiculous. I mean, you can say that about pretty much any group. Christians who push their beliefs on other people and think that if you're gay, you're going to hell, and preach that to people. That's full. Just like transgender people pushing things too far as well. So I don't think you can just point to one situation like the transgender community or one group. It's every group has extremes.
Well, Brian,
hold on, we'll go to Buck, and then go. Jennifer's waiting, hasn't spoken. So Buck and Jennifer, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, go on, Jennifer. Go on. I'm sorry.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Look, Brian, and I don't think you were in here. Maybe you left or something when I was talking earlier, but this was my point. So thank you. Right on cue. Here you are. You are arguing that we should not judge based on individual situations, groups. Here is the problem with what you are arguing, because the children, the youth in education right now, they are being taught exactly that, to judge based on groups and not individual circumstances. So someone was saying earlier, nobody is telling people to go, these children to go, or youth to go shoot up a school and a church. Of course they're not doing that. That isn't going to work. How do you make that message get across? You control the message to the innocent, and they are doing that through education. The anger and division and the violence that we are seeing and that we're arguing, and why this space came about from yesterday, is being cultivated by teaching children that their circumstances are because of systemic oppression and an inequitable society that they live in, and that it is their duty to be agents of change and take actions. They are exploiting these vulnerable children. They are building emotional bonds with them and directing their anger at specific groups, which is exactly, Brian, what you're saying shouldn't happen, but it's happening systemically in the institutions, and specifically education right now. That is how the children are being taught. The government is weaponizing children against specific groups and identities. And on the transgender issue, the example I would give is that, if you don't affirm these children immediately, then you are trying to erase them and you are the enemy. And that is the message, the collective message that our children are receiving in the education system right now. So your argument is coming from a point of, even though I don't agree with your side of it, your argument to not judge based on a group, I agree with that, but that is not what is being delivered to the children through the education system today. And that is why it is not an irrelevant argument, because that is not what they are receiving.
I mean, anybody can come and say those things, but I don't see any evidence of that. If you want to say that teaching children that there's systemic racism still within American society, and that is pushing a hateful narrative, I just don't get that. I don't see that. We've learned the same things when we were in school. When we were in school, we learned the same things.
No.
Yes, we absolutely did. We learned the same. The curriculum is not much different from when we were in school. The only change is that
Can you tell me
the
when you graduated? Would you mind telling me that?
2000.
Like, give me a year when you graduated.
2000.
Okay. So the education system transformed starting in 2011 completely around the idea of systemic oppression and racism. So what you were taught, okay? Hey, I graduated.
Where is the evidence of this? Where's the evidence of that?
Wait, I have all of it. I know everything. But as far as
you know everything
goes,
hold on.
I graduated in 99, and I'm telling you that the system that we went through, everything shifted under social emotional learning and education. It is all now delivered through the lens that I just explained, that through the systemic oppression, and here are your enemies, and that it is based on group identities. So everything that you're basing your argument on is outdated, because the education system has transformed, and it started in 2011. And it is completely transformed today going into the private school. So what you're basing your argument on is irrelevant. It is not how it works anymore.
Yeah, but what you're basing your argument on is just your opinion right now. I don't see any facts I don't see any facts that point to anything that you're saying right now. So okay. I mean, it's easy to say things like that, but show me the facts that there's been a major change in the way kids learn about race, about religion, or about any other aspects of.
I mean, to be fair, Brian, groups. I do think that I think you would have to have a closer look at the education system, because I do think that Jennifer is correct in the way that it has changed. I've been out of school for a long time myself, and my sister is now an educator, and just looking at the curriculum and how things are, what is even allowed and not allowed to be taught, it has shifted significantly.
Hey, Brian, let me, this is not opinion, okay? I was a teacher. I spoke out against this transformation in 2019, and I was fired for doing it. I have worked for the last 4 years to understand and educate people all across this country on what is happening. This is not an opinion. I can back up everything I am saying. So
but what I'm saying is, the opinion is that this material that's being taught is somehow preaching hate, or preaching a feeling of not belonging to white kids or straight kids, and I think that you can't. But that's your opinion. That's your opinion.
Not, Brian.
Yes, it is your opinion. Is there a study that says that the current curriculum is making white kids feel more uncomfortable, or straight kids feel more uncomfortable with themselves, or making them feel like they are victimizing other people? I don't think there's any study like that. And if there is, I'd love to see it.
You're wrong, but you won't stop talking to listen. So it's called social emotional learning. It is in 100% of the public education system. Every school district, every school uses it. And it is all based on systemic oppression and racism.
Show me a study that says all this.
It says the word equity.
Actual scientific study.
It has the word equity right in it. And equity is putting people into different classes, the oppressed and the oppressor classes.
Well, not only that, the
calling for equity is putting people in different classes. It's actually the exact opposite.
No, it's not. You are trying to give the oppressed, what quote unquote oppressed classes, a leg up so that you can create this equal division, but it's not an equal outcome. You're trying to get an equal outcome and not an equal opportunity.
Well, I can even give you more than that. I don't have to use equity. Brian, the teaching method that our education system uses today is called culturally responsive teaching. It's the other CRT. It's the praxis of critical race theory.
Wait. So let me clarify let me clarify which education system you're talking about.
So this is actually a global movement, but what I'm specifically talking about is in America. And it is in 100% of the public education system. It's called culturally responsive teaching or cultural competence, which is to teach children the division and the oppression of our country and that they need to be agents of change. It is exactly what it is. So and it's social emotional learning. So
you're saying that teaching kids that we should be more equal and we shouldn't be divisive is
not what
a
it
negative thing? But that's what you just said it was.
Yeah, but Brian, what we should be teaching our kids is how to read, write, and count, how to add, subtract, and multiply. And if you want scientific evidence, we're failing at that. If you need more than that, you're just trolling the room.
And I agree we're failing at that. And I think that we need to improve
We're failing
there
at
for
that
sure.
because we're not getting that right. And you're adding all this other bullshit that most people in this room do not care if their kids learn.
I think a lot of that has to do with the pay of teachers who don't want to teach anymore because
you got
it's not worth it.
Short 300,000 teachers in this country right now and asking them to do more and not paying them more. They got
agree.
their hands full
Absolutely.
teaching math and English.
I agree.
And history. So why do you want to stack on race issues and emotional learning? They're teachers. They're not therapists.
Comprehensive sex education. I mean, it goes, they're adding that to schools, which is absolutely should not be taught in schools.
What does it, Sarah? What does comprehensive sex education involve?
It goes all the way down to the kindergarten level, talking about sex and sexuality and gender. And so you're teaching this at a kindergarten level all the way up, and they try to make it what they call age appropriate. And most of it's not, because like even in schools in Chicago, for example, the Laurie Children's Hospital has donated sex toys to the local school districts in order to teach comprehensive sex education to children.
Well, I don't think, by the way, I think the problem is maybe it's not appropriately done, but the idea that it shouldn't be taught at all in schools, I don't agree with that, because it's like the idea that only parents can teach that. A lot of parents don't know how to teach that, don't know how to talk to their parents, don't understand it, or it's perhaps against their religion to even teach it. So I don't think that's
but it should be their choice. I'm all for what's called an opt-in
But
system.
Catherine, if it's against the parents' religion to teach it, why is the kid going to it?
But look what's happening with that, like in states.
And why
Where,
when did it become the teacher's responsibility to teach about sex?
well, I don't think it should be a general teacher. I think it should be a specialized a teacher. But I think with parents,
who in this room has kids that are sending their kids to the first 12 grades for sex education? Because I didn't send my kids to school for that.
No, yeah, but no, Brad, but what happens with that is like if you look at states where sex ed was outlawed, that they're far more likely to have problems with STDs, pregnancies, and abortions, actually, which is what a lot of Christian parents seem to have an issue with, right? So it doesn't have very good results.
But it's the parent's choice, right? And so
back to Mario's point on, look. They are teaching this systemic oppression. They are teaching this division. And in order to do that, you have to aim their anger and their attention towards certain groups. And so just back to Mario's point, this message that the youth is receiving is that there are all of these people out there against them and that they need to take action to do something about it. And I wanted to bring that back around here for a minute to make my point on what is happening and how children are being taught and influenced. It's extremely dangerous and it's subjective, Brian.
But no, it isn't though, because if you teach your child that the right and wrong of equality, and if you teach them that we should all treat each other as equals, and they understand that, they're not going to feel like they're the ones being.
But that's not what they're taught. They're taught.
It is.
Brian, how many kids do you have?
In school.
How many kids do you have, Brian?
What's that?
How many kids do you have?
2, but I have nephews I have 3 nephews who are older in this school system.
So
I have 2 kids who are just starting the school system.
You need your kids or your nephews taught
feedback on this because it's something that's really concerning to me, right? So when you've taught the system of oppression that you're going to be erased, that we need a trans visibility day, you're not being seen. I've seen videos all over just recently talking about being misgendered and they're not being seen and they're being erased. And then you teach them this. And then on top of that, you start messing with their hormones and giving them hormone replacement therapy that can cause serious aggression in women transitioning, quote unquote, to men. And then on top of that, you throw in the hyper emotional state that a lot of them will find themselves in, particularly from the female to men, and then men to women as well, because you're completely screwing everything up. But that hyper aggression, that existential threat that the entire world is trying to erase you. And then you get this rhetoric, like from the media, honing in that this was a transgender person and putting it way out there instead of talking about the fact that this girl went in and shot up a bunch of kids and adults in a school. But what are they doing? They're hammering home the transgender. Why? Because it's violence, whether it is pro or against. Number one, they want to trans Floyd, right? So they want aggression against trans people. But then number 2, they also want to convince people that there's violence surrounding the trans community. And they're not talking about what they're not talking about is the insane amount of aggression that is coming from the female to male demographic. You see this all the time. You saw it at the Jeff Younger protests. You see these at all these trans protests. It is the women, quote unquote, that have transitioned to men that are far more aggressive than male to female. And I think it has a lot to do with the drugs that they've been given, their hyper emotional state, and where they're going. And so, Buck, I think you probably have way more insight than I do on this. Am I going down the right path? Here.
Well, first off, my friend, I want to correct you. They are the ones who are in control of this charge. You must understand that these are biological men. They were socialized as men. They lived as men. They have a different way of being. I was socialized as a female for 30 years of my life. I come to this in a different way of being. So I'm going to push back on you and tell you that the violence is coming from the male to female space. And that being said, I want to say this. These kids are being controlled. I transitioned and it was the best thing I ever did. I became less violent through my transition. I was much more aggressive, much more angry, much more disconnected from the world prior to my transition. When I transitioned, and I take testosterone and I still take it 30 years later, I feel less angry and less violent feeling. So there is something to be said about that. I think these kids who are being put on hormones, specifically the female to male like me, yes, they are becoming aggressive because they are also being taught to be aggressive. And this community is not the same community I grew up in. And it's why I'm here and why I'm very outspoken about it. The community used to be very loving. People used to accept us. I've been accepted in this world. I travel the whole world. People love me. I've never had the most hate in my life from the world it's been in the last 5 years. And that is coming from my actual community. And I'm going to say this to people who are not going to like to hear this, who are in the trans community, but my trans community has gone off the rails. It is no longer the same community. It is a misogynist community. It's a hateful community. It's a community that does not want to coexist with all of you in the world. It is taking over.
Why? What led to this? Why?
Well, because certain people, it is such a great question, Mario, that I don't think I can answer. But the only thing that I can say as somebody who's standing back and who has decided to step up, because I can no longer take some of the violent things that are happening towards women, the violence towards people out there.
Look, I got a few questions for you, and I guess points as well. Because first of all, when you said that the most of the violence is coming from biological men who are trans women.
Yes.
We have to remember, first of all, they're the very minor part of the trans community, because the majority of the trans community are actually women who transition to men. And obviously,
that's not true. That's not true. No. That's not true. The majority of the young people, yes, the majority of the young kids right now are young girls. They're not the violent ones. The ones that are violent, if you go look at any of those protests, go look at
sorry, Buchan, that wasn't my question. My question was, what percentage of the trans community are biological women?
I don't know. There's no statistics on that at all. We don't have.
The reason I'm asking that question is I'm sure I read some statistics that's 80% of the community, and now that's a greater question.
That's not true.
So I'll read out. So some studies, some studies, I've just looked it up now. Some studies have found that the proportion of transgender women and transgender men is roughly equal, while others have found that transgender women transgender women are more common. But it seems that even if transgender women are more common, it doesn't seem to be that different. There's a couple more studies that they're relatively similar. There's one here by the Williams Institute at UCLA did a survey. 44% identified as transgender men, 46% as transgender women, and 10% identified as non-binary or gender queer.
So what about the people? What about the people who didn't take that poll? What about the people who are just self-identifying, like this shooter in Nashville?
I mean, that was a woman as well, wasn't it? That was a biological woman as well, wasn't it?
That's somebody who's self-IDing. You have to understand when we opened up self-ID, we ruined everything, and now anyone can just be trans, and that's the huge problem here. Because anyone in this room right now can say they're trans without any kind of mental health evaluation, without any kind of understanding the system or understanding. The reason why I'm solid, you have to understand the reason I'm solid is because I went through years of therapy before I could even take hormones, before I could even have surgery or any of that. We must understand, I'm going to cry.
But what you just argued, Brian, is exactly what they're allowing the children to do.
This is not okay. You don't understand. This self-ID is the problem. We have lost control of a community that has now been turned into some kind of radical activist, insane space. This does not represent transsexual people. It's upsetting to see these young people who think they're transgender and they're not, being put in a position of, oh, everyone's after you, go get them, kill people. These little young people are being brainwashed into thinking their lives are at stake because they're trans, and they're not even trans. You have to hear me, everybody. We must pull back from this. This is going to hurt so many people. I mean, how can we have a shooting like this? How can we have this and people don't want to talk about it in my community? And people are like, oh, well, now everyone's going to use it. Yes, we are. We are going to use it against this trans community because this is what is happening. And this is just the beginning, my friends. This is sick.
One thing I do want to bring up, though, is when this shooting just happened, and I feel like there's all this framing around the shooting that has happened, and it is around being trans, and when we really don't know all the facts of why person did it, and why. Yeah, so why are we framing it that way?
Because people are using us. That's exactly right, Cap. People are using us, and I've been saying it forever. This is exactly what's going to happen. I feel like somehow I'm a conspiracy theorist. I feel like they've been waiting to do this. They have created an army of young people, and young people are very, very vulnerable. They're influenced, and all these kids have some kind of mental shit going on with them, and they're using all these kids in order to create an army. And that's what they're doing with this one shooter kid right here. They're going to release, now they don't even want to release his manifesto or whatever it is, because now that's transphobia or something. Are you kidding? We need to, we release everybody else's manifesto. Now all of a sudden a trans person has it and we can't release it. We have to release these things. We need to dig deep. We need to see what's going on. And that's just the surface of it. The fact that they're using this kid, we don't know if he's trans or not, or if she's a she or a he, but you understand what I'm saying, Catherine? This is why I see it. We're now going to use all of us against this. It's heartbreaking.
Well, I see it as being used by, I guess, both ends, but I think we need to treat it the same as we would treat anybody. But I also think that that there is this kind of mass hysteria. So I guess one side is, like trying to treat it as a different case, right? Not wanting to release the manifesto, covering certain things up. But then on the other hand, you see people using it as like, look, trans people are extremely dangerous, and this is done because this person is trans, which is like maybe, but maybe it was maybe the wrong medication. I don't know, right? The thing is, we don't know, and we jump to these extreme conclusions based on narratives that we want to build, and I think that's extremely dangerous. And it feeds into some kind of a machine, as I call it, the industrial outrage machine is what I've been calling it. Industrial outrage.
It points to the lack of mental health resources in this country. I had on occasion people with acute psychotic episodes sitting in the emergency room on a bench for 6 days straight waiting for psychiatric care. So I think that we've done a great disservice to people who have underlying mental health problems, and that then psychopaths are taking advantage of those people.
So Liza, I think you've made a good point. I want to ask this question to Jennifer. Jennifer, what happened yesterday? Is it an issue of treatment available for people with mental health problems, or should it be anything? Should we even be discussing the transgender debate when it comes to yesterday's shooting?
Yeah, thank you. And I had jumped in earlier, and sorry, Buck, I think I said Brian, but I was just wanting to confirm what you were saying. So anyways, here's the problem that we're going to see, and it's coming right now. They are going to say, we need more mental health supports, and everybody agrees. But the problem is the mental health supports that they want to implement will be more of this, supporting and affirming these genders and pushing of this division through, and I will specifically talk about the education system with the children, but that is the mental health supports. They're going to say we need more counselors and social workers and all of these things. And in my opinion, we need to stop pushing the children because it's creating these mental health extreme level. But their answer is to support the message to these children that they've already been pushing, and then what we're seeing from these organizations and the government institutions that are controlling education right now. Of course, they've already came out with their response to what happened yesterday, and it is not about looking at how they are dealing with children or the mental health supports that they're bringing into the schools. It is about we need to take the guns. So it's always about pushing an agenda.
So, Book, you know what we were talking about previously? I did think that I read it somewhere. So this is from the NHS, which is the UK. And what they said was in 2017, from the NHS, because I think in the US, you guys don't have the same situation as independent statistics. But in the according to NHS, previously, in the past, the people who were looking to transition, 75% were men. 10 years previously, but in 2017, 70% of referrals were females. And that makes sense to me because even when you look at it from the lesbian or gay community, the vast majority are lesbian. And so there is, again, that's a different argument about, who's more impressionable, who's more influential. And so the reason I brought that point up is because you have a scenario where, male to female transition is a minority, and then it's a minority of a minority. And then within the trans community, it's a minority. When we're talking about them, because I do see a lot of, when you look at on social media, when you see anywhere, everyone's always talking about male to female transition and not the other way around. And I think that's as important. And we saw the result of that yesterday was a woman, a male to, I know she didn't transition and used any self-ID. That makes sense as well. But that's just another aspect that people need to look at and people ignore. And I think that's an important aspect. And that's why, and so when you look at it on social media, whenever anyone's taking the mick out of the trans community or having an issue with it, it's always male to female, and the other side needs to be looked at. And we saw the ramifications of that yesterday. Not ramifications, but we saw a female to male, and we don't know what could happen later, because the vast majority of trans, in my view now, based on the data, is going to be female to male.
Well, yes, 100%. I think more young girls are transitioning to be boys. Yes, I do think that. But that being said, my friend, you have to remember you're going through a system, and that system is regulating. I know lots of people who do not go through the system, and they self medicate. They do it all on their own without going through a system. And there's a lot of male to females who are doing that. So they would not be counted. But I will agree with you. There's a large percentage of young girls transitioning to men now. But I would say, for my own opinion and from what I see as an elder in this community, I see more of the violence and more of the control is coming from male to female transsexuals.
But do you not think that they receive more of the violence as well, though?
Well, no.
So for example, you know, in the gay community, so gays receive much more. Gay men receive much more violent attacks than lesbians, even though one would think it's the other way around based on media. But if you do you not think that the transgender, biological men receive more violence as well?
Well, it depends. I don't think so. I think I just, you know, as a gay woman, I got my ass beat all the time. So I'm going to push back on that too. Again, this is kind of where I've lived in this community for 30 years, and that's not what I see. But what we see being told out in the world is different than my own lived experience. So I can't answer that only from my own lived experience. I'm not going to answer it from statistics, if that makes sense.
So I wonder, with that though. Yeah, I'll give you whoever was speaking. Who was just jumping? Oh, Sarah, was you? Yeah. So I just someone sent through this School of Law Williams Institute. So UCLA did this study, and the title is "Transgender People Over 4 Times More Likely Than Cisgender People or Straight People to Be Victims of Violent Crimes." So I just wanted to I think they sent it through when me and Chris were going back and forth. So I just want to kind of highlight that. It does not take back from the radicals in the transgender community that Buck you're referring to, but it kind of goes back to the point that Sarah and Buck you both made, that people that are transgender, and that's any minority in any group, that's human nature. You know, they always tend to suffer, at least in the early stages, and we're seeing this here. So transgender people are more likely to be victims of violent crimes. Again, I'm not saying this to kind of move away from the other point that is made, is that there's radicals in the transgender community, and that's not acceptable.
But Mario, of course, you know, I've dealt with all of that. Here's what I'm going to say, and I'm going to sound like an asshole, but I don't care. You know what? Life sometimes sucks, and life sometimes is hard, but you have to move through the world. So this idea that only transgender people get the most hate, and that is just not my experience at all. And so I think this idea that we're the most, you know, marginalized, and we're the most.
I didn't say so, but I didn't say the most.
No,
so I don't.
You,
yeah. No.
You.
Okay. Sorry.
Not
Yeah.
you.
Go ahead. Okay.
Yeah, not you, Mario. I'm just saying it's a narrative that keeps being put out there that I don't necessarily see, nor have I felt. I've only felt really more people coming against me more than ever in the last 5 years because of the rhetoric. It's the rhetoric coming from the transgender community and making everyone in the community feel as if they're a minority and they're not going to get anything.
So you think it's being over-exaggerated by some radicals within the transgender community to advance their agenda?
Oh yeah, 100% I do. Because how did I get to where I'm at, my friend? I'm a business owner. I'm a family man. I have kids. I have an amazing life because I actually picked up my own self. And I did it for me. I didn't do it for a community, and I didn't do it for the world to see me. I did it for me. And so that's the thing, that we have this message in our community that says you're never going to be anything. You're always going to be trans. Everyone's going to hate you. And any community that does that is going to have these kind of kids that are just dealing with so much hate and violence that they think is out there. And we have social media pushing all of this narrative that, you know, oh my God, nothing's ever going to be good for you because you're trans and all of that. And I have to push back on that because that's just not true. It's just not true.
So with this too, like what we're not doing, and we're not dealing with the other comorbidities that come along with this. They're actually pushing trans as like this magic cure for other comorbidities. And, you know, I have my issues of how our mental health system is set up right now. Like we overprescribe SSRIs when there's other experimental treatments that have shown to work a little bit better than SSRIs. And so we have different things that we can do in our mental health community. But the thing is we can't push this as on everybody as a whole. And the only reason why this person being trans is relevant, because I mean, it's correlation doesn't necessarily mean causation, because we don't necessarily know, but because they've been pushing that Tennessee is this hotbed of all these bills that's erasing, killing trans kids, and then the media is calling the trans genocide, and then the mental health aspect. I mean, there's this Trans Day of Vengeance that was going around online.
What's that? What's that? What is Trans Day?
So
what?
There was scheduled for April 1st. There was a Trans Day of Vengeance, is what they were calling it.
What is it? What does it
DC.
mean? What does that mean? Trans Day of Vengeance.
You can only imagine that would mean some sort of violence in DC. I mean, that's what vengeance would kind of insinuate, right?
Yeah, I'm just looking at it now.
So
Trans Day of Vengeance, correct?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, I didn't hear.
Apparently, Twitter was taking down posts about it too.
Yeah, I'm sure that's why Jamie got a 12-hour suspension earlier. And so we have to look at the other factors, and we can look at this instance because, again, there's just so much that goes into this one aspect that it points to that this was a hate crime against a church because this person went to school there. Something could have happened. And there was a thread yesterday that there was possible sexual assaults going when this person was going to school there as well as a child.
Let me ask the audience. I want to get an idea. So we see that happen all the time. If a Muslim person goes out and shoots down a school or does anything, obviously there's hate crimes against Muslims and that sentiment grows. I want to see from the audience, get an idea. Is there anyone in the audience that feels more critical of the trans community or feels any form of hate, I'm going to use that word, towards the trans community after what happened yesterday? Or are you guys not linking the trans community to what happened yesterday, and that's just one deranged person? There's systemic issues within our mental health system, within the trans community potentially, within extremists there that should be addressed, but that does not change your sentiment towards the trans community. So I'm just curious there from the audience what you feel. I'm going to go through the comments. In the meantime, I want to ask a question to Sarah and where's Buck? Buck, I think, dropped out. I'll get Buck up.
By the way, I think before you ask the question, I'll just say that the Day of Vengeance, actually, in my view, is a more significant thing than this particular incident, where I see that as one individual as opposed to this is much more of a collective.
Yeah, and I want to I see Buck there on stage. So Buck and Sarah, do you have any concerns after what happened yesterday that as transgender individuals you could face more hate crime or discrimination, or is not a concern of yours after what happened yesterday and the sentiment that could exist?
Well, actually, Gays Against Groomers posted a video, and I've been concerned about this for a little while. The pendulum is always going to swing back. And so as we see, what we saw in New Zealand this past weekend, what we saw happen to Alex Stein this past weekend, and then now this, and then the Trans Day of Vengeance, it's getting ramped up. And yes, I think that we are going to see a backlash against trans people. It's inevitable unless trans people speak out against it, because I think that this is a minority, a small percentage of the population, and most of them, as Buck said, most of them are probably self-ID, and are using and co-opting our label, are co-opting our identities, and they are using this to push this. They don't really like the left, the woke people don't really care about trans people. It's actually the worst form of transphobia because they are pushing this, and then when we have had when we were done being useful, then they're going to discard us and be like, okay, well, it sucks to be you. We don't care about you anymore, because we've lost, all this respect in the community. Like, we're losing respect. The whole LGBT community is losing respect in the population.
So on a positive note, I'm just going through the comments. It doesn't. So the audience seems pretty unanimous. I haven't seen any comments yet of anyone that just feels any more aggression towards the trans community, which is a positive thing to see. But I'm sure there's going to be a minority. And actually, Sleiman, I know you went into other spaces. Did you sense any form of aggression towards the trans community, or people were relatively unanimous that this should not reflect the community as a whole?
No, I mean, I don't think that they believe that it should shouldn't reflect the community, but I do think that they believe that they are to blame, and I'll explain why. Not they're to blame. That obviously, I mean, from their position, when it comes to this issue, they think obviously this is like gender dysphoria. It's a mental health issue, and so their blame is that why has this been normalized in society when these people need help, and so they see from that perspective. So it's more been radicalized in that. Not radicalized is not the right word. They've mainly got an issue with that aspect, and so then they believe that it needs to be stopped.
And I see Blair is on stage as well. Blair, I'd love your thoughts on this particular question. Do you have any concerns after what happened yesterday regarding the sentiment towards the community?
Hey guys, so first of all, I've been in and out of this space for a couple hours, and I think it's a really productive space. So I just want to congratulate everyone on just being awesome in here. So for those of you who don't know me, I am a YouTuber. I'm actually one of the largest trans content creators on the planet, and I've been saying for years that the ways in which the trans community has been, no pun intended, transforming in the past few years has been spurring a pendulum swing, and it absolutely has been causing LGBT acceptance to decline for the first time in recent history. So this isn't a surprise to me. I've been warning of it for years. And I will say that it's really becoming a very toxic space, trans discourse. In fact, this Twitter space in particular is rare in the sense that it's not. I think that there needs to be a discussion about the adversarial relationship that trans ideology, and I specifically say ideology, not people, encourages people to have with the rest of the world. So I've seen this from the beginning of my transition. I've always rejected the trans groups, the, ideologies, the people who are just super into the, the rules and the step 1 and step 2 and step 3 of being trans, rather than the individualist approach, which I've taken, which is they encourage you to, in some ways, hate straight people, hate, quote, cis people, hate Christians. The rhetoric does get quite extreme, and you can see it on Reddit pages. Ever since the shooting yesterday, I've seen any amount of reasonable posts in trans Reddit forums get taken down by moderators. I've seen posts by people simply saying, hey guys, let's not focus on misgendering when there are 3 children that have been slain, get taken down by Reddit moderators in these trans forums. So at some point, there needs to be a discussion about turning the temperature down. And that's from all sides, by the way, because you have one side convinced that there's a genocide being acted against them, which is the trans side. And then you have, people on the right making speeches at CPAC talking about we need to eradicate transgenderism, and then, just running with it as if it's funny. And I don't think that he literally meant kill all trans people, but that's all the other side's going to hear. So I think that this temperature on this topic has been so heavily politicized and gotten to such a toxic level. And when words don't work anymore, people use violence. So I think you can only expect more violence to come. No, everyone in this space seems to be so anti-pragmatism. There seems to be so few people that are willing to lend common sense solutions to this issue to reach any type of middle ground. In fact, no one can even agree upon what a middle ground is. And I can have that conversation, and I know some people that can, but a lot of people can't. So I would just say that until we have a manifesto or know the exact reasonings why this monster did this monster who is now burning in hell, in my opinion, I just want to encourage everyone to just watch what you say, because there are people that are not well on the internet listening and taking things into their own hands. And that's not to place blame on other people. It's the individuals who do it. But we can all work to bring the temperature down on this highly politicized issue.
Yeah, and just been sent some tweets to kind of highlight that point. I'll read out one of them. I don't know the person that tweeted it. If transphobic means that I'm afraid of trans people, then yes, I'm very afraid of trans people murdering others. Has anyone looked it up? Is there more shootings by trans people? Is the rate the rate of trans people relative to the population compared to the rate of shootings by trans people? How's the correlation there? Slayman, have you looked it up? And then Dan, I see you on me. I'll give you the mic in a bit.
I've seen
I,
5.
I was too busy looking at the data in terms of what me and Book were looking at, what me and Book were talking about, and it was that basically biological women are responsible. Biological men, trans women.
You do that. I know you kind of. Yeah, we've moved off that point a while ago, my friend.
Because I've got it in front of me, it received 30% more physical violence and 300% more.
Let me go to Dan.
But in terms of that specific point, no, I didn't.
Yeah,
I will check it out.
Yeah, I'll check it out. If anyone else has the information in the audience, please do put it in the comments of the MB. But Dan, I'd love your thoughts on this. I think it's your first time on stage.
Yeah, thanks, Mario. And I think what's really important, I work in data and analytics, is to look at the statistics. We have had over 2,800 mass shootings in the last 5 years, and only less than 5 of them have been committed by trans perpetrators.
So let me do the statistics. So to say 4 out of 2,800, is that what you said?
Yeah, we're less than 1% of mass shootings are committed by trans people. I think it's absolutely terrible that the media.
Yeah, I know what you're gonna say, Slimane. So the point. Yeah. So exactly what Slimane's gonna jump in and say. So the trans community represents about 0.1% to 1% of the population, and then the shooting is based on the statistics you mentioned, Dan, and that kind of makes your point, Dan. Statistically, 0.14% of shootings are by trans people. If it's 4 out of 2,800, which kind of answers my question earlier, is that there's no high proportion of shootings relative to the population. So there's the same amount of trans people representing as a percentage of the population, shootings by trans people as a representation relative to total shootings. So which kind of brings back to the point, there is no, at least not yet, based on the numbers, doesn't seem like there's a higher tendency for a trans person to commit a shooting, which is a good statistic to see, unless someone else has other numbers to share. But Dan, continue making your point.
And I think it's really shameful for the media to be going on right now. All the headlines, every headline you see is transgender person commits this, heinous crime. And
Dan, sorry to interrupt you again. I tend to do this sometimes. I'll give you the mic and I won't interrupt anymore. But this is a point I want to make as well. Sorry, Dan. Last time I promised. But when this first happened yesterday, the team was like, "Hey, Mario, we should do a space on this." I'm like, "No way!" Like, it's just another shooting. They're like, "No, Mario, because it's a transgender person. So it's a debate of gun control and transgender rights, or the transgender community, or transgender radicalization." And for me, I'm like, no way. And then I saw the amount of interest. So the media is there to get clicks. So the media is just covering a story that people want to hear, which is a concerning narrative. And I agree with you. Statistically, if there's a higher percentage of total shootings that are by transgender people, then it's a narrative worth discussing. If we saw the 0.1 to 1% of the population are transgenders, but then 3% of shootings, or 4% or 5% of total mass shootings are by transgender people, individuals, then that would be a very concerning number that should be given significant attention. But yeah, the way the media is covering it, and media is there to kind of feed people what they want to hear, is a concerning narrative. But sorry, Dan, I won't interrupt anymore. Continue, please.
No, you're fine. It's really hard, especially I'm here in Arkansas, where we have so many issues right now going on, basically a culture war against transgender people, especially children. For the last couple of years, our state legislative body has been enacting laws against trans youth, preventing medical care, preventing all of, I think they were just putting a bill forward today to make it a sex crime for a transgender person to be in a restroom that is not a restroom of their own biological sex. And having this culture war going on right now in my state specifically, I've just been really ashamed to see how a lot of conservative and GOP politicians are using this opportunity, or this, heinous act, as an opportunity to push their narrative further, because this happened a day ago. They haven't released the manifesto. We don't know specifically what mental illness this shooter had. We don't know why they did it. All we know for a fact is that, okay, it's a transgender person, and that this person was a prior student at the school. There hasn't been an investigation thoroughly completed yet. The media shouldn't be using this as an opportunity to attack a group of people based on their sexual identity. And it's really sad to see. And I'm hoping that a lot of people in this room can go forward looking at those statistics of, less than 1% of these mass shootings are perpetrated by transgender people, and that this isn't an issue of transgenderism. This is an issue of mental illness, an issue of gun violence, and this is what we need to be talking about. I'm not saying go and ban all guns or anything like that. That's a different issue. But those are the issues we need to be talking
about. So I think you've made a lot of points, and I think Trash is going to probably push back on some of them, and rightly so. So one point I want to agree with among all the points, and just for the audience, when I agree with one point, it doesn't mean I agree with all points any person makes. Just keep that in mind. And that applies not only to me, to anyone. But on the one point is conflating this with the whole discussion about transgender rights and transgender radicalization. I think it's premature, statistically looking at the numbers. But you did mention about go ahead, Simon.
I mean, just to add to your point, even in 2021 there was 615 mass shootings, and a report in 2021, but talking about 2020, there was 615 mass shootings and only one was transgender. So if you do that from a proportion wise, it's actually much less than. Yeah.
So, but maybe that kind of makes the argument some it has increased since though. That could be worth discussing. It's like, okay, it was smaller, but then again, one shooting kind of doubles it. So it's statistically the numbers are too small to kind of say, hey, the shootings have doubled. But I wouldn't conflate the two. But then back to your point, I see Alpha disagrees with this. I'll see if Alpha disagrees with that point. Like, I don't think, does anyone think we should be conflating? Actually, anyone on stage, let me see if Alpha, before moving on, because Dan, there's a few points I want to push back on that you've made. But Alpha or anyone, does anyone think that we should conflate the shooting with the whole transgender discussion and transgender rights and radicalization, etc.? Anyone, Alpha included? Do you think that they should be the two issues should be linked, Alpha?
It shouldn't be linked as a primary focus. It is a variable that needs to be considered, but it's not just whether it's transsexual. It's more you want to look into mental health, and mental health far exceeds just transsexual or anything else that's out there. The other thing too is people got to understand. Be careful with the stats that you're putting out there. If you're getting yourself, from the Bureau of Law Enforcement or the FBI statistics or Department of Defense or something like that, you have to, because a lot of people will use stats and understand there is a difference between mass shootings and mass murders. There is a difference in the suspects when they talk about shootings and the deaths. If you break all these down, anybody can manipulate stats to feed a narrative. So when you guys hear people throwing numbers out there, ask for the links and look into it further. Because when you break it down, public shootings or school shootings, it's only been since 2018 that schools or the education system has been documenting these school-style mass shootings the way they have. But you can go all the way back to the last 30 years, and school shootings have always existed in high numbers, typically at sporting events outside of the normal scope of school hours. So it's been hyperinflated by the mainstream media as well.
Could I add to that, please?
Yeah, go ahead.
It's okay. Thank you. All right. So
and then we'll go right after Jennifer. I just want Amy and Trash, you can jump in anytime, but Amy will go to you right after Jennifer. Go ahead, Jennifer.
Thank you. I just wanted to add to that because it has to do with that. So, what's happening even in the space right now is that when we're engaging in debates around individuals, we're participating in exactly the division that is supported by the systems like education that is creating the hate and division. It's not healthy. And kids right now are in the crosshairs of this. I mean, even as adults, it's hard to not get in the weeds on this. So imagine the pressure that the children are going under, and finding solutions means focusing on the roots and not individuals. I go in these spaces all the time, and it doesn't matter. People can argue all day long, but I always hear a common agreement, which is, you as an adult can live your life. So we have to avoid getting into the weeds, because that's what they're doing to our children and arguing individuals. And understand what the root cause of this mental health destruction in our country is, and make sure that the solutions that are being proposed are actually solutions, because what they're proposing right now, like with the gun control, that is not a solution to what is happening with the mental health of the youth. Thank you.
Yeah, so I looked at another study, which is interesting. I thought it'll be much bigger. So I just checked what percentage of mass shootings are by people with mental issues. I expected a really big percentage. And it's according to the can't pronounce Annals of Epidemiology is 4%. According to JAMA Psychiatry, Journal of JAMA Psychiatry, 5%. So it's even as mental illness is not a big percentage of mass shootings. So it seems to be a very complex topic. It's probably for later today or another space. But Amy, I promise you can jump in. So go ahead.
Yeah, thank you so much. I mean, to your last point, I think I might argue that, you know, someone who goes and does a mass shooting does have some mental instability regardless. I mean, regardless if they have a diagnosis, that is a mentally unstable person. And I think that is probably what is more relevant here. I think that talking, you know, this is a young person who did this shooting. I don't remember how old they said this person was, but you know, there is an environment that others were speaking about earlier that I think is really important. And there's, you know, Buck was saying that this is not what the community was like 30 years ago. And I think there is an environment that these young people are in, and this environment is one of extreme emotional instability because there is a narrative around this issue that is about controlled perception, the feeling that you must control other people's perception of you and that they must participate in your external validation, that if they do not validate your identity, that there is something bad happening to you, that you are now a victim, that if they don't participate in forced pronouns, that you are now a victim. And I have seen a lot of these, you know, it's not a study, but it's like, you know, a lot of those videos that run through libs of TikTok are people crying and having extreme emotional distress if someone does not participate in the pronoun ritual or if someone does not validate their identity. And ultimately, this is a value set that is running through this new ideology that's very different from transsexualism, that is part of transgender ideology, that is teaching kids that they need this, that if they do not get others to participate in it, that now they are a victim. And ultimately, kids are in a place of extreme emotional instability. This breeds an extreme insecurity. These are not kids who have a lot of resiliency. So this isn't building resiliency and integrity. And then especially when this goes into kids that have grown up in this system, one of the issues that I always talk about, especially, you know, when it starts in these ages of preschool and kindergarten, they are taught that they cannot trust the authority of their eyes and ears to know what sex someone is. Now, a lot of people say, well, kids learn it so fast, it's so easy to teach kids. But sex recognition is a primary instinct, and it's a really important survival instinct. It's really important to be able to claim authority of what you see. It's a very basic stage of development. 2-year-olds do point and say, you know, I say the thing, I see the thing, I say what I see, mommy and daddy affirm it. I say, I see a bird, and mommy and daddy say, yeah, that's a bird. So naming and claiming the authority of what you see and being able to speak it, it teaches you an internal authority, an authority of my body leads me and guides me and tells me what's safe in the world. But these kids are growing up in a system where they are being told, no, you can't trust the authority of your own body. You can't trust what you see. You have to wait for an adult to intervene. And again, this is an issue of emotional instability. This sets up a dissociated state. So kids are much more likely to be living in this dissociated state. And it sets up a place where you don't have a lot of bodily autonomy. Now, you know, we don't know the manifesto. We don't know what this young person was going through. That is yet to be seen. But I think it is worth talking about when kids are living in a situation where they are told that they're a victim if they don't receive this external support from others. You know, that to me is problematic. And I do also want to bring one other thing into the conversation. And I don't know if people saw it, but Andrew Doyle spoke about it on his program. But 48 hours ago, a Wayne State University professor, Stephen Shaviro, said to his students on campus that when it comes to free speech, he says, I'm going to read what he said, although I do not advocate violating federal and state criminal codes, I think it is far more admirable to kill a racist, homophobic, or transphobic speaker than it is to shout them down. So I do feel that it's unfortunately a really volatile situation when words are being called literal violence. I do a lot of activism. I was involved in Let Julie Speak in Port Townsend. I was involved in the Let Women Speak tour in Tacoma and New York. And I have gone to places to publicly speak about women and girls' needs for sex-based safeguarding. And I have been met with violence from a mob. So I think a culture which calls words literal violence, which says no debate, which says affirmation only, and which says, you know, you must be inclusive, that doesn't allow kids the opportunity to have boundaries or bodily autonomy, and says, you know, you need to get this in external validation. To me, this sets up a group of young people that, you know, they haven't been given a lot of tools about how to be emotionally resilient. It doesn't, of course, it's not like an A plus B equals C. It doesn't mean you're going to go into a mass shooting situation.
But Amy, quick question. Yeah. You know, in terms of if somebody's 18 and they want to transition, what's your view on that?
I don't think that extreme body modification and surgery is a cure for mental health. So I don't believe in that. I don't think it should be allowed, but you know, they're 18 and the law says that they can.
So, okay. So I actually want to talk to this a little bit. So one of the things that really bothers me about the data, and Blair was up here earlier, I wish she was still here. I really wanted to talk to her about this, was where's the middle ground? For me, I'm actually on the opposite side of that camp, Amy, where I don't care if you're 18 or above, that's fine. But one of the troubling data points, and I've talked about this earlier, and I'm going to bring it up again, is a couple things. Number one, the study from the USTS that came out in 2015, which is the most comprehensive study that I've found, which was 27,000 respondents, had stated that only 13% of them that intended to get transitional surgeries had any kind of pushback. And it's not just from doctors. It was pushback from religious leaders, parents, or doctors. And it was only 13%. And so then you look at this and you see that anywhere between 4/5 to 65% to 94% of kids, that once they go through puberty, they grow out of it. They don't even want to be there. And so I think that the common ground here, in my opinion, is the kids, because there's too many factors and there's too much data sets out here that prove otherwise. But I think as an adult, look, man, I'm all for it. Like, I don't care. Go for it. But I would also point out that some people haven't transitioned until much later in their life. And I believe that there's a true gender dysphoria. And I think that should be a case-by-case basis. And I'm okay with that, because I do want people to have a quality of life. But I think the line to draw is kids. And it just looking at that data, I mean, it is crystal clear to me that the line to draw is kids. And to what Buck had said earlier, he talked about, hey, listen, I'm in a good place these days, but I've had tons of therapy. None of these kids are getting therapy. There's no pushback from doctors. Therefore, there's no therapy. Therefore, they're just going through with it. And when you mix in ideology, manufactured astroturfing and social media, social reinforcement contagions, we are in a highly dangerous situation where then on top of that, you added mental illness and then existential dread that you're getting wiped off the face of the earth because you believe this, because your friends on Reddit believe it too. And these are the only people that you found that you could relate with. Highly dangerous. That's the line for me. And I'm willing to even have a child myself that is struggling with this and go through the struggles with that child until I can get them to a place where they're an adult, and we'll see where we get, as long as we have people we can talk to professionally when the entire system is not rigged against them. and it's weaponizing them, in my opinion. So I think that's the line for me, Amy.
I'm gonna just push back on you a bit. And obviously behind the scenes, me and you do message, so you know my position on all this, but we need a bit of we need a bit of interesting discussion. So you mentioned gender dysphoria. Like, how do you know that this even is gender dysphoria? Like, how do you know even that this situation is then gender dysphoria and there is such thing as gender dysphoria?
Well, I think that it is proven, at least scientifically, that there is some form of gender dysphoria. There may be other causes, and I'm not a doctor. But what I am saying is that there are people, like if you listen to Buck's story, and I have before, first time I ran across him was when he did Tim Pool's podcast, and he went into great detail about what that experience was like, even as an adult, right? And so that's why I say that there's probably a lot of validity to gender dysphoria. But when it comes to kids, there's no therapies, there's no conversations, there's no pushback. And I can see the social contagion of how a lot of these kids are arriving there. And Buck touched on, he said, these people that are identifying as an ideology, not as a chemical, chemical imbalance, maybe a mental health imbalance, where gender dysphoria would be. I think it's I think they've done the best they can through medical practice over the years in identifying gender dysphoria. So I think that's a conversation to be had there. But what I'm talking about is what Amy's talking about. We just draw different conclusions as adults.
So I guess my specific question on that is, why does biology matter? Why not a person's sociological position or philosophical position on this as opposed to biological?
Because it's manufactured. You can see that it's being manufactured. So it's not. So there's a really bad social contagion. We talked about this all the time, but there's this social reinforcement / grooming that is happening on social media that is convincing these kids, whether they're pre-puberty or just going through puberty, when they're really confused about their bodies and they don't understand it. And this conversation goes to the data that I was talking about of 4/5, 65% to 94% grow out of it, because there was an awkwardness in growing up, and then it's being weaponized through these social contagions and essentially grooming. And so I think that it's evident to me that if you have gender dysphoria, that is a thing, then you're going to have it at 30, the same time you're going to have it at 12. But if these kids are no longer experiencing these same type of emotions or ideas or social proclivities as they go through puberty or get older, and the data is there that proves that they grow out of it, most of them do, then the ones that don't, okay, gender dysphoria is probably the conversation, but I don't think we should be making that assessment when we have glaring data that suggests otherwise once they go through puberty or grow up a little bit. That's what my concern is.
As the sole trans person on this panel, I would actually say I agree. Gender dysphoria is something that persists and it doesn't go away. There is no cure for it. And that's what they sell a lot of this stuff. That's what we need to understand is even people that are contemplating transitioning, they need to know that this isn't a cure. It can only help a little bit in some cases, in a very small percentage of people. I knew something was different about me at the age of 4 years old, which is most transsexuals. That's the story. And I didn't transition until until I actually didn't start taking hormones until I was 31 years old. And so it persisted. And a lot of those that it does persist, it can help. It might be able to help. But just as Trash said, it's one of those things that children can't consent to this. There is a social contagion aspect to it because it's popular, it's trendy, you get a lot of social validation from it. And I think that, obviously I draw my line at adulthood as well. I just helped pass the bill here in Georgia to ban the medicalization of minors. So I was at the Capitol lobbying for that. So I am somebody who is very invested in this, not just time, but not just because of who I am, but also I spend my time doing this stuff. So we have to protect the children. We have to show them that this isn't, it's an ideology that they're pushing. And like I said earlier, it's something that they're missing all the other comorbidities that go along with it. The anxiety, depression, autism is being flagged as this. And so because you have so many different comorbidities that are not being addressed, those are the issues that they're having. And when we look at like suicide rates, we know that those children with similar behavioral checklist scores as the people that they come out as trans, had the same suicidality rate. So it's a comorbidity issue. It's not necessarily a trans issue.
I mean, the same question to let's go for Dan. Dan, the question is this: that obviously we talk a lot about biology, and the position always is, look, your biology is what your gender is. But and for example, there's a study by Judith Butler, if I remember right, in philosophy, where she was basically arguing that gender is fluid based on this concept of idealism, which is, mentation and so on and so forth. So, I mean, is it? I mean, what's your thoughts on that? Is it just
of those 42,000 kids had access to speak to a counselor, to speak to someone about their feelings and what they feel, a professional, a doctor. And that just comes into a greater being of mental health care overall for the United States. If people had that kind of someone to rely on, someone to talk to, a professional. I mean, I work for a company called JB Hunt, and my company pays for all of their employees to have 8 hours per year to go talk to a counselor for free. A therapist. And if every single person had that ability, then we would be able to answer a lot of those questions for those children who may be, feeling that they do have gender dysphoria, whether they do or don't. They need to be talking to professionals, and we need to give them that opportunity.
Jennifer, I know you wanted to add something on this. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. So I just, I want to be very careful about the mental health supports that we're providing, especially for children, because the American School Counseling Association is flooding our education system. They are one of the main components of the culture shift and what's happening in education. And just so for anybody that doesn't know this, they are trained as social justice activists. This is not my opinion or language. This is what they call themselves. And so when you're saying that we need, and this is the problem, and this is what I was making the point on, is that, is the mental health support that we're advocating for and promoting, is that actually helping? Because they are a political agenda machine. And so they have flooded the education system, and now they're bringing in social workers. And so they are not counselors that I would ever send my child, if they were going through this situation, to receive adequate support and therapy, because they are pushing an agenda and they are taught to do this.
So your claim is that school counselors are pushing a woke agenda on children and indoctrinating them.
Absolutely.
So that's a different issue then. Let's then focus on that problem. And if you can address that issue, which I don't agree with. I don't think counselors are just all out. There's an underlying conspiracy to make a bunch of counselors woke indoctrinators.
Can I tell you?
I can tell you a story.
I want to give you the proof. So just very quickly, but look, in 2014, under the Michelle Obama Reach Higher initiative, they decided that the counselors did not have enough power in the schools. They were just guidance counselors. So they transformed that entire profession to be social justice advocates. This is all in their documentation. And so what they did was made the counselors responsible for servicing every child in the school system. And Courage, I think he had to go, but I also work with courageasahabit.org. If you go to that website and pull up the behind closed doors campaign that we worked on, you will see all of the proof that I am talking about. It's 100% what they are doing. And I agree, we have to focus on all of this, and we do focus on the school counselors. It's a huge problem.
Let me just quickly jump in. So I'll give you the mic, Sarah, but I know that Vivek doesn't have a lot of time, and I appreciate him giving us the time. Mr. Ramaswamy, good to have you back on stage. Would love your thoughts. I didn't expect yesterday's events to be this polarizing, and I didn't expect it to be conflated in the broader and still important issue of transgender rights and transgender radicalization. But would love your thoughts on what happened yesterday and what that means to the discussion.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think it's always most important to start with the important fact of an event like this, especially a tragedy first, which is the question of how somebody was able to get in regardless of who the perpetrator was to commit an act like this, because we've had a lot of school shootings. Not all of them are committed by trans individuals. So let's focus on the main thing first. I think it is an affront that we protect our banks or our shopping malls or our airports or whatever with greater security than we do our own schools, especially when we know this is a now unfortunately fertile ground for violence and for school shootings. I think it's inexcusable. And so when I take a look at, for example, the amount we spend on what I sometimes cynically call thousands standing around, TSA, at the airports, versus the expenditure it would take to just secure our own schools, it's not even close. When I look at the $83 billion that's spent every year through the U.S. Department of Education, which, by the way, I was listening to the exchange that just happened, the U.S. Department of Education is actually responsible for foisting a lot of these progressive, woke, whatever you want to call it, race and gender ideologies in our schools. That's a condition for many local schools getting federal funding, is adopting those ideologies. But anyway, the $83 billion that's spent through the U.S. Department of Education, for a quarter of that, we've run the numbers on this, you could put 2 to 3 armed security guards in every school, certainly every public school across the country. It's not even close.
Why haven't we not done that yet? Why has the U.S. not done that yet? Because that sounds like a very reasonable solution, no?
It is a reasonable solution. It's just the senselessness of a managerial bureaucracy that's committed to its own historical ways that's not rising to what is clearly a modern challenge. School shootings are just on the rise. It's something we should have done long ago, but part of this is just literally the ossification of a government that's tied in its own ways. And so you get the normal partisan rant on each side. You'll talk about an assault weapons ban. There's a lot of reasons why you could have the debate on the merits. I don't come out on the side of that being the right answer, because it could be a different weapon that's used instead. If you want to protect kids, protect kids. So to me, that was, I think, the most important element of this. But Mario, I'm not dodging your question. I just think I wanted to first address that before talking about the perpetrator here, who was trans. And I think that we ought to be able to have an open conversation about that without throwing our hands in the air and saying this is just the culture war. Because the reality is, and I'm going to say some things that are maybe difficult for people to hear, depending on where you're coming from, but I'm just going to try to speak truth as I believe it to be true. Okay. I think most people, when they recently transition to being of a different gender or come to believe that they're born in the wrong body, in most cases, that is a signal that there is something else going wrong in their lives. And I think that the notion that the empathetic thing to do, the humane thing to do, is to ignore that fact and somehow just affirm their gender identity, their new one, without actually asking the question, how can we help you? What is wrong in your life? That's not humane. That is inhumane. It is cruel. And I think especially in children, this is an occasion for us to take a step back and ask ourselves whether we're actually behaving in a humane way when you're using puberty blockers, when you're using gender-affirming surgery, which is really a form of genital mutilation in children on a permanent basis for decisions they would regret later in life. I do think that is a debate we ought to have in the open. That's a separate topic from what happened in Nashville this week, but for the fact that, I want to wait for more facts to come out. But it is clear that this is somebody who, the facts suggest, recently changed their gender identity. And I think it targeted a Christian school. That's why we're talking about it. And I do think these issues have been under-discussed. And so if this is an occasion to open up dialogue on a previously untouchable and unspeakable topic, hopefully at least some good can come out of that.
So Vivek, I've never, hold on, I'll give you the mic in a bit, Dan. Vivek, I've never asked you those questions because we've never discussed this. So I don't know your stance on the issue of pronouns and transgender rights, or the ability to transition your gender. Would you call someone by the pronoun? If I request you to call me as a her, she, would you do that, or are you against doing so?
I don't have a problem with an adult individual deciding to identify however they want to identify. I really don't. I think that I have my opinions about culturally what's going on, but when it comes to individual choice, I don't believe in just disrespecting someone for the sake of disrespecting someone, no. But where I do draw a hard line is kids are not the same as adults. And what we're seeing in this country is an epidemic of societally created gender dysphoria. On one hand, we will say that gender dysphoria is a condition of great suffering. On the other hand, it is clear that our schools and our culture is going out of its way to create more of that gender dysphoria through radical gender ideology that we're foisting on our children, including in our schools. And you know what? Growing up, going through adolescence, being a kid, it involves some periods of confusion in a lot of different ways in your life. And so every time a kid shows up and says, oh, maybe I think I'm of a different gender than my biological sex. And by the way, there's good evidence that there's effectively, it's like you could use like an R-squared rate to borrow from epidemiology. There's actually clear evidence that when you have one kid say that at a school, it spreads like an epidemic within that school. The right answer is not for parents to merely affirm their gender of their kids so they can be popular amongst their progressive peers, or worse, for teachers to hide that from their parents. The right answer is to get to the bottom of what's going on. There may be going through a temporary rough patch of confusion, or even a non-rough patch of just confusion and part of growing up as a kid. And instead, what we're doing right now is we're literally subjecting kids to chemical intervention through puberty blockers, physical intervention through surgery. When I'll just tell you something funny, Mario, is in this country, you're not allowed to get a tattoo until the age of 18. Literally every one of the 50 states in this country, you cannot get a tattoo under the age of 18. It's illegal. It's illegal to get a tattoo.
You can with parental consent.
Well, okay. But the point is there's an intuition embedded in there, which says that there's extra steps you have to take in order to be able to make a life-altering change to your body because you're a kid and you don't want to regret that later in life. And the reality is many of those kids who go through those gender-affirming procedures do regret it afterwards, but it is irreversible. Even the chemical intervention through puberty blockers does entail some level of irreversible damage. And I just do not think the right answer, at least for kids, is to allow that while we all sit by and watch as bystanders. So I draw a line at 18.
I know, Nick.
If above the age of 18, you want to do what you want, do what you want. But for kids, we have to have a different paradigm in the country.
Okay, so Nick, I'll let you.
To Mario, that parental consent that Dan threw out there to kind of misdirect people, that's at age 17. If you're a parent, you take your 12-year-old to go get a tattoo, you're going to have child protective services at your door to take that child away from you.
Okay, that's a very interesting point. Nick, I know you have just moving away from the tattoos. Nick, I know you have a question for Vivek, but before I do so, just to be clear, Vivek, you don't mind calling someone by whatever pronoun they like, and you have nothing against an adult transitioning their gender. Adults can do whatever they like. When it comes to children, that's the red line that you draw, correct?
As a matter of rights and where the government should be involved, I think that's correct. I still think there's a cultural issue going on in our country where we do have people who are hungry for purpose and meaning and believe they find purpose and meaning through gender reaffirmation, when in fact there's still something deeper that they hunger for. I think that's the job of leaders in this country, to help people rediscover their sense of purpose, something that goes deeper than their hunger to be part of a new gender. No, it's actually more often than not something deeper. But that's different from saying the government should stop you from doing it if you're an adult. If you're an adult, you want to go live your life the way you want to live it, fine, as long as you're not imposing on somebody else. That's where I land on that. But with kids, I do take a stand in favor of government intervention to say, no, we will not prevent. I would support a ban on gender affirming surgery or puberty blockers in kids as part of a gender affirmation process.
Okay, so before, I know there's a few panelists that have questions for you, and before going to Nick, two questions from my end. The radicalization that's been happening in some people view it as radicalization within the transgender community. We've had people within that community come on stage and talk about it as well. Is that a topic that should be discussed? Should that be conflated with what happened yesterday? Or yesterday, someone with mental health issues potentially that committed a mass shooting? Because statistically speaking, at least for now, mass shootings committed by transgender individuals is about 0.1% based on the numbers that a panelist gave us, which is in line with the population. About 0.1% to 1% identify as transgenders. So should the two issues be conflated? That's the last question I have.
I don't think they should be messily conflated, but the way I'm framing it, Mario, is deeper than this. We're in the middle of this national identity crisis. Okay, people are lost. There's a mental health epidemic in our country. And one of the ways that mental health epidemic shows up is in this recent trans obsession and phenomenon. And I think what's really going on is many people are, even though they don't say it in so many words, especially when they're young, crying out for help, crying out for meaning, crying out for somebody to help them with the real problems they suffer with in their lives. Yet when it shows up in the form of saying that I'm now trans, now we've created these cultural norms where the thing you can't say anymore in response is, what else is really going on and how can I help you? You can't say that anymore without actually now being viewed as transphobic. And I think in most cases, what I'm about to say is controversial, okay? But people can deal with it. Gender dysphoria, for most of our country's history, has appropriately been treated as a mental health disorder. And I think that if we go back to treating it that way, we will help more people. That is actually the humane thing to do. And that's the underlying root cause of a lot of what we see, including the form of violence in our country, is a mental health epidemic that manifests in many ways. But if it manifests in the form of gender dysphoria or trans ideology, that's the one area where you can't touch it and even help the underlying person. You have to just pretend and adopt this farce as though that was actually grounded in truth when it's not.
Vivek, one point you made was how children impact on other children. So the influence, a large influence is the Hollywood industry and the music industry and how they impact on society. You see the disproportionate number of people within the LGBT community in a lot of these shows. And so, I mean, how would you try and combat something like that? Because that has a major impact on children and society as a whole.
Absolutely. And look, I've been very clear. I think there's certain things the U.S. president can do. There's many things that a U.S. president cannot do and should not try to do. That's got cultural change in some ways needs to come through culture. And so I'm a big fan of market competition. I think I've been saying for a long time, I think there is a wide open opportunity for a new movie studio in this country to actually take on real themes in a ways that aren't actually filtered through the modern prism of progressive wokeness, which is the sole prism that exists in and governs in most of Hollywood today. And I think that people will gravitate towards, let's say somebody were to actually engage in artistic expression, laying out the arguments that I'm making to artistically express that in a film that teased out the difficulties that someone was going through. Actually, the other day I was on a flight on the campaign trail and I just drafted out a 20-page children's novel of my own. We'll see if we end up publishing it. But I do think that there's other modes of expression that can help people see for themselves what I'm offering in the form of policy arguments to be able to give air to that in other ways. But I think that it's going to take brave people and courageous people in every sphere of lives. Politics is one of them. But also, I think there's opportunities that creates for entrepreneurs or others who are willing to tackle that cause, because there's 100+ million Americans easily who would rally behind a useful product that was put on offer, even if that was a film that treated these topics with greater clarity and nuance and courage than much of the conformist Hollywood culture that bends its knee to this never-ending soup of ungrammatical letters amalgamated together, LGBTQIA+, which grows by the day. That's put a little plus at the end. I think they're just bending their knee without actually interrogating or scratching the surface or getting to the bottom of what's really going on and contributing and feeding this rather recent phenomenon and obsession that's arisen in our culture. So you're right. I, as president, I don't have a plan to address what Hollywood puts out, partly because I think that solution needs to come bottom up, not necessarily top down from the government.
Before you move away from it, Vivek, just to throw it out there, when you got a minute, look up a company called Criado.media. I think what you just described is that. Maybe the two of you guys can connect.
I appreciate it. I mean, it's part of why I started Strive to compete with BlackRock. It's in a different sport, in a different lane in the ESG debate. But I think that, look, it's the cultural revival in this country is going to have to take many roads. Politics is just one of them. Addressing it through the market and through the culture, I think, is an important part of what the national revival is going to require.
Well, and Vivek, so Vivek, thank you for coming in. I appreciate you. One of the things that I talk about a lot, the things that you talk about, I've read your books, Woke Capitalism, and how, you know, these unholy alliances were made between, you know, big business, Wall Street, big tech, and all these companies, and then being reinforced. China sees this. They said, oh, wait, this is an opportunity. And then you want access to foreign markets. You've got to put up this ESG, DEI stuff. And so how much of it, because we know that, like, since like Jennifer McWilliams, who's up on stage, had mentioned that we completely transformed the way education was done and rolled out social emotional learning. How much of it do you think it was coming from domestic groups injecting this into our education, or is it coming from the outside influence that you talk about constantly about woke capitalism? Is it chicken or the egg? I've always wanted to know this, if that's where it was coming from.
I'll share with you my perspective in studying this to some. I'm not going to claim an authoritative answer, but I have a good sense of this. I do think these are forces domestically that have more or less been sowed in our culture for a long time. But the Chinas of the world, China in particular, sees an opportunity to supercharge that and put it on steroids, where you will see then the version of TikTok that exists in the United States promotes addictive sexualized content. A lot of this gender ideology comes straight through the digital fentanyl that is TikTok. Whereas the version of TikTok that exists in China, you think they'd let that exist over there? Forget about it. In fact, not a lot of people know this. Xi Jinping is on a crusade, even in the culture, the equivalent of Hollywood in China. If there's somebody showing an effeminate man, that's canceled. It's censored because they think that there's a culture in the world that's arising of sort of making for effeminate men. Well, they don't want that in China. And so China doesn't allow any of that over there. The version of TikTok that exists over there promotes engineering.
Is there a limit on the amount of time a child can spend on the Chinese version of TikTok over in China?
Yes, I don't know the answer to that.
Yes, that's true. There is a time limit.
I've heard of that. I haven't confirmed that, but even still, that makes more sense. There's a limit the amount of time you can spend, and B, the content itself is restricted to something that's at least potentially promotional, what they see as promoting educational value for the kid. But anyway, my point is, I think that there is now foreign influence tapping on what our own insecurities are. So I'm not a fan of just blaming the other and claiming to be a victim of China. A lot of this requires us to look in the mirror and identify our own cultural weaknesses. But when we have those cultural cracks in our armor, kinks in our armor, yes, you can better believe that China understands our culture even more deeply than we do at times and is able to prey on those kinks. Absolutely.
Before we go back to topic, and I know panelists have questions for Vivek, we'll give you the mic to just focus on questions for now. If you have opinions, put your hand up, put your hand down for now, put it back up in a bit. Vivek, just one quick question, unrelated to the topic, is TikTok. I was planning to do a space on this a few days ago, didn't get a chance. What's your stance? How should that be addressed? Should ownership move to a US company? Should it be banned in the US? Is that a political move? Is it a strategic move?
So here's where I am on it. I'm at a hard ban on certainly kids under the age of 16. Okay, and I think that relates to, for reasons that include but are not limited to the data issue, data capture issue, which is still okay.
So you said ban kids below the age of 16 completely from TikTok?
I actually think from algorithmic social media, full stop. But yeah,
wow.
Exactly.
Okay, you're a relatively logical man, so I'm curious. What's the reasoning for this?
Well, I think it's only consistent with the way we apply a logical regime in this country, that we say we have a federal ban on smoking an addictive cigarette by the age of 18, smoking effectively a ban on taking an addictive sip of alcohol by the age of 21. It would be totally inconsistent to actually take a product that's far more deleterious on the mind of a 14-year-old, far more addictive, and to say that somehow we're fine with that. It's just it's a completely.
So wouldn't a better solution be similar to the old days when I was restricted of how long I could watch TV for? I had to finish my studies before watching TV. Isn't it a better solution to just restrict the amount of time the kids spend on TikTok, and then making sure the algorithm is more educational and beneficial to kids rather than just addicting them?
Look, I think that requires a lot of top-down control. And my perspective is kids are not the same as adults. So be as libertarian as you want to be. Adults are free to make decisions, even the wrong decisions, even decisions that harm themselves. That's part of the bargain of living in a free society. but kids are not fully formed adults. Jonathan Haidt, actually in his most recent book, has actually done a lot of good work on this, showing the potential irreversible damage done on the mind of a kid, far more than a cigarette. By the way, you smoke a cigarette, okay. Even if you get an addiction problem as a teenager, I'm not saying that's a good thing, but the amount of damage that an addiction to social media does on the psyche of a 12-year-old or 13-year-old, particularly girls, actually even more than boys, if you want to get into the specifics of the research on this, but I think it's true for both, say that that's not something that we should want in cultivating the next generation. And so for me, even if you tie this, Mario, to the first part of what I was talking about on the trans issues, this is part of a broader policy perspective for me on protecting children from the cultural evolution in our country. It's not 1980 anymore. And whether it's gender affirming surgery, whether it's puberty blockers, whether it's the use of algorithmically exploitive social media on the minds of young Americans who are under the age of 16, don't yet fully formed have the psychic fortitude we can expect of adults. I think we have to accept that we have to treat them differently if we're going to have a next generation of Americans who's actually able to weather the difficulties that they will face and that we'll face as a nation. And I don't think that's a restriction on liberty. I think that's just recognizing that kids are kids and adults are adults.
Back to this point, I find
it's just one question on that one, Mario. Specifically,
yeah,
this one.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, I agree. I agree with your answer on that. I mean, and we know it's going to be very difficult for the US to ban it, because then China will start banning certain social medias and certain things from the US. Now, specifically, why not have a scenario where you get the Chinese the TikTok to basically give US students or US children the same type of TikTok that they've got in China, so it's educational?
So I think, again, this is a lot of, I'm not saying these are bad ideas or whatever, they're well-intentioned. You can't top-down micromanage the way in which you're going to engineer, TikTok becomes schmicktalk, right? I mean, like, what's the next thing that's not TikTok? I think you have to set basic principles and rules of the road in motion. I think the principle and rule of the road in motion that I'm proposing here is whether it's relating to permanent physical intervention that changes the life of a kid in the form of, say, a gender-affirming surgery or puberty blockers or chemical castration, that's lasting damage that's irreversible for a kid who we presume is not fully able to make that decision. Or the psychological effect of addictive social media at the age of 12 or 13. These are irreversible attributes for somebody who we've said is not a free agent yet. Let's define what that set is. And to me, I have, we can go into a longer discussion about it, but algorithmically, potentially exploitive social media, to say that we draw a line there. And we already have a regime for how we do this. We don't have to reinvent the wheel. We already do it for cigarettes before age 18. I think we treat that the same way. And that allows us to be kind of principled about this and not have to be knee-jerk reactive to every unique product as it arises, and instead set into motion some first principles for how we want to draw the distinction between kids and adults. And for me, it's part of a broader policy vision of literally protecting our children. And I put even the school marshals in the schools in the same category, protecting our children in every other sphere of our lives, even in the literal physical sense that the Nashville tragedy reminds us of as well. That's how I'm thinking about the issue.
Vivek, just on that point, and I'm going to go to panel questions, just regarding banning TikTok, it seems like an extreme move, in my opinion. But if you go back to the early days of the TV, there was a similar movement back then. It wasn't that, it wasn't widespread, but there were similar concerns about the impact of TV. But I think giving the parents the ability to control what content is what the algorithm, content the algorithm recommends for their children is a better solution than just completely banning TikTok, as it seems like it's just media, and the way you interact with media and your way you interact with others is just evolving.
Yeah, so just to be clear, parsing my comment, Mario, I was talking about drawing a distinction for under the age of 16. And the flip side of my comment is it wasn't specific to TikTok. So I don't believe in just a knee-jerk politicized response just to TikTok, though I think TikTok is problematic. I think there should be a conversation about whether Instagram is allowed under the age of 16. I personally don't think it should be. And I think that that's a big part of the superset. I think there's a big difference between television and the algorithmic exploitation of social media, which actually specifically is designed to prey on individual level psychological insecurities to get you to click on something more quickly than you otherwise would, which gives an advertiser a window into that person's soul deeper than they have into their own. I think that is particular to modern social media. I know that every generation, and I say this, with the advent of the telephone and with the advent of the television, believed that new technological advance was different than any other time in human history. So I want to be cautious about that. But I do think that this time around, there's solid evidence to suggest that that algorithmic exploitation of psychic insecurities, specifically in teens and preteens, does have, I think, some lasting damage. And I think that when we're thinking about comprehensively protecting the next generation of Americans, I think that this is an important part of that, is taking the role of addictive social media out of it. That doesn't address all issues relating to social media. I think much of the ill effects of social media fostering cultural and political division in our country and otherwise relates to its impact on adult usage. So I'm not claiming this is any kind of panacea. To the contrary, I've identified a really narrow area where I'm not solving every problem in this respect. I'm only solving one, which is I would say a policy platform, from physically protecting kids in schools to same thing with respect to gender affirming surgeries, same thing with respect to the social media, applying principles that we once applied to what were threats or seen to be threats in the 1990s, from addictive cigarettes to saying that actually that's got to be the same logic. If that was the logic that still prevails today in the law of the land, it's got to be applied even-handedly to modern social media for kids under the age of 16. And so TikTok and Instagram, I would say equally, should not be used by a 13 or a 14-year-old. Absolutely.
We'll take a few questions from the panel. Nate, do you want to kick it off?
I'm sure. Thanks for having me. One thing about your presentation is that I always find it a little hypocritical in terms of equating the LGBT community to kind of protecting children. And I actually wrote down the analogy you used. You said, we don't let children get tattoos till they're 18. And someone else said, we don't let them drink till they're 21. But it seems like we're singling out the LGBTQ plus community in that sense, because there are some things that we do that we allow children to do legally that I find disgusting. Like, there are some states that have no minimum age requirement for marriage. New York, for instance,
broadly from anything ranging from school shootings to addictive social media to gender affirming surgeries that would have a permanent impact on their physical well-being. That's a diverse range of issues, but I think all fall into the orbit of, for me, a worldview of how we protect American children against the unique threats they face today. So one out of those three dealt with LGBTQIA+, but the way I view it is just because it dealt with the trans movement, which is something that the rest of our culture feels like they need to dance around today, I don't think you get a special pass out of being excluded for the set of issues that we're talking about protecting children from, just because it was a cultural sacred cow in the moment we live in. That's the way I look at it. Now, I'll say something else. I think that, we can get into the specifics of law. We should, as I said, whether it's relating to putting armed marshals in schools, whether it's talking about addictive social media, look, if there are laws, it's not a particular area of expertise of mine, where you're talking about a 12-year-old being able to get married to somebody who's 30 years old. That doesn't strike me as right. I will tell you that in most states, this is going back to my bar exam days, all right, from law school, but statutory rape, if there's a sexual relationship with somebody who's generally under the age of 17, generally that is not the law of the land in most, if not all, states in this country.
But to be fair, you can marry, in a lot of these states, you can marry a 16-year-old, you can marry a 14-year-old in some states. So we're talking about child brides, which is legal. So you're right.
I don't stand.
So we're talking about child brides, which is legal. So you're right.
I don't stand. In this case, that's a mental health epidemic. And in the meantime, we need to do the thing that actually protects our kids now, which is put martial.
We go to Ryan and Dan.
I think that I don't have the stats on knife stabbings, but stabbings are higher in other countries than they are in the U.S. Now, I think that that's because, as the saying goes, I don't mean to recite a trite truism, but as the saying goes, people kill people, right? And so I think the question is, do you want to go upstream and address that root cause? I would think that here, both on the long term and on the short term, it fails. On the long term, it fails because we haven't addressed the root cause of the mental health epidemic that causes these deranged psychopaths to engage in the kinds of behaviors that they do, on the one hand. And that's what's changed in the last 40 years in this country, in the last 50 years in this country, not the per capita gun ownership. And on the flip side, if you want to stop the problem in the short run, we're not going to solve the problem in the short run through gun control either, because there's plenty of guns in circulation. And actually, there's going to be a lot of other, just like there's fentanyl that crosses the southern border. If fentanyl can cross the southern border, so can a lot of other illicit substances or products as well. The way to do it is, you want to protect kids, protect the kids. And we can do it at reasonable cost in our schools. And it is just irresponsible. I think it's an abdication of responsibility that we have not taken that step while having this false debate about gun control instead.
I've just brought up Eric Weinstein on stage as well, who's a regular guest, and I'm sure he's got a few points, maybe questions for you as well. While Eric loads, Ryan, you've got a question for Vivek? Ryan, you there? Before I go to Dan.
Hello?
Yeah, man, we can hear you. You've got a question for Vivek?
Yeah, I mean, I'm hearing a lot here. As a mass shooting survivor, I'm from Parkland, Florida. Survivor of the Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School shooting. The issue here is very, very complicated when it comes to youth and when it comes to our safety and security. But truly and honestly, I think when it comes to guns, we have to be honest and consider the facts here that children, the leading cause of death for children in America is gun violence. Yes, that does include suicide, and yes, that does include mental health, but this is a multifaceted issue that we have to be serious about. So I think truly and honestly, we have to be considering guns and gun violence and gun reform, gun safety reform in adequate amounts. So just from what I've heard, that is just something that I felt the need to say.
Appreciate it, Ryan. And I like, Vivek, your answer is like, even if it's causation, gun control is not necessarily the solution. Is that a fair way to summarize what you said before I go to Eric?
Yeah, I think so. I think both in terms of going to the root cause, it fails to do that. And in terms of the shortest term solution we could take to prevent this from happening in the future, I think that there are clearer short-term solutions we could take to prevent school shootings, which is exactly what I've said, is 2 to 3 armed school marshals per school, lock the doors, and that would be for a quarter of what we spend on the current U.S. Department of Education's budget. I'm open-minded. Look, if somebody makes a fact-based persuasive case, I'm always going to evaluate the arguments, but I care about solving this problem. I believe that school shootings in this country, it is clear it's a real problem. And I just do not think deflecting this to a general policy debate about gun control is either going to be the right short-term or long-term solution. It misses on both counts. But I am passionate about the two areas where I think we can actually achieve progress, which is addressing the mental health epidemic and actually protecting and securing our schools.
Eric, would love your thoughts on this. And I'm not sure if you've heard Vivek's answers earlier, but people seem to be conflating what happened yesterday with transgender radicalization. We're also talking about gun control. Should those two issues be conflated? I don't know your stance on gender pronouns. I don't know your stance on educating children on the topic of gender identity. So would love your thoughts on the topic in general, what happened yesterday, and Vivek's point, if you don't mind, Eric.
Sure. I mean, I guess, my take on it at the moment is that we have been avoiding having really difficult, meaningful conversations by using a very large number of proxy issues. Mental health is certainly a huge issue, and when we disguise the fact that a lot of gender dysphoria is a mental health issue because we are so eager to make the small number of people who probably do identify as a different gender naturally comfortable. I don't think we realize that we've deranged an enormous number of young people and failed them at a time that they were looking for developmental instructions. We tried to raise the temperature of the ocean so that people weren't cold when they went in by saying that we're going to normalize all of transgender at the expense of deranging the parts of the gender binary that are absolutely essential and intended by nature. I think another issue is that we don't talk honestly about being a superpower that is in danger of tyranny because our military cannot really be easily controlled. A lot of the gun rights rhetoric is actually secretly not about gun collecting or sportsmanship, but it's about an anti-tyranny stance that says it will be very difficult to take over the United States of America if everybody is very heavily armed. Then there are always the rural versus urban issues about what does a gun mean to a rancher versus somebody living in downtown of a metropolis. I don't think we're going to be talking enough about the effect of defund the police and people saying we don't want no more police. I can tell you that was the instant during the George Floyd disruption where I said, okay, how are you ever going to talk to me about gun control ever again if you're going to leave me completely defenseless because you've got some new attractive idea that sounds like a good slogan, which obviously makes no sense. So I think what we're doing as a country inside of the US is that we're just flitting from complete simplification, like guns don't kill people, to people that kill people, or take away the guns, take away the problem, or something like this. All of these things are really stupid. Guns are obviously an aspect of American identity for an enormous number of Americans. We have serious mental health issues, partially coming out of our market situation and the amount of pressure that our economy is putting on people. We've got completely crazy ideas coming out of both the left and the right that are basically at a fantasy level that are going to cost lives because we can't actually move on anything. And I think that the only thing that I'm positive I want to advocate for is that we drive everyone who comes up with simplistic conclusions out of the conversation, and we actually force people to talk about, well, where does your attachment to guns, or where does your attachment to gun control come from? And why did you say such idiotic things like no justice, no peace, and we don't want no more police in the same breath? Did you not understand what you were opening up later? I think that what this is, in large measure, is that we've just been allowing people to get away with being in the public square saying incredibly simplistic, stupid things. And I think that many of our patience has run out, that we just can't keep burying children under 10 as the adults, over the age of 18 can't seem to have an actual conversation about the level and rate at which this is occurring. And, the last thing I want to say is somebody will always point out that these are rare events. And statistically, it's true that they're rare events. But I think it's the fact that many of us feel that there are many more of these rare events that have been normalized that makes us feel that we've just failed our children at some level. And speaking as a dad, I just feel like, I really screwed up. I could not figure out any way of elevating this conversation. So I think there's a lot of self-anger that a lot of us have where we just feel impotent. We can't stand to go through one more of these with idiotic conversations taking place as set piece battles between the major players. Thanks.
So before I ask my questions, Vivek, not sure if you've got anything to add to what Eric just mentioned, and I've got a few questions.
So look, I think that I agree with a lot of what the sentiment that he expressed. And at the same time, I think that there is a role for people who are policymakers in position of making public policies that, we actually can, there's no such thing as a silver bullet to a complex problem, but there is such a thing as a plethora of partial solutions. And I think that we have to, at the same time, aspire to the high standard that Eric laid out for engaging in nuance and getting to the heart of what's going on in a lot of these, in the mental health epidemic in the country, to what's at the heart of American identity as it relates to gun ownership. He put his finger on a great pulse. You know, the Second Amendment is not about protecting people's right to hunt deer. It's about actually protection against the government itself. I mean, the reason why China and Iran guarantee some of the same rights that we do in our Constitution, but don't actually live it, is the one amendment they're missing is the Second Amendment. That's the reality of American identity and the American bargain that we're not going to give up. So wishing that away is also sort of a fantasy solution. At the same time, though, I do think there are practical steps. And whether they sound simplistic, fancy, smart, or simple, I think that if they make sense, and I come back to a simple idea of putting armed marshals into schools, how we can fund that, practically how that would actually prevent something like this from happening, maybe not ever again, but even deter it from happening as often as it does. I think there's room for that in the near term as well. And I think that if you want to go to the deeper conversation, though, and it goes to the heart of why I'm running for the presidency, is that I do think that a lot of what we see from, if we're to tie up the trans discussion that we had earlier to the discussion about what's going on with the mental health epidemic that causes the rise of violent crimes like school shootings, I think that we live in a moment when the things that used to fill our sense of purpose and meaning and identity in our country, you know, faith or patriotism or hard work, family identity, when those things disappear, we have a moral vacuum in our wake, okay, a black hole of identity. It's like we're blind bats flying around in a cave. We're trying to figure out where we are. We send out a sonar signal and it bounces off something that's true, be it faith in God, be it in belief in, that I'm a citizen of a nation, be it my family identity. It bounces back. It tells us where we are. And we live in a moment when we send out those signals and then nothing comes back. And that's when we start, I think, making up these artificial identities, be they gender identity, be they rooted in our psychological identities that I think characterize the modern moment. And so if you want to go deep and have a nuanced conversation about that, I think that's pretty close to the flame right there. But in the meantime, we're not going to answer that, and no politician's going to deliver a solution to that deeper philosophical quandary we're in as a people right now. I think that's going to be a longer term battle. But in the near term, I do favor some practical steps we can take to safeguard ourselves from something like what happened in Nashville that are lower.
Can I add on the back?
Yeah, hold on. Yeah, Kimberly, we'll give you
Oh,
a mic in a bit. No, we'll give you the mic in a bit, Kimberly. Sorry, no, is it Kimber? Kimber, sorry.
Do you want to add, Mario?
Yeah, I'll ask a question to Vivek and Eric. My question is, how can we come up with solutions when, because Eric, you've been in, I think Vivek as well, you've been in multiple spaces that we've done for a few months. And one thing I'm learning as I do these, almost, I'd say every topic, including like the Andrew Tate topic, everything's being politicized, everything. And it's not only in the US, but we'll use the US as an example in this case. And if everything's being politicized, and then you've got different political ideologies that take different positions, and they're adamant on those positions, because then it becomes part of their identity, it just makes it very difficult to come to solutions. So how, and obviously Vivek, that would apply to you as a presidential candidate, how could we solve anything in today's age of just everything being heavily polarized and politicized? And that could be systemic, where, you know, candidates like yourself, Vivek, would use, and I'm not blaming you for it, it happens across the board, would use every event to kind of advance a certain ideology and say what's popular, what voters would like. It just makes it very difficult to come to kind of conclusions. And I've struggled to do this in those spaces as I bring both sides together.
Well, I think the one step, Mario, back at you in terms of constructive feedback is stop even calling it both sides. I think reinforcing the idea that we have this single axis political debate frames a tug of war that I think is fundamentally false. I think I'm traveling the country, mostly talking right now to conservative audiences, though not exclusively. I was just on CNBC, you know, engaging with Heidi Heitkamp shortly before I got into spaces. You know, I think that this idea that we have Republicans and Democrats is a bit of a false construct. And I tell grassroots so-called Republican audiences all the time that the real divide in this country is not between Republicans and Democrats. It's between people who believe in the ideals that set this nation into motion, people who don't. And I think that we have some of them on both sides of that political partisan divide. And so I don't think that, Mario, it's the politicization that bothers me, because I don't even know what politicization means. I mean, a body politic in the Aristotle sense believes that we all have views and beliefs as citizens that we sort out. I think what I share, and I think part of what you mean, if I may say, is the partisanization of it by retrofitting it into Republican and Democrat terms. And frankly, I'm a political outsider. I could care less for the confines of what the Republican political platform is. Part of the problem in the Republican Party is it has no party actual platform or set of agendas, and so they quibble about people instead. But I think the more we all, whatever our opinions are, do a couple of things. One is do less of what you said, which is try to say what you think people want to hear from you, and instead say what you actually believe without fear, without inhibition, and without constraint. And a partisan identity can be one of those constraints. The better off we're going to be. And I don't think that that's bad if that's a political debate in the sense that it affects our body politic. That's okay, as long as we're unshackling ourselves from these false identities of either partisan labels or identitarian labels in the form of never-ending alphabet soups of various kinds. We talked about LGBTQIA plus views before, or black views, or white views. Abandon the labels altogether. Get to the truth of what your actual beliefs are. Share them without inhibition. I think that's actually what's going to be what gets us to a better place. And that's not a Republican idea or Democrat idea, but it's something I'm definitely committed to.
Hey, I want to, before Simon jump in with your question, I want Eric's thoughts on this. When the solution, as you mentioned earlier, Eric, yeah, you can in a bit, Kimbers. But Eric, when the solutions are very nuanced, for a politician a politician needs to get voters to support them. And when the solution is nuanced, voters don't want to hear those nuanced solutions. They want very simple solutions that support solutions that support their ideology. That dichotomy makes it very difficult to come to solutions.
Yeah, I look, let me just put this in very simple terms. I'm clearly not a Republican. When I heard defund the police, I simply could not understand how anyone could ever make the argument for gun control after that. And because of the simplicity of those idiotic slogans, no justice, no peace, defund the police, all of that craziness, the attempt at Chaz Chop and effectively to turn over traffic policing to Antifa, to not report that the federal courthouse was being hit with Molotov cocktails. As a Democrat, I have no idea, zero, how you keep this out of the politicization. You have to kick the idiots out of the tent, right? And it's imperative that people who have completely crazy ideas about governance and about what a modern, moderate country is, when they are allowed to not only be in the tent, but to drive a political party, I don't know how you escape the simplicity of the moronic political spectrum after we've seen a willingness to deal with what I think is effectively mental illness becoming platform planks in a major mainstream political party. So this is very tough for me because there's no part of me, as you probably heard in my trying to set up the question, that is intrinsically partisan on this. Where I find myself is that after the partisans have been through, I have no idea how to recover nuance if the parties themselves are not willing to kick out the mental health nuts in really, sort of the lunatic fringe of both parties. And whether that's the tiki torch bearers in the Republican Party who are famous from Charlottesville, or whether that's the Chaz Chop enthusiasts with blood on their hands from the Pacific Northwest, I don't know. But I have no idea how we return to some sort of reason and nuance if the extreme wings of these parties are much more of a danger than they are a help to anyone. And I really think that it's time to stop coddling the mentally ill and claiming that they have a political position that needs to be heard. I think that they need to be excluded, and we need to realize that the reason that they're often on about inclusion is that these are not positions that a major superpower with responsibilities to the entire planet We cannot be playing with people whose ideas are this dumb, simplistic, and dangerous. And I have no idea how I would ever advocate for gun control in the next 20 years after what we saw with defund the police and we don't want no more police. I think that that was a death blow to any sense that we can afford to be moderate and nuanced in these issues. And I honestly am very sad to lose the moderation and the nuance. I just don't know how you come back from anything that crazy and that dumb.
Sliman, before you ask your question, just one more point on this, Eric, is I've been very critical of extreme ideologies as well. So this is not my personal opinion, but a question worth asking. Extreme ideologies, they'll never get what they want because they're just too extreme to get what they want, yet they lead a movement of change towards a certain direction. So defunding the police, obviously crazy, but it might lead to more reform within the US to prevent police brutality. Banning all guns, very extreme, and I think most, if not all of us, disagree with banning all guns completely today, but it might lead to certain regulations, a level of gun control that will allow people to defend themselves but prevent crimes from happening, such as improved background checks. So is there an argument to be made where extreme ideologies, they'll never get what they want, but they lead us in a certain direction, and it will settle somewhere in the middle?
No, I don't think so. I mean, just to be blunt about it, I think that the problem here is that you have to call out extremism when you see it, even if it's sort of aligned. A lot of this stuff is Mott and Bailey. So the idea is that you say, we defund the police. You can either interpret it as make sure that there are no police, as we heard people in Minneapolis talking, or you can say, no, it's a call to say that the police are doing too many things and we should be doing things instead through social services. So these are sort of activist games that every smart person understands are being played. I take your point that at some level the extremes don't get what they want, but right now what you see is you have two people so far out on a seesaw representing the extreme right and the extreme left that the thing is easily getting completely unbalanced. And I don't think that there's a powerful case to be made at the moment that we have benefited because we're looking properly at police brutality. I think, in fact, what we're doing is we are creating a world of paranoia where white supremacy and the Ku Klux Klan is everywhere, or people are going to take away all of the guns, and all of these sort of really crazy ideological things are given a lot of juice, energy, because they create shelling points. And I think what is missed, Mario, in that particular situation is that it's much easier to hold a position like open borders or closed borders than to actually study immigration and talk about particular targets and blends and objectives and capture and all these sorts of things. So what you keep finding is pro-life versus pro-choice, open borders versus closed borders. We shouldn't have gun ownership. No, we should have complete free gun ownership. I put out a tweet a while back asking about the Davy Crockett, the smallest nuclear system and platform that we ever developed in the US. And an enormous number of people on Twitter said that it was absolutely every American's right to buy a Davy Crockett nuclear weapon because the Second Amendment isn't specific about what it means to keep and bear arms. So I think that you have to recognize that the key issue is people are searching for shelling points, someplace they can stand where they are going to not have to work too hard and be intellectually consistent. And I think what we need to do is we need to pop those birthday balloons where all the people who've figured out that you can hold very extreme simplistic positions and never get pushed off of them as long as you're willing to say something that absolutely makes no sense. I think we need to start driving those people out of the serious political discourse, because otherwise we can't actually govern, and we have a lot of responsibilities. Thanks.
Sliman, I think you had a question for Vivek, and I know, Vivek, you went over time. Go ahead, Sliman.
Yeah, I'll take this last question and then I'll hop. I love these discussions.
Thanks a lot, Vivek. Thanks. Go ahead, Sliman.
Yeah, Vivek, it was a specific question about your solution. And now you said that basically gun violence in schools has increased. And your solution to that was that to basically have more security essentially in schools. But then wouldn't the result of that be that these people with mental illness would then redirect that to different places, let's say like, I don't know, churches, mosques, synagogues, or whatever it may be. So you're basically stopping it from schools, which is a good thing, but then it just gets redirected elsewhere.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a reasonable question. And like, I'm not claiming that this is a panacea, but they go to schools. We know that's a trend. I think we have a solution hiding in plain sight to protect our schools, but that's not at the exclusion of going upstream and addressing that deeper identity crisis, which accounts for, I think, the mental health epidemic in our country. So I'm not going to be somebody who is like, advertising a solution because I thought of it or advocated for it to say it's the panacea, end-all, be-all solution to all the world's problems. But school shootings in particular are a special category of killings that's been on the rise. That's a problem. And I think it's a special category that deserves special protection. Yet we've gone out of our way to actually underprotect that very environment where malls and shopping malls and banks and airports have far more disproportionate security than we give to our own schools. We can't throw our hands up in the air and say, how come our kids are dying? They shouldn't be dying, when we haven't taken those basic steps, even relative to parts of the federal budget that could easily be allocated to that for a fraction of what we spend through the $83 billion that goes to the Department of Education. So that's why I highlight that narrow short-term solution, not as a substitute for going upstream, but because I think it is something that would be narrowly on the Eric, before we leave, is I actually think that this idea of what is extreme and what is not does beg the question. I mean, who's to say what is extreme or not? And this is why in the American context, I actually believe in hopefully solving that identity crisis in our country, in part, by embracing, and I'm going to say this purposefully to be provocative in contrast to Eric, but by embracing the extremism, the radicalism of the American ideals themselves, basic ideals that set the country into motion. Let's not forget that ideas like meritocracy or free speech and open debate as a way of settling a political question, an idea that the people who we elect to run the government are the ones who run the government, self-governance over aristocracy, that there is an enlightened class that actually governs. That's how, for most of human history, it was done the other way. These are extreme ideals, or these were extreme ideals in 1776. That's what set the nation into motion. And I think that we would do better, rather than by playing the game of what I call otherism, making someone else who perceived to be on the fringe, keeping them on the fringe and treating them as such or shutting them down. The fringe itself is itself a social construct, but it's a product of actually failing to recognize the shared ideals that bind us, at least on this side of the Atlantic at this moment in our history, as Americans. And so, I think what you're going to see from me over the course of the next 18 months and hopefully through 4 and 8 years after that is embracing unapologetically the radicalism of the ideals that make us us. And I think that goes to filling that hunger for purpose and meaning and identity that vacuum of purpose that accounts for a lot of our problems. If we're able to answer who we are and be proud of it and discover that part of our own identity, looking in the mirror within each of ourselves as individuals, but also looking in the mirror as a country and reviving and embracing ideals that at one point in history were extreme, I think that's actually part of our way out. That's not the problem, but that actually might be our way forward. It might be our last best chance of unifying the country too, than playing a game of otherism. And you know what? I think that the so-called fringes need not be on a fringe if we're actually able to start at the goal line, to use a football analogy, instead of just starting on the 50-yard line and saying we're going to include everybody who's between the 40-yard lines on either side. Let's start at the goal line on one side and ask us what still binds us together all the way through the end zone on the other side. That's how we score the equivalent of a national touchdown, if I'm to use a cheesy dad joke football analogy to close this out. And, I'll make a shameless point here. Politicians, what we need to do is, I don't care about, we're looking at building a grassroots movement around that. And so if you disagree with that, that's cool. That's part of what it means to be American. Let's keep having that conversation and that debate out in the open. And Mario, the only thing I'll say in closing is, if you do agree with it and you like what you're hearing, honestly, make it $1, make it $5. I would be not doing my job if I didn't say it. But we're building a grassroots movement. You can go to Vivek 2024. That's my first name, Vivek 2024.com. and pitch in to join that movement of embracing the extremism of those American ideals. That's a big part of why I'm doing this. And I love conversations like this. We don't have enough of them across these partisan or political divides and the borders we create for ourselves. So I'm glad you hosted this stuff, Matt.
Thanks for hopping in. I appreciate it, Vivek. Thanks, man.
Appreciate it, guys. Thank you.
Eric, I do want to also say, like, every time you join my space in the audience, I kind of spam you and bully you to come up on stage. It's been a while. So I'm going to try to abuse the fact that you're here to ask you a few more questions, if that's okay with you. And of course, panelists, if you've got questions, I'll give you the mic as well. I won't hog it too much. But the point that Vivek made, and by the way, Eric, as you know, whenever you want to jump off, just say so. Doesn't mind. We don't mind. But in terms of the point that Vivek made, some things that are considered normal today were considered extremist views in the past. So I don't want to kind of butcher that point, but I'm curious on what you think regarding this before we go to the next question.
Sure. I mean, the problem is that there's a culture that goes along with the extremes of what it means to be American. So I love the fact that in an extreme sense, we don't prohibit somebody from burning a flag. I also love the fact that I've never seen a flag burned, even though we have the right to burn flags. So there's an extreme culture of respect that is coupled to an extreme culture of freedom. The problem that I'm having is that people are losing the idea that those two things are coupled. Free speech is not going to be able to continue if people are constantly saying, celebrate me, I just used free speech to do harm to other humans. There's a culture that has to do with being relatively classy and being supportive of underdogs and not bullying and all sorts of things that goes along with the extremes that Vivek was extolling. So I like the fact what he was saying, but the unfun part about it is that, hey, there's also an American culture that says, don't be a jerk. And when you give people the ability, for example, to come on social media and have new opportunities that they've never sampled to, actually use speech in a really destructive fashion and hide behind a pseudonym, they're not realizing that the reason that we had a permissive culture that was extreme was because we had a culture. We have laws that are extreme because the culture prohibited us from using the laws. And in the case of gun safety, I would just say the same thing. If you know people who are really, really into guns, their family shoots together, and they've got gun culture, there's an entire culture that comes with a firearm. And what concerns me is that we have to imbue people with the culture to make use of radical freedom and not turn it into a hellscape. And we failed to do that. That's a culture of being thoughtful. That's a culture of being decent, being generous of spirit, of listening, of turning the other cheek. There's a lot of Judeo-Christian stuff behind it. And if we're not willing to teach that culture, the freedoms, the extreme freedoms, are not going to continue. And so I'm a huge fan of not backing away from the culture that allowed those freedoms not to be toxic. Thanks.
How much longer do you have, Eric, before I abuse the time I have with you?
I'll take two more, and I don't want to take away from anyone else's time, so I don't want to be a bore to those who aren't interested. But if you've got another couple, I'll be happy to take them.
All right, so Dan, I'll give you a question, and I'll ask the final question. Go ahead, Dan.
Oh, thank you so much. I just wanted to make a couple of statements because my question was for Vivek and he's no longer here.
Okay, so Dan, for the statements, because I know Eric only has time for two more questions.
Yes, no problem.
So I'll just ask my two questions then. Eric, on educating kids on the whole concept of gender identity. First, would love to know your position. I think I know it, but your position on gender pronouns and gender identity and gender versus sex, very briefly, and without getting a bit too nuanced, because the question will be a bit separate.
Sure. Start with intersex. If you take something where people's gender is actually ambiguous because their SRY protein is malfunctioning, or they've got an exterior of being male and an interior of being female, as with persistent Mullerian duct syndrome, you can tell that we have to be compassionate to people who fall into a category that we don't have great ways of dealing with. I will point out that the Turks use the third person singular pronoun O for he, she, and it. It works fine. what I believe, however, is that we've deranged the gender binary with all of its positives in order to go after the situations where it fails. And that was not the right thing to do. The gender binary is incredibly powerful. It is the workhorse, of the reproductive family. We're changing that some with new family structures that we're experimenting with, the advent of universal gay marriage, for example. But I think that we have to recognize that ultimately societies are about babies and children. And part of the goal of a good society is to give a tremendous amount of instructions as to how to behave within the gender binary, if that can be made to work. Now, there has to be plan B, because you can't always get the gender binary to work. So I find that in general, my friends on the right take a very simplistic position, which is it's male and female and some freak cases, which I think is a completely horrible way to look at it. And then my friends on the left have a different horrible way, which is the child knows what's best and we should listen to the child, which is nonsense, because developmental instructions have to be used in order to encode the concepts of male and female and the behavior that goes with it. My feeling is that is a skirt intrinsically female? Well, it's not if it's a lungi and you're in South Asia, or a kilt and you're in Scotland. You have to leave certain things up to development, and you need developmental instructions to get the gender binary to work. So my feeling is, yes, we failed a lot of these kids by refusing to do our work as adults to bring them into the gender binary. But when the gender binary fails with some regularity, we also have to be compassionate. And so in some circumstances, I believe we should be using pronouns that people want. In others, we should say, no, this is a medical issue. You don't get to redefine, your karyotyping, XX versus XY, or what your phenotype is versus your genotype. So I feel like it's a subtle point, and what we did is we made a political mess of it, and we're failing our youth because we actually have to give instructions, because it's a software issue. Different cultures create different versions of male and female, but the hard work of male and female is to raise children, and that was what it was supposed to be about.
Eric, I want to ask you another question, because that was a pretty broad question with many points made. I appreciate your time, and you're always welcome back to the stage.
Mario, thanks very much.
Thanks a lot.
Have a great space.
Thanks, man. Appreciate it. Yeah, guys, I love these fucking spaces. We get Vivek and Eric just jumping in randomly. That's fucking insane. What do you think, Slyman, on the points they've made, especially Eric's his answer to the last question?
I mean, I like a lot of what Vivek says, and generally speaking, when Vivek makes points, I just think, you know what, you've just hit the nail on the head, especially his point about banning social media for under 16-year-olds. I think that's just a brilliant position to take, actually, and totally agree with it. That's my position as well. But then I thought, when his point about solving what he said was a gun issue in terms of gun shootings, and his way of solving it was extra security. Of course, that makes sense. That's like putting a band-aid on that specific issue. But then what happens when it gets redirected to other avenues? And so it really is that you need to focus on, in my view, the actual mental health issue that people have, or whatever it may be, whatever the root cause is, to try and figure out that problem out. And there are a number of them. For example, we know, for example, the issues that men are going through when they're younger. They're going through significant amount of mental health issues. Child suicide in terms of male adolescents is 400% higher than females, and so on and so forth. So there are significant root issues in society that needs to be solved. And I think his solution on that one was just more of a band-aid.
Yeah, so Biden's wins. Good to have you back on the topic of gun control. I think it's Vivek's answer there, and I'll go back to Eric's answer to my last question, because it's also a fascinating answer. Vivek's question on gun control is also interesting, because it's very easy to look at the numbers, and he agreed. Like, causation is there. The amount of guns that exist in the U.S. is likely playing a role in the amount of mass shootings we have. If anyone disagrees, feel free to do so. But that doesn't mean gun control is the solution. And there's a good argument to be made for owning guns. So I know the Democrats' position or liberal position on the topic. I know the conservatives' position, but it seems to be such a complex issue that the answer is somewhere in the middle. Where do you stand on this?
Right.
Can I speak on this? Sorry,
yeah,
I'm so sorry.
yeah,
Can I speak on this?
Yeah, of course. You're welcome, Kimbers. I'll give you the mic right after Biden's wins. I'll give you the mic right after.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah, so I really enjoyed Eric's response when it came to gun violence prevention, and I think he spoke, in a way that I hadn't heard prior, which was connecting the defund the police movement to, the usage of guns and firearms, and how if you support defund the police, how could you advocate for taking away people's own rights to self-defense? My only disagreement was that, President Biden in particular, and the vast majority of Democrats are not for defunding the police. I think that, President Biden has made clear he wants more police officers to strengthen
Biden's
community policing.
The movement of defunding the police. Can you just explain it to me? Is it just reducing the funding, or is it complete? Because everyone disagrees with it. I'm seeing thumbs down from liberals and Democrats. But is it just completely defunding the police, or just reducing the funding and reducing their budgets?
So this is another spot where Eric is in a way correct. I think defund the police is a slogan, and people have not legitimately defined what this policy looks like. We've seen it in certain communities. We saw it in Minneapolis following George Floyd, but what we also saw in Minneapolis was Democrats actually lead an opposition fight to reverse that policy, led by Don Samuels, who ran in a primary in Minnesota's 5th congressional against Ilhan Omar on that specific policy, and actually almost won that race. But to pivot back in specific to gun violence prevention, the vast majority of Democrats, including myself, believe in the rights to bear arms. We believe that you can have a rifle. We believe you can have a handgun for self-defense. What we don't believe in is your right to own an AR-15 or an assault weapon. Personally, my community of Highland Park, I live near Highland Park, suffered from a horrible incident this summer at a 4th of July parade, where an individual was able to shoot hundreds of rounds in a matter of minutes and injure countless folks, some that I know personally. I just don't think there's any place for that at our parades, at our schools, and in our communities. So I think when we talk about a well-regulated militia, that's certainly an area where Democrats want to proceed. And I think that the vast majority of polling shows the vast majority of Americans agree.
Trash, I want to get you in on this one.
Can I?
Kims, I want Kims, are you going to push back on what Biden's wins? If you're not going to push back, I'll go to Trash or Maj, and then we'll go to you just to kind of balance out the discussion. So if you agree with Biden's wins, I'll go quickly to Trash or Maj, and then we'll go back to you. Is that okay, Kims? Unless you want to disagree. Oh, okay, cool.
No,
perfect.
That's absolutely fine.
Thank you so much.
I was there in Dunblane, so I will listen to whoever is going to speak before me, and then I will speak. And then
thank you so much. So Trash, you want to jump in if you have an opposing stance, especially on automatic weapons, and then we'll go to Kim's.
Yeah, and so we already have restrictions on automatic weapons, and an AR-15 does not shoot bullets at any faster rate than a handgun does. And so when we start trying to carve out what's good, what's acceptable, and what's not, it really is just a fundraising opportunity. Okay, so number one, we have the Second Amendment. Second Amendment's not going anywhere. So all it really is a bunch of people on both sides, whether you're pro-lobby for guns or whether you're, and then they conflate and confuse the conversation to get on platforms to get elected by saying, AR-15s are big and scary. They don't fire any faster than a handgun does, nor do a lot of it have, an extended capacity beyond any other weapon. And so the conversation that's being had there is strictly a political one. It is not actually a fundamental... So
Trash, I've just checked, sorry to interrupt you, I'm checking on that point. So individuals who want to own or transfer a machine gun must apply for a federal firearms license and pay a tax. In addition, they must undergo a thorough background check. So I think what Biden's been saying is that why do we even have a check? Why are we even allowing it? This should not be allowed for the average Joe to have a machine gun. What's your stance on that?
But now we're conflating machine guns with AR-15s. And the statement that was made specifically was we can't have, we're conflating AR-15s with fully automatic weapons. I don't agree with FFL. Let me be clear about that. I don't have a problem with that at all. The only thing that stops gun violence is guns, number one. So and we had the Second Amendment, so that's not going away. So all these other conversations are directly just related to fundraising opportunities and finding ways to crack down on the population to own less guns. And it's really just a political one. It is not a fundamental resolution to anything that's happening here. So I really get frustrated with these conversations, especially, like I said, one more time, I'll say it one more, I'll land my plane. We have the Second Amendment. It's not going away. And so all these weapons that are currently, that all require background checks, by the way. There's already protections in place. Is it perfect? No. But the only thing that's going to stop gun violence are guns. And so the conversation does need to be had, like Vivek was expertly pointing out, that if we have 2 or 3 resource officers or armed resource officers per school, it will divert a lot of these problems. We already know this about the shooter in Nashville. She was actually going to go to a different school, but it had higher security protections in place, so she chose this one instead. So again, it's just a fundraising opportunity to have this discussion, and more restrictions do not make any sense in the spirit of what the Second Amendment is, which isn't going away.
So Kimbers, I know you've been trying to jump in, so the mic is yours.
Thank you so much. So I'm in the UK, and the last mass gun shooting we had in the UK was Dunblane, which was up in Scotland, and that was 26 years ago. And we had 16 people killed through gun crime. We had our last mass shooting 26 years ago in the UK, and there were 16 people killed. We brought in gun legislation, and we've had no more gun crime since in the UK.
Kimber, can you describe what a mass shooting is in the UK, please?
Yeah, so we had 16 people. So we had in 26 years ago, we had a person go into a school in Dunblane in Scotland. You might not be able to understand my accent. I apologise if you can't, because I'm UK born. We had a gunman.
What year was that, Kimbers? What year was that?
26 years ago.
So that will be in 19. What are we now? 2027, 2001.
Yeah.
So there's one. There's one in 2010. I think it doesn't move away from your point because it's still a long time ago. One in 2010. Derek Bird, a taxi driver, killed 12 people, injured 11 others, and then took his own life. So that was the last mass shooting. But still, it doesn't move away from the.
I mean, you're right. There isn't guns in the UK. I'm from the UK as well. But then hasn't that been replaced significantly with knife crime? As an example.
No. This is such a bloody. This is such a.
Can I just make one? Can I just finish my point and then let you answer? So, for example, in 2020, there was 46,265 recorded instances of knife crime, and there's a 6% increase on the previous year. So that's just an example. But yeah, please go ahead and answer.
Yeah. So according to kind of make that point, just give you some figures. I'll give you some figures, Kimbers. So I just checked it now. According to data, per capita rate of deaths by knife attacks in the UK is higher than the US. In the UK, 256 homicide, which is a 0.4 per 100,000. In the US, it's 0.5 per 100,000. How's the UK more than? It's higher than it looks the same. I don't know how they're saying one is more than the other, but it's about the same actually. The difference is very minimal. So kind of contradicts your point, Simon. But go ahead.
In terms, I mean, I was there at Dunblane. Our last mass shooting. I was there at Dunblane. Our last mass shooting. I was there at Dunblane. Our last mass shooting. Mass shooting.
Name, but she was talking about Dunblane.
She was talking about what?
She was just responding to my question about, and her response was she was going to talk about.
I was asking Maj a question, Mr. Turi, but then it just dropped out for me. But yeah,
so basically what she said is
go
that
ahead,
there's
Nick.
not been more than 2 people shot in the UK at the same time.
Yeah, but Nick, but what do you? So the point I was making is that it makes sense. The argument that shootings cause shooting is so the argument that having weapons allows us to protect ourselves, allows citizens to protect themselves from a tyrannical government. That makes sense. And obviously, the U.S. government right now is, democracy is working. Not perfect, but it's working. It's much better than dictatorships, etc. But if that does get worse, if power gets centralized and laws change and the government is no longer what it is today and democracy is no longer working, my question would be is, so yeah, we've got weapons. That's a good thing. We can protect ourselves. But then at the same time, the argument that she made, UK, Australia are 2 examples out of many where gun control prevented reduced drastically the amount of mass shootings. And Sulaiman's point that it increased, Sulaiman's point, I'll let you guys respond. I'm not saying I agree with it. I'm just curious what you think. Sulaiman's point about knife attacks. I looked up the rate. You could look it up, Sulaiman, because I looked it up quickly. That in the US and UK, it's not much different. It's very, very similar. It's actually
huge difference, bro.
Per capita, you're talking about per capita?
Yeah. So per capita, according to the ONS in 2020, there was 86 per 100,000 population in the UK, compared to the US, according to the stats of the FBI in 2019, there was 4.6 per 100,000. That makes it a difference of almost 1,800%.
What percent? Do you have the percent? Do you have quick? No, before you go, do you have percentages, Slyman? Can you give us the percentages difference between the two?
Yeah. So it's 4.6 out of 1,000 for US, 86 out of 1,000 for UK.
No, percentage. Give me the percent. You're saying 86 out of 1,000. So that's 8.6% versus what?
So okay, so if you want it as a percentage, it would be 0.086 for UK as a percentage of
0.086
per population.
Okay.
And the other one is 0.0046.
Oh shit. Okay. So Eliza, you were saying something?
But anyway, there's if you want to do it as another percentage, there's basically 1,800% more knife crimes in the UK in 2020 compared to US.
And what I was just saying is that when you're talking about gun violence in the United States and gun ownership in the United States, gun ownership is reflecting guns that are actually registered. So there are gun control laws in the United States, but that doesn't change the fact that there is a huge problem with illegal guns that are not registered and that are rampant. So having been very much part of the group of people taking care of the Knife and Guns Club here in St. Louis, Missouri, which has one of the highest crime rates in the United States, and seeing gunshot wounds every single day in the emergency department and gang-related violence, the vast majority of those guns were illegally obtained. So I think it's absolutely fine to talk about gun control. I believe in gun control, taking away guns and banning them, and you can have all the gun control laws in place. But if you've got gangs that actually have the gangs have, the automatic weapons and a variety of different things, and gang violence is not something that is addressed in this whole discussion. And I can tell you that if you are in North St. Louis as a single mother, you may want to have some kind of weapon that you register to protect yourself, because it's pretty scary up there.
I want to give you a chance to respond, Kimber, since we've been talking about this a little bit. So go ahead, jump back in.
No, it's fine. I'm so sorry. I just wanted to speak just for the fact that I was around for Dunblane, and the Dunblane massacre happened in 26 years ago in the UK, and a man went into a school and he shot so many bloody kids and adults. And that was our last gun shooting in the UK, was 26 years ago. That's the last time we ever had a gun shootout in a school in our country.
Okay, so you're saying school shooting. Let's be clear, because you were saying mass shooting earlier. So I want to make sure you're talking about school shootings.
Yeah, because we only ever had
the same, but Nick, the same applies for mass shootings as well.
It does not. So we're not even close. Because we're
I'm saying the same. The correlation. I'm saying the correlation between gun control and a drop in mass shootings is there is correlation. I'm not saying the solution is gun control. I'm just saying the correlation is there. But I'm happy to get you examples in a sec.
Yeah, sorry, I'm so sorry to speak over you, but the last time we had a mass school shooting was 26 years ago, and it was in Dunblane in Scotland, and that was 26 years ago, and we've had no school shooting since. And I'm not going to sit here and say, you need to do this, you need to do that with your gun control or your knife control, because we do have a knife problem in this country. We have gangs. Every country has gangs, but we don't have a gun problem. And I have a scout group, and I've got 69 children in my care, in my scout group, and I watch these news reports and I get terrified, thinking, do you know what? If that was my kids, I would, and I cried tonight. I watched the Nashville shooting, and I'm a lesbian. My wife's a lesbian. I'm married to a woman. I'm totally gay. And I watched the Nashville shooting footage and all that stuff because it's put on our TV. And my first thought was, I was devastated. I cried my eyes out because I thought, oh my God, they're 9 years old. If that was my 9-year-old cubs, I would be heart fucking broken because these are my kids. These are my kids. And I'm not excusing the person who's done it is saying they are trans and they're whatever. And I'm not excusing that at all. I think if you're a murderer, you're a fucking murderer in plain sight. I don't care what you are. You're trans normal, you're trans, you're het, you're whatever you are. If you shoot up a school with kids in, you're a murderer. You're a murderer. I don't care what the fuck you are. You're a murderer.
So thanks for that, Kim. I just want to go. Madge, I want to come to you. I mean, you might have heard, I don't know if you heard the part of our discussion, but in terms of, you know, I showed the stats in terms of in the UK that knife crime is significantly higher, 1,800% higher.
Oh, it is. Do you know what I mean? Don't get me wrong. Don't get me wrong. Our knife crime in this country, the knife crime in this country, I meet with my council leaders, I meet with area leaders, council, government leaders, I meet with everybody. I know knife crime is ridiculously high in this country. It's shocking in this country. It's really, really bad. But you can name on one hand the people that have died from knife crime. And I was saying this to my other scout leader. You can't. I can name 5 people that were killed in knife crime. However, don't get me wrong. Please don't get me wrong. Knife crime is shocking in this country, but the statistics, because I work in the freaking healthcare system, I'm a nurse. I work in the healthcare system. Your rate of surviving a knife crime attack is 98% more than surviving a shooting.
That's not true.
So I just want to go to Madge. Who said?
And I'm a physician who worked in a level 1 trauma center.
Liza, go ahead. Please explain.
Yes, no. I saw multiple. You actually ask a police officer what is scarier for them. If you actually speak to a police officer, the scary thing is a knife attack, and that's because a knife can sever all sorts of arteries and things like that. Knife attacks are much less predictable than dealing with guns. I have taken care of at least 1,000 gunshot wounds in my career as a physician.
Is that just from school?
And I'll tell you, I went to medical school in Ireland, and there was one gunshot wound in the whole time I was there, and there was a national case conference about the gunshot wounds there. When I came back to St. Louis, my first day as an intern in the emergency department was August 8th, 2000. And the reason why I remember this day was because 2 cops were making an arrest of a guy who had shot a cop the week before. And one of these young men, policemen, frisked the man, handcuffed him, missed a gun in the back of his pants. And the guy, as he was closing the door, the cop, as he was closing the door, the perpetrator pulled the gun out of the back of his pants and fired. And it went through his armpit, through the sleeve of his bulletproof vest, and transected his aorta. The other policeman, his partner, knew that he was in trouble, they did what they call a scoop and run, and threw him into the car and went screaming down Kings Highway to Barnes Hospital, where I was day one baby doctor and with the trauma surgeon. And I watched this young man get wheeled in. They're doing CPR on his chest. And I'm looking at him going, oh my gosh. And and the trauma surgeon did what we call a thoracotomy. So when you have a penetrating injury, a gunshot wound, right, and you lose your vital signs, meaning that you're dying, you've died. There's a last ditch thing that you can do, which is cut open the chest and deliver the heart so you can stop the bleeding right there. Thoracotomy is an extraordinarily rare thing to do in the emergency department. I did it my intern year with this young man. And the tragedy was this police officer was 29 years old, and his wife was 8 months pregnant with twins. This is what American police officers deal with all the time. So anyway, long and short, he very tragically died. This guy went to jail. And during my residency training at this particular hospital, I was probably involved with 3 thoracotomies in the emergency department in the ensuing years. The last year, same thing. Young man, police officer making a drug bust in North St. Louis. The perpetrator got a hold of his gun, shot at him, got above his bulletproof vest into his neck, and this 22-year-old police officer wound up dying. And I had to wipe the blood off of the trauma surgeon's face before he went and told the family about this. So fast forward to the Michael Brown case, which happened here. Hands up, don't shoot. That happened here in St. Louis, right? This is the whole Ferguson thing, right? In my training, I was involved with 3 thoracotomies. In the 6 months after the Michael Brown incident, the police backed off, and there were 15 thoracotomies in the 6 months on inner city gang members in the emergency department. And so what I'm telling you is that none of the guns that were involved in these things were legal guns. They were not legally obtained. And so I think that the gun violence situation in the United States is extraordinarily different than what you see anywhere in Europe.
So Liza,
and I think
Liza, so we don't have it.
I just got one second, guys. One second. Madge, I wanted to come to you. And my question to you is, what has been profited if guns were banned? You wouldn't essentially have any kind of violence or school shootings.
Can I just put in? I'm so sorry. Can I just put in because I've received.
Kim's. I'm just gonna go to Madge and then I'll come back to you later. Go for it, Madge.
So no, it wouldn't. Kimber's example in her country of the knife violence being extremely high,
But I've just received 7 tweets while I'm speaking.
You're
threatening me.
Kimber, you're 7 tweets.
Okay, so let me just quickly. I'll quickly address threats.
Threatening tweets.
So Kimberly, I'll just address this quickly. Marsh, give you the mic, and just because it's threats is
but
important.
I've received threatening messages while we've been speaking.
Yeah, I know. I'm just about to address
Can
it.
I not speak these out? Can I not speak out about my threatening tweets I've just received?
I don't know if you heard me, Kims. I just told Marge to wait 2 minutes so I can actually address this.
No, but I've just received threatening tweets.
I know, Marge. Okay, I'm just going to mute you because I understand that this is very unacceptable. And I just said that I'm going to address it so people stop doing that. And you keep telling me, but I received them. I said, yes, I know. This is very bad. And I want to address it. And they tell me, but I want to mention them. I know this is really bad. So just for the audience, based on what Kim's just got, I know that a lot of us panelists get threatening DMs, threatening tweets. And as Slyman mentioned in the beginning of the other space, because we had a transgender woman, a transgender person receive death threats while on the space. You're ignorant if you do that. You're very, very ignorant and not very intelligent. I'm just being very honest with you. Not you, Kims. I'm talking about people with the threats.
I'm so sorry, Mario.
No, hold on. Let her speak. Go ahead, Kims. What would you like to say?
No, you just muted me.
No, someone else did. Go ahead.
Okay, so I would like to just read out the tweets that I've just mentioned. I have received death threats. I've just got a death threat. They're going to find me where I am.
Then you should be armed. That's another reason that you should have a firearm and train right there.
Yeah. I should
No,
just
it's illegal in the UK.
space.
Go
her
ahead.
government,
Hold on, Maj,
her
Maj,
government
Maj,
doesn't
Maj,
want to have the
Maj.
means to defend her life.
Yeah, Maj, just let me address the issue of death threats. I think it's just important either way, whether you have a gun or not. Maj, I understand. It's not Maj, sorry. Kimbers, no, you cannot. I don't agree with the death threats. They're very bad. Now, I'm about to criticize anyone who does them, but I also want to criticize you for constantly interrupting. You did that when Vivek and Eric were on stage, and you're the first time bringing up on stage. I agree with many of the points you're making. I'd love you to have you on stage, and I hope you keep contributing, despite the threats. And I'm going to address the threats, but at the same time, you need to stop interrupting. What I want to tell anyone that's threatening, whether it's Kimbers or all the other panelists that are getting threats, including myself, I don't mind. Some of us don't mind. Others do mind, and these are taken very seriously. So if you are sending threats, number one, I get those sent to me, and you get banned. You get either a warning, depending on the threat. You either get a warning or you get banned from this space, and I can get all spaces to ban you because I'm sure they'll all follow suit. That's number one. Now, Trash is on space. There you go. He's reacting with 100%. So number one, if you do threats, you're going to be banned from spaces. We can report you and you'll be banned from Twitter as well. And you're just ignorant. So stop with your threats, because we're not going to get dialogue like this if we've got ignorant people sitting there threatening the panelists. So that's a message to anyone sending threats. Now, to you, Kimbers, they will happen, especially when it comes to topics like this. There is ignorant people out there. I cannot control. There's no setting that says don't invite ignorant people to my space. They will come to this space and they will be sending threats. So it is something to keep in mind as you come up on stage. I've never had an instance where anything went beyond the threat, because we never get to those levels, and we tend to have really civil conversations that people end up enjoying at the end. But they will happen. So I really apologize for you that you've been getting them. Feel free to block those people. Send me a DM with their information, and me and the team will take action right after the space. If you can stay on stage and do contribute, I'd be very grateful. But obviously, if the threats they bother you, I'd be very understanding if you need to jump off as well. And I'd be very respectful of that, Kimbers. But so that's regarding the threat.
Thank you so much, Mario. That's a really nice thing to say. But I'd just like to say that kind of the sort of things that I'm actually seeing. So you are hogging up the space.
Kimbers, I don't know why you gotta read them. I think I addressed them. I know. It doesn't matter what they say. Whatever the threats are, they're bad. I have hundreds to share.
I've been threatened to be killed. I've had threats to be killed.
One second, Kimber.
I have hundreds of those.
Threats are unacceptable, but without sounding like I'm trying to make a thing. I do think Kimbers might be a bit drunk as well. That has no relation to the threats, but I'm saying we should just move on.
Okay, all right. So Kimbers, I don't know if you're drunk.
I'm what? Sorry, did you say?
Say, man, where'd you get this from, bro?
I don't know. I think I'll make the decision. I think we move on. Let's.
No. You just said that.
Yeah,
I'm drunk.
Simon thinks you're Kimbers. Simon thinks you're drunk, but I will move on to topics. The last time I'm going to mute Kimbers. It doesn't matter. So I'm going to remove her, not because you think she's drunk, because she can't stop unmuting and interrupting. I want to get back to the fucking topic. So threats are not okay. If you're threatening, you're an idiot. But Maj, I want to get back to the topic. And Maj, a question to you, man. And I know you've probably got a few other points to make. But the question to you is the correlation between having bearing arms and mass shootings. I understand the argument of the reason one should bear arms. And if you start, infringing on that right, it's a very slippery slope. But my next question to you is, what are your thoughts on that correlation between gun violence and owning guns, and what do you think is the solution? Because such a polarizing but also such a nuanced topic.
So it's polarizing because the minority in the group that don't respect, and meaning in America or across the world, that don't respect the human's right or the Second Amendment, the structure that we have in America, the human right not granted by government nor taken away to defend your life with and up into firearms. That minority group wants to remove that. That's the reality. 10, 15, 20 years ago, you would never hear that group say, yes, we're here to take your guns, but we all knew it. And then fast forward, you have Beto O'Rourke on the campaign trail saying, hell yeah, we're here to take your guns and your AR-15s and your AK-47s. So that's the first part. As it relates to firearms ownership translating into more violent crimes or mass shootings, that is false. The data is clear. In 1990, when Joe Biden created the law for gun-free zones, in 1990, it became law under the Clinton campaign in 1991. Since 1991, where gun-free zones were a federal issue, there have been over 90% of mass shootings are in gun-free zones. if you're talking about the transgender person yesterday, or I don't even want to give them, because it could be in the front to this adding on to like there's some sort of transgender conspiracy to kill all Americans, because that's over extreme. So this trash person that killed a few people yesterday was targeting a different location as well, but chose to not go to that one because it had more security. If you rewind a little bit to the Aurora, Colorado shooting, where a kid went into a movie theater, when he was apprehended, he actually went to 6 other movie theaters that were closer, but he chose to do this one because this one was a gun-free zone. The problem here is based on, since 1990, when this legislation was created and then became law in 1991, now the bad guys know where to go where there's no one to return fire. That's why magically, with all of this conversation for the last few hours, politicians too got on board talking about defund the police, X, Y, and Z. But somehow, even with all of the anti-police rhetoric, some of these bad guys, nobody seemed to go to a police station to have a shootout because they knew there were going to be return fire. When we go back to some more data, most of the times when mass shooters are apprehended by people or engaged with people, by people with firearms, they either stop and are taken into custody or they kill themselves. So if we're talking about the gun ownership wasn't insanely lower before 1990 when Joe Biden created this legislation. It wasn't insanely lower. So are there cultural issues as well? Are there dietary issues as well? Yes, absolutely. Are there psych med issues as well? Pharmaceutical drugs? All of these contribute to the thing, but to blame it on none of those things or none of the conjunction of those things, and then say it's because we have a bunch of guns in America, completely ignoring the gun-free zone. 90% of mass shootings, which only make up less than 1% of all shootings in America, 90% of those are done in gun-free zones. And we can chart that. That's not my opinion. That's not a statistic that I can manipulate. That is cold, hard facts. Then, lastly, we also ignore the little stat game that a lot of the anti-gunners play, which is ignoring the basic fact that over 60% of the gun-related deaths in America are suicides. So you have 90% of them that are mass shootings, which are under 1% of all shootings. 90% of those under 1% are in gun-free zones. We're not repealing gun-free zones. Thomas Massey from the great state of Kentucky presented some legislation to repeal gun-free zones, but for some reason people didn't think it would be a good idea. So 90% of the 1% are in gun-free zones, and 60% of all of the death is in suicides, but they count that as if it's just bad guys. So we're looking at not the issue being, the access to firearms or any of those things, or there's trillions more firearms than there were before 1990. That's not the issue. The issue is the stat game to, I can't remember who it was in the space earlier that said, no, most of the violence or most of this languaging or rhetoric comes from one side. And unfortunately, to Vivek's point, unfortunately, because I hate using these partisan terms as well, to his point, unfortunately, that happens to land on people that identify as more left of the aisle politically. So they're ignoring the 60%, but while saying they want to save lives. If it was really about saving lives, we would get that target-rich environment. If we can cut this mental health issue in half to the 60% of the people that are killing themselves with guns, and the stats are presenting it that way, then we could cut down to 30,000 some odd if we got to 15,000. But they're not talking about the 60%. They're talking about the tool. Because like I said earlier with Beto O'Rourke and those ilk, they're pretending as if it's about safety and saving lives, but that's not the case. It's about de-arming the population, because at the same time that they said defund the police, they didn't say de-arm the police, while at the same time calling the police systemically racist. They are walking contradictions, and they are lying. They are lying. So that's my point there.
I just want to go to Biden's wins. What's your thoughts about what Madge said in terms of his various points, but more specifically that the root issue essentially is mental health, and so if that's what you should be focusing on, what's your thoughts, Biden's?
I think when it comes to mental health, of course, we need to discuss mental health as a component to this problem. As a 23-year-old, I understand my generation, it has significant issues that stem from social media and number of other sources, but were certainly exacerbated by the COVID-19 pandemic and the way that our social lives changed. But I want to pivot for 1 second. It was I believe, Maj, you're referencing the 94 crime legislation that was passed under Bill Clinton, because if it was 91, that would have been George H.W. Bush. And not sure if there was legislation there or if that's if you're referencing something else. But the numbers statistically show the number of mass shootings significantly dropped when the 1994 assault weapon was passed. Assault weapons ban was passed. So I'm just going to leave it there. The numbers are
wrong.
clear. You can
That's
look them
wrong.
up.
That's number one. I'm not
Maj,
talking
it's
about the
not.
94 so-called assault weapons bill. It's not what I was talking about. I'm talking about the 1990 gun-free zone legislation. I was very clear. So that attempt to try to mix those two things, it's incorrect. And one, the data from the FBI proves. Everybody can get on Google or whatever search engine they want, and you can just type in, was there a difference in homicides as it relates during the 94 assault weapons ban? More people will come back, not just what you say, and show, no, even the FBI said, there was no statistic difference. Your anecdotal statements right now don't hold up against the math. So you tried to conflate what I'm talking about as it relates to gun-free zones, which was in 1990. I do this. It was in 1990 by Joe Biden. 91 is when it came into fruition as a federal issue. So those are two separate things. And your point about the 94 so-called assault weapons ban reducing a bunch of violent crime, that is false. You're either wrong deliberately based on misinformation, or you're just lying. It's one or the other. Which one is it?
Yeah, Mad, you're talking about the DOJ.
Well, I'm speaking about several things now because our good brother Biden's whatever jumped some things in there and he's just wrong. So, which one are you? He might want to check his stats.
No. I apologize on the conflation between the 91 legislation and 94, but the stats do show a statistic drop in violent crime, and in particular mass shootings following the 94 assault weapons
false.
ban.
You just repeated the same false stat. Let everybody else pull it up on your. Everybody else look it up on your search engine. What you're saying is you just repeated the same wrong thing.
Madge, I'm saying what you were saying can easily be found on the DOJ.
Oh,
website.
yeah.
The assault
Absolutely.
weapons ban between 94 and 04 did not make a difference in terms of violent crimes perpetuated by people with guns.
Oh, right. That's what you mean, because I said FBI instead of DOJ. My apology.
Correct.
Yeah, that's there. That's not. So again, Biden's, whatever your name is, you're wrong. The fact that you're leading in with Biden, who's also had a history of locking black people up. Let's be clear. Gun control started as a means to stop black people in America from having the means to defend themselves. And your guy, Biden, has made a half a century career of locking black people up. While the same things that he locked black people up for, nonviolent drug offenses, his son right now is avoiding the same issues that he created to lock my community up. So the reality is, as soon as more black folks started buying more guns to defend themselves, while politicians on either side were pretending with the slogan of defund the police, right? While they were doing that, right after that, as soon as he gets back in office, your main man Biden starts trying to push some of the most draconian and authoritarian and unconstitutional gun legislation yet again. Why? Because gun control is racist, just like Biden is. So of course he wants to support that policy. Of course he does. Now what he's trying to do is do it by decree and executive order. Good thing people are aware that the ATF is a rogue organization and they aren't able to make laws. But that's what he's trying to do now. So tell me how that's right. Tell me how the numbers are clear. 60% are suicide. About the stats and the numbers and telling me as a black man in America that somehow that false information non-validates my ability to defend myself from criminals in my community and corrupt portions of law enforcement. Tell me why you think that's smart.
Well, Maj, and you pointed out two very, very important things. Number one, the suicides and how it's being conflated in the data, right? And that is a very, very important thing to address, because if guns were not around, the suicides would be there. And so they're trying to conflate that. And then number two, to your very good point, is that most of these public, mass shootings, so on and so forth, all take place in gun-free zones. And so we can't legislate our way out of gun deaths or gun violence unless you plan on taking the guns away, which, again, I've already kind of illustrated many, many times that we have a Second Amendment that's not going away, and neither side wants it to go away because both sides platform and fundraise off of said conversation. So none of those things are going to go away. So the more restrictions we have and the less areas that we have to be able to protect ourselves, the more problems that we are going to have.
100%.
And so, yeah, like Maj, and I can't speak to the direct correlation of the crime bill, what you were talking about within the Black community, although that makes sense to me, especially with what I know with what they did with that bill. So that does make sense to me. I don't know their motivation, but I'm with you. I mean, if the data's there, the data's there, right? And it would kind of make sense, especially with the rhetoric that was going on when they were trying to pass that bill to begin with. I remember very clearly, and I've gone back and looked at video because I wanted to be able to challenge these kind of arguments with Joe Biden and everything else. But again, having gun-free zones, again, I want to bring it back. We can even bring it back to Nashville. The shooter that went into that Christian school chose that school because the other school that she had originally chosen had more security measures.
Correct.
So again, more security measures, gun-free zones. This is where it's happening. It's happening in malls, right, Maj? It's happening in schools. It's happening in all these areas where a disarmed population exists. And so the argument that gun control in a constitutional right with an insane amount of ownership. I mean, the old trope is there's behind every blade of grass is an American firearm. So that's probably not going to happen. But again, I do want to hear the other side of the argument, Maj, because I don't want to get tunnel vision myself.
No, but
is there somebody here that
other side
disagree? Yes, Melissa, please go ahead.
Hi, so Melissa. So one thing in terms of with suicides, the data has actually found that waiting periods do help prevent suicides.
Yeah, I think we lost her there, but we'll get Brian in here.
So
but she's right. The waiting periods do help with suicides, and I think once again, I'm moderate. I think that there should be some gun control in place that helps prevent these things.
It is.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, there is.
It's called 4473. They're unconstitutional, but they exist.
Can you get? Am I back now?
You're back.
You're back.
Yeah, you're back, Melissa. Or are you gone again?
4473s exist. Every single time I purchase a firearm, what people are calling lawfully in America, right? I fill out a criminal background, in some places, a character background search. That is every single lawful purchase in America. So adding more restrictions to lawful purchases will not solve it. If somebody wants to address this from if they want to conflate the difference between my American. Again, if you guys want to get, let's not play around with it. If you guys want to just get rid of the Second Amendment, listen, go get the votes, get it amended, get it removed, do that, have at it. But pretending like we don't already have more regulation than we should, pretending like this other argument about
the regulation actually varies across states. Sorry, I got cut off.
The 4473 is a federal form. That is a federal background check.
Sorry. So one thing, so in terms of like the different states, so different states have different levels of restrictions, and the states that have more, they end up getting, as to what Liz was talking about, the legal guns, they get shipped in from the states with lesser restrictions.
So wait. So the ones that have lesser restrictions, right?
Boss, can I finish without being interrupted, and then I will go off. I will mute.
Mm-hmm.
So I think part of the problem is because there's so much. The NRA and the Gun Owners of America have so much money, and they have made this such a political issue that there can't be rational conversations about it because there's so much money around it. And there's also so much money on profit from these gun companies. And I think what we're seeing is people are dying because folks want to profit off of guns, as opposed to being like, how do we make sure hunters have access to guns? How do we make sure some people have them for safety? But we don't need people owning 20, 30 guns that end up getting stolen, that end up getting in the hands of people. Because I personally think that 9-year-olds have more right to life than do people to have like 20 guns or be able to go and get 7 or 8
And that's
ARs.
your
You
opinion.
don't need them.
That's your opinion.
Yes, and I'm still talking, and I would like to be able to
I
finish
want you
before
to
I'm
wrap
done.
up the
We're supposed to be
foolishness that
having
you're
civil.
saying, because you're wrong.
But
yeah, no, I'm with you.
you're saying you're not letting me
Go
finish.
ahead.
We're supposed to be civil, and I didn't interrupt you.
My apologies.
I'll let I'll
Because
let
we're
you
supposed to
respond.
be trying to
Melissa.
model a civil conversation, and I didn't
Okay.
interrupt you. And so I just think that's where, how did we get to that point? Because right now there are 3 families that are going, there are 3 families with kids that are going to bed for their second night without their 9-year-olds. And I think if we lose the fact that like 9-year-olds are dying in their classrooms because adults don't want to solve a problem because they care more about guns or they care more about their position, something's really wrong. And I would hope people would have the courage to try to solve this problem instead of getting in their camps. So that's all I just wanted to say. And I appreciate this forum. And I think that we should just really think about it. This is wrong. And that hopefully human life is more important than guns.
I agree with you. And the question is, Melissa, I totally 100% agree with you. What is your solution? How do you, what's your solution? And I agree.
Melissa,
I think
go
the
ahead.
first part, we don't need weapons of war on the street. So for the AR-15s, bump up the age to at least 30, because we know that the majority of mass shootings with AR-15s are under the age of 25. Boost that up to 30, and then have 3 to 5 day waiting periods as a start. And let's start with that and see how that
Melissa,
goes.
let me ask you real quick. Why would you say that we need to raise the age for people to be able to purchase AR-15s, just for example?
Sure, because for example, the data shows that a lot of times the mass shootings that are done with AR-15s are people under the age of 25.
False.
And so people have
Melissa,
more impulse control.
Melissa,
TJ,
I
go.
have to ask you, do you support repealing the Second Amendment of the Constitution of the United States of America?
I don't support libertarians trying to move this debate into that kind of theoretical framework when we're talking about saving the lives of children.
Okay, so in other words, you just don't think we should adhere to the Constitution. You're not looking for solutions. You're looking for talking points.
I mean, if everyone wants to have them, if we want to have everybody to have
rifles, make up less
if we want to
than
have
500 murders a year.
Let's go for muskets.
If we're talking, no, that's not how that works at all. For one, we had firearms that were very rapid, particularly think about the Girandoni air rifle that were of remarkably high capacity in 1791. So you don't know your history on firearms either and what the founding fathers had envisioned. But further, you're talking about you want this solution. If you want this solution, just point blank say what John Paul Stevens said and repeal the Second Amendment. If that's what you actually want to do. Get the votes to repeal the Second Amendment.
You're putting words into my mouth. I want 9-year-olds to not be murdered.
Then answer the question point blank. Do you support repealing the Second Amendment of the Constitution of the United States?
Nobody's saying that. Nobody's asking.
Do you want dead children every day?
You're just lying.
The anecdotal, the children argument. You're avoiding the question because to answer the question directly and honestly, instead of playing around with people that have lost their children, their 9-year-olds, and using them as a political talking point, as opposed to, we just said 60% of these deaths are suicides. Here's a common sense solution. Let's focus on the mental health issue and attack that big number. That's a target-rich environment where we could save 60%, more than 15 to 20,000 deaths.
And waiting
Melissa,
periods.
Melissa, I'm going to be honest with you straight up. I don't want dead kids every day. That's why I support letting teachers arm themselves to protect these students. Now,
doesn't actually, arming teachers doesn't save kids.
Do you support repealing the Second Amendment? Answer the question. Do you support repealing the Second Amendment?
You don't even trust teachers to have books in their classrooms. You want them to have guns.
If I wouldn't
bring it
trust
back.
a
Let's
teacher
bring
with
it
a gun,
back.
I'm not going to trust them with this.
Okay, I found the mute button for you, Trash. I'm sorry. Here you go. All right, try again, Trash.
Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it. I'm not co-hosting today, so I have no mute button. So, all right, guys, let's bring this back for a minute. So I don't want to I don't want to do the back and forth where we divert and change topics, based on, I don't know, teachers talking about books or whatever. That's a completely different conversation to be having. What we're talking about specifically is if we're going to drill down on the data and we're going to have a conversation
whether you agree or disagree with gun control or not, if we're going to have that conversation, we've got to stick to that conversation, because if we start diverting into other topics on both sides of the aisle here, guys, we start diverting in other topics to try to get gotcha moments or landing points, we're never going to drill down the data, and there's never going to be a productive conversation to have. And so I want to bring this back real quick, Melissa, because the question's been asked twice and it's been diverted twice. The question that was asked is, do you support repealing the Second Amendment? And I believe you slipped in there at some point. I would like to address this, and I'll come back to you. I believe you slipped in there at some point that, yeah, that's fine. We can go back to muskets. That's okay. I would like to point out, even when this was being written, we had Corsairs, we had people that owned private battleships, essentially. There was a lot of other weapons than just muskets at that time. And there was no definition ever outlined in the Second Amendment of what weapon can or can't be used. And I would say that the founding fathers had a lot of foresight, and many people agree, even with people that disagree with me constitutionally, they said, well, they really thought this out. They saw it in the long run. So every other right that we have, people would essentially agree that they had the foresight. But when it comes to Second Amendment, we get into a semantical argument about weapon type. And so the question I believe that was asked specifically was, do you support repealing the Second Amendment? And if you could answer that, that would be great. Thanks.
Is it me or is it Melissa?
Did we lose you?
I think that she just doesn't want to answer the question.
She's not going to answer the question because the question tells about the actual backdrop. The reality is there is
a way to answer it, though, right, Brian? Go ahead.
So Maj, I'm sorry if I'm breaking up. If I am, let me know.
No, you good. No, you're good, Brian.
Are there any weapons currently that I, as an American, cannot obtain?
You mean firearms?
Yeah, firearms.
You can purchase full or semi-automatic firearms in America lawfully today.
Are there any weapons or firearms that I can't obtain as an American?
You just repeated the same thing. Get to your act.
Yeah, I'm asking. Can I?
You're trying to trap me in a gotcha moment.
There are several weapons that I cannot just go out and buy.
Firearms. Correct. Second Amendment,
firearms and alternate weapons.
Okay, tell me the ones that you think you can't buy.
There are several. There's a list
tell me
of
two
them
of them.
that
Tell
are
me two
illegal to buy.
You're trying to lead me, but you don't even.
I don't know.
Tell me two of them.
I don't know off the top of my head.
Then stop talking about it.
The point I'm making.
Listen, Brian.
The point
as
I'm
an
making.
American,
you speak really fast, and then you can speak. Let me speak really fast.
You asked me a question. You're trying to lead me, but you don't even know what you're talking about.
Let me
the problem.
speak,
You want
and then you
get
can speak.
educated.
I don't know the weapons. I'm not a gun
expert.
expert.
I'm going to let you in right after.
All right, just let Brian you speak, and then we'll go to Maj. Go for Brian.
Go ahead.
Brian, go for it.
Brian, go ahead.
There are several firearms I cannot go out to the store and buy. I don't know the names of them. I'm not a gun expert, but I know that not every firearm is able to be purchased by every American citizen. So if that is the case, then why isn't the Second Amendment already being violated or abridged?
That's actually a perfect question. And I thank you for lining that up for me, my brother. Number one, the problem here is when people opine, you just said yourself, you don't have the information. And these spaces are designed.
I could pull it up in a few minutes.
I'll let you go, brother. You got to let me go, right? You asked me a question. You going to allow me to answer it? So, first and foremost, when you're informed, you're aware, because a lot of times the conflation, even between AR-15 and fully auto and semi-auto, a lot of people that are anti-gun or think they're anti-gun, right? They don't even know these terms. They don't know the rules. They don't know restrictions. They've never purchased a firearm. So with that being the case, the place that we live in is called America. We have a Second Amendment. When that Second Amendment, which is the supreme law of the land as it relates to firearms, when that was written, there was no distinction made. Even right now, I own grenades. I own a rocket launcher. Do you know why? Because I'm a safe and responsible American. I want to have the means to defend myself like the founders did, right? From tyranny, potentially, far less tyranny now than then. but they had the foresight. So I had that ability, and that is the supreme law of these lands. So to the earlier question of, hey, do you believe in repealing that Second Amendment? If you believe in that, then that's that. But when you say there's guns that you as a citizen can't have in relation to full auto or semi-auto, that is incorrect. Is it an unconstitutional infringement that I have to fill out and give the government an additional few $100s to have that same firearm? Somehow, if I pay the government, it's okay. But if I don't pay the government for that full auto firearm, somehow it's not. Because that's not about firearm safety and preserving life. That's about generating revenue for the state.
No, it's about adding an additional step so that people can't quickly and easily go get a firearm and then go and conduct a mass shooting at a school.
It's a firearm. Well, that happened, and that wasn't a full auto yesterday.
So Maj.
Wait, stop. You're saying things. You're saying things, and you're wrong again, my brother. Yesterday, someone purchased a firearm that was not full auto, that they didn't have to go through extra paperwork with, and they still were able to murder people, unfortunately. The problem that we're having right now is if I'm taking a political stance and you're taking a political stance, and neither one of us, because I know you as an American don't want that death and carnage. The fact that we're talking about what type of guns instead of what can we do to make those places hard targets for those bad guys is a part of the problem. You do not want children to die. I do not want children to die. What we need to do, Brian, is come up with a way, even if you don't like guns, you may not, you don't have to. I want you to understand that if those were my children, or if I know those were your children, I would want that school to be a hard target. Again, the killer, the piece of trash yesterday, saw that there was another school that had more security. That person did not go there. I would prefer that than children dying. And that's a way that we can get that done while preserving our right to keep and bear arms. That's the middle ground. That's the solution. I'm interested in that, as well as cutting down on the 60% of the gun-related deaths that are suicides. I want that target-rich environment because I want to save and preserve American life. Will you help me with that?
So you were asking Melissa if she supports the Second Amendment or if she wants to repeal the Second Amendment. My question to you is that you can have, not my question, but my comment to you is that you can have sensible gun reform without repealing the Second Amendment. I can't go out and buy an M16 without all kinds of extra steps I have to go through.
The M16 doesn't do the death that you're talking about, though, my brother.
I'm not saying it does or it doesn't, but I'm saying there are already gun limitations on guns that I can buy as an American citizen.
If more of those
putting
rules...
further limitations, let me just finish. Putting further limitations on guns, whether it's an AR-15 or other assault rifles, it doesn't infringe on the Second Amendment. It is not abridging the Second Amendment.
Yes, it is. So two things.
No,
wait.
Okay.
Let me. Do you want to hear why? But let's talk to two things. One, let's go with your.
Well, wait. Be your opinion. Why?
No. Let's go. No. Let's not go with my opinion.
Let's go with the facts. An assault weapons ban.
Let's go with the facts.
We had an assault weapons ban. It wasn't unconstitutional.
It was, number one. But let's go with your approach, because I don't want to get into the back and forth. Let's go with your approach. You're saying that more legislation that makes it more difficult for Americans to get firearms lowers the death. I'm with you if that's the case. Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying that that's the case.
Okay. So
for some Americans.
So we have
I don't think you're
No. Listen to me. I'm gonna agree with you. The rare time that I'm gonna agree with you from your perspective. If we have more gun legislation and make it more difficult for Americans to get firearms, we'll have less death. I want to believe you, but statistically, that is not true. We have over 20,000 anti-gun, unconstitutional laws on the books. As we've added more rules, more homicides have happened. That is a fact.
Maj, what happened after the assault rifle ban?
Nothing.
In 1994.
You must have not been paying attention.
I'll tell you exactly
wait,
what
stop.
happened.
You must have not been paying attention when your man just pulled it up from the DOJ stats.
Don't tell me the DOJ stats. I'm going to tell you the stats My stats.
No.
From-
Your stats. We're
from-
talking about you
Well,
have the
Maj,
Department
these
of
are-
Justice.
these are
I'm gonna
accurate
let
stats.
Brian
Just let
give
me
his
talk,
stats
and then you can
first,
look up
and
the
then
stats.
you can debate.
Following the ban in 1994, the number of deaths from mass shootings in the United States dropped significantly. Following the re-implementation of people being able to buy these weapons in 2004, the number of deaths from mass shootings went up significantly. Significantly. Those are facts.
Okay, wait.
Yeah, you can.
So
can
wait. So can I
show
ask? Can
other
I ask for some
facts
clarity on
about
those facts,
murders.
Brian? Can I ask for some clarity?
Yeah.
Okay.
Sure.
You're saying I'm gonna repeat what you said just so I understand it. You're saying the so-called assault weapon ban made mass shootings drop dramatically, correct?
I said the number of deaths from mass shootings.
The number of deaths from mass shootings. And then after it was removed or repealed, the number of deaths from mass shootings went up. I'm repeating what you just said. Earlier in this conversation, someone
correct,
and like I said, every single person can Google this themselves or DuckDuckGo or whatever search engine you use. That is false. That's why you're using the term significantly. You're not telling me an actual number. You're not telling me it dropped from this number before the ban to this number after the ban. Then after the ban was repealed, it went back up to this number. Do you know why you're not saying that, Brian? Because you're talking horseshit. It's not, it's a lie. You're lying. It's wrong. You're either a liar or you're just uninformed. It's one or the other. You can literally look on the Department of Justice.
Maj, that is not a lie. Those are facts.
Show me the numbers.
And I'll find you. I'll get
Show,
you.
No.
I don't have the
now. You
exact
talking
number.
now,
I had
brother.
this-
You talking now. That's the problem.
No, you just called me a liar, Maj.
You're a
You called
liar.
me a liar. Don't call me a
No,
liar.
look, Brian, you're a liar.
Spouting the lies here,
I'm
buddy.
tweeting the link to the facts to y'all.
That's just wrong,
Thank you,
brother.
Melissa.
Yeah, again, I said,
No,
I said,
it isn't
I said,
wrong.
I said
It
either
is
you're,
not wrong.
I said either you're a liar.
I gave
you're
you
actually
the
both
stats,
right.
and this is based on numbers from before
What's the
ban in
percentage of drop
1994, going back to 1981.
Tell me the percentage of drop and increase after the ban, before the ban, and after the ban.
Maj, you're actually
Melissa
both
is
right,
tweeting the
just so
link.
you know.
I can give you the link
Well,
as
okay,
well.
okay. So
I don't have the
let's
numbers
ask
in
Joe.
front of me.
Yeah, let's
how-
bring
you
up the
said they're
numbers.
Both right. You said they're
That's
both
a good
right.
answer.
Go
Give
ahead.
me a minute.
Gun bans work in areas where there's not a high prevalence of legal firearms. When there's a high presence of legal firearms, gun bans don't work. They actually get worse. That's why they're both right.
All right, here. Let me read you the stats. Okay.
Are we talking about gun bans or deaths?
I said it 3 times. It's the number of deaths
Brian,
from mass shootings.
It was 70% lower for that 10-year period.
Stop lying. Come on, 70%.
No,
Come on,
it's
cut
not.
it out.
How are you
You're just
saying it's a
saying
lie?
stuff.
Melissa has the link to the statistics. They calculated that the risk of a person in the U.S. dying in a mass shooting was 70% lower
not the
during
risk.
the period.
You're talking about potential. See, this is
You won't let me
there's
finish.
a great book called How to Lie with Adequacy.
Okay, I know, Maj. But Brian, I'll let you finish. I'll let you finish.
The
and I'll let you-
proportion of overall gun homicides resulting from mass shootings was also down, with 9 fewer mass shootings related fatalities per 10,000 shooting deaths. I could continue with the statistics, and these are statistics, these are facts.
Okay. Let me bring in TJ on this. I want to ask you a question, TJ. You've spent a lot of time studying gun laws and the constitutionality of them. So tell me, you have the 1994 assault weapons ban, which I think was it was one of Bill Clinton's so-called trophies or whatever. Was it effective, and was it even legal? I need your opinion on that.
So, first of all, I don't think it was effective because, as Brian's pointing out, he's talking about mass shootings. Okay, that's one extremely narrow type of crime.
Yeah, but that's
Especially
what we're
whenever-
talking about here.
Yes, but the thing is that it's not accounting for every other side effect of it. You can see countries with general gun bans, for example, European countries, they have much higher levels of rape. They have much higher levels of aggravated assault.
Nobody's
they have
calling
much higher
for
levels
gun
of robbery.
bans, though.
They have much higher levels of burglary. They have, so that's the thing, is that we're talking about one specifically narrow area. if you want to look at the efficacy of something, you have to look at you have to take it broadly and see what is.
But
this
we're not
doing
talking
to
broadly. We're
violent
talking about
crime
mass
writ
shootings,
large?
TJ. We're talking about mass shootings here.
I mean, sure. I mean, we could also make the claim that not that many people in the United States are dying from shark attacks, and that's because there aren't that many people who live on. If you don't live on the coast, you're not going to interact with a shark. Sure, but once
What
again,
does that have to do with anything? I don't.
because
I
what
don't.
I'm saying is that the prevalence of guns in America is so far that the cat is out of the bag. That the new reality is that if you live in the United States of America, there is going to be more guns in this country than there are going to be people.
What's the
Whether
solution?
that's a good thing or a bad
I'm
thing.
curious about what Brian's and Melissa's solution is for this, because I think that they both want to save lives. 60%, if we get that number reduced, is that suicide?
Actually, I've been thinking about this since.
Sure, and I agree. And also, I think that when we're talking about assault weapons bans, when we
TJ,
talk about Melissa's idea of raising the age to buy an AR-15 to 30, I think that's even more absurd when you look at the fact that rifles make up only 3% of murders, and that's from the Pew Research Center.
Okay.
But
TJ, we're going to get back to that point. We're going to get back to that point, man. But I want to let you debate Melissa here. So, Melissa, go ahead.
So, Mosh, since we were talking about mental health care, would you support Medicare for all so we ensure that everyone gets access to mental health care?
Is Melissa speaking? Because I can't hear her right now.
Can you guys hear me?
I'll bring you down and back up, TJ. So go ahead, Melissa.
Yeah, I can hear you. I think it's probably a glitch.
Oh, so one, if we're talking about mental health care, could we start with getting Medicare for all so then everyone can have access to health care and get the mental health care they need?
The problem with Medicare for all, Melissa, is that's for the old elderly people. That doesn't cover the general population.
Right. Medicare,
Medicare does not cover young people.
Yeah, Liza, that's why it's called Medicare for all. It's an expansion of Medicare to have Medicare for everybody from birth to death for your whole lifespan. So if we could get universal health care, then that could start, because you can't talk about mental health care if you're not going to actually fund healthcare.
I can't fund because I don't have.
Wait. Can I finish? Can I finish? And the same people who. So we're setting people up to have no healthcare support, and at the same time putting tons of guns out there, and so we're not being consistent here.
If I may push back or just like posit this on the room, then to at least entertain that. Which me personally, my personal bias, I'll tell you up front, I don't support it, but. Can we have a conversation about personal responsibility then? So if you want to have a conversation about Medicare for all, then we need to have a conversation about personal responsibility. And what I mean by that is making sure we're taking care of our health, making sure that we're safe with our guns, making sure that we are taking proper precautions and being law-abiding citizens. So I can't even have the conversation with Medicare for all, or hell, even gun control, if we're not having a conversation about personal responsibility. And we can't, and then just relying on everyone else to take care of us versus taking care of ourselves. It's not a conversation I don't think you can conflate. I don't think you can make that conflation.
100%.
Well, I think it's about community care, and it's about us working together because we are a society.
Well, I agree with you there, Melissa.
Individuals.
I agree with you.
It's community care.
There's a great organization called holdmyguns.org. I'm not paid by them or anything like that. But when they see people that are gun owners that are having serious issues, they go to them and they say, hey, man, let me hold those firearms for you during the time that you're going through these things and you work through these processes. Because we know that 60% of firearms related deaths are suicides, that's an organization that doesn't throw extra tax burdens on the American people that everyone can support and fund, that actually says, hey, we're going to hold your guns for you during this trying time. I think that's a step in the direction of a solution. That's a balanced one where it's not red flagging somebody. It's also not taking their firearms without due process. It's also not adding another tax burden onto the taxpayer. So I would love for Melissa and Brian to help us with those efforts, or an organization called Walk the Talk America, which everyone that's going through these things, especially gun owners, they feel like they're going through something. They can take free and anonymous psychiatric online tests to see where they're at, and all of their information is private, as well as that organization helps them get the help that they actually need. No extra. It's a nonprofit. I would recommend everybody look into it. Those are the things in the directions of solutions that does not infringe on the rights of law-abiding citizens. Again, that
but that's not mental health care. And like, if we want to get mental health care to people, we need to take down the barriers of cost, because you shouldn't
those
have
are
to
free.
be rich in order to
That's
be able
free.
to get healthcare. But that's not mental health care. And I think we have a doctor on here can explain like what actual mental health care
I said
is.
what I
People that are in
said was
crisis, people leading into crisis.
so the brother said a step in the direction of personal accountability and not creating a shame issue where people are getting checked into and people can do it privately and anonymously. So I didn't say this was a overall complete total solution to work every time. I'm talking about can we get into the direction of at least putting some energy and resources to things that already exist that can help people in that space.
Mental health care doesn't solve the problem. Most serial killers would pass a mental health check, by the way.
I just also have to point out that we're sidestepping further into Medicare for all when we're just talking about when frankly there still haven't been answers on whether or not there is support for repealing the Second Amendment, for one.
Correct.
I also have to point out as well that it doesn't have to be the government providing these services, as Maj is pointing out. Honestly, the thing that I respect the most about Maj is that his program teaches not just self-defense skills, but also de-escalation skills, communication skills, community involvement. And he's talking about other organizations that help people who are dealing with crisis. In fact, a lot of gun owners who are facing mental health crises, they won't go and report that issue because they're scared they're going to have their guns taken away by force. Not because they're going to use them to commit suicide, but out of that sheer speculative fear. Now, and also, I think it's incredibly worth pointing out in terms of just the general efficacy, because we're talking about the statistics on the assault weapons ban. I mean, we can actually look at it when we look at murder, rape, robbery, aggravated assault rates. They actually went up in general. If we just look at it, so it's not effective at all. And we can see, and this is Department of Justice statistics showing what the rate was. Overall, when the assault weapons ban went into effect, it would go up anywhere from murder would go up anywhere from 0.4% to 3.2%. Rape would go up about 1% per year. Robbery 2.7 to 3% per year. Aggravated assault, it was negligible, but there was a 0.1% increase throughout the.
TJ, one thing about rape, so what part for a long time, women especially, and men too, were afraid to report rape. So one thing you have to look at in terms of numbers recently, especially starting in the mid-90s, thanks to amazing advocacy by women-led organizations, more women were actually starting to report rape. And so you have to take that into account when you look at stats of like report, because now people can actually report safely because people are more likely to assume that a woman isn't lying. And actually, if she goes and files a complaint, to have it looked at, and it's still way too low in terms of what's reported and what's actually prosecuted. And so I think that's really important when you're throwing around the word rape, to understand what's happened over the last 30 to 40 years around rape.
And that's entirely fair.
On rape.
And that's entirely fair. I just wish that you guys would use ceteris paribus principles whenever you're talking about violent crime in other manners.
What do you mean? What do you mean, you guys? I mean, I'm a person. I think reducing me to you guys is problematic.
You've only been speaking. You've only been talking. You've been giving talking points. You've been saying that
we're trying to have a serious conversation.
I wish I was paid off and making money doing this. So you've been using the same exact talking points, but you've been using talking points that come directly from the Democratic Party. So I think it's okay to say that, especially because you have personally engaged in that behavior on this platform not even 2 minutes ago. Now,
TJ, can I ask you something?
Yeah, of course.
Are you pro-life or pro-choice?
I'm pro-life.
Okay, so you know, there's plenty of statistics that show the fact that we had such a high crime rate during that period was actually because the crime rate started to go down once the abortion laws came in, and you had less unwanted children who were reaching young adult age. Right. And there's plenty of studies around it. It's been proven. It was peer reviewed. It was peer reviewed in 2018 all over again. The statistics show abortion actually helps have unwanted children off the streets, and unwanted children create a lot of crimes. So the fact that you're pointing out crimes that aren't related to guns but you're pro-life, you're actually in favor of more crime.
Listen, are you hurting yourself with that reach right there, bro?
Joe, all that I'm doing,
I'm not reaching. I actually work with data. I understand exactly what you're saying.
No, seriously. Are you trolling right now with that statement? Like, let's keep it real. Let's keep it a buck. Like,
I'm not trolling at all. I'm being dead serious. If you want to look at the numbers and you want to look at stats, I'm with you. The assault ban did almost nothing. There was only a 9% drop, and that's in one study. Most studies show a negligent effect that nothing actually happened. It was unchanged.
You got me there.
So I agree with you there. If you're going to look at the other
so they won't be
statistics,
criminals.
if you're going to look at the other statistics, unwanted children increase crime.
So Joe,
period.
Joe,
and that's been studied over and over by multiple scientists.
Joa, I think it's important to understand the context of what I'm saying. I'm bringing up these statistics because Brian was just speaking about how the assault weapons ban brought down violent crime. I'm simply bringing this up to show that that is simply not true. So it's not. I'm not using this as a means to speak out against the assault weapons ban. I'm just using it to counter their basis for supporting it. My basis for
I get it, but there's a difference between correlation and causation, right? If I look at data, I would say every time there's a lot of ambulances, there's a lot of dead people on the road.
I mean,
so we got to get rid of ambulances. That's
and then
correlation.
1 second, I have to go. So I just want to thank Mario and Nick and Silyan for having me on the stage. And I really actually enjoyed this format. I think I would like it. So I just want to thank you all for having this space.
And Joe,
Can you stay for a moment, Melissa?
I think there's already a country that has not as many firearms as the United States. First off, the Constitution doesn't say you have the right to bear an arsenal. You have the right to bear arms, right? Secondly, you have a country like Switzerland, which you have to go to the police station. You have to tell them why you want the gun.
I don't live in Switzerland, bro. I live in America.
Hold on, can I finish? You need to tell them why you want a gun, and you need a license. You need to get a license from them.
Move to Switzerland, bro.
You asked what's the solution? Isn't that the question you're asking? I haven't heard anyone give a solution.
What's the solution for America? And if you want to use international countries, again, we already brought up the massive amounts of stabbing increases in the UK after they got rid of guns for private ownership. So stop. We're talking about an American issue.
But that didn't happen in Australia.
Right now in America, with this space is about communicating.
Killers are psychopaths and sociopaths, which typically pass a mental health check.
And that's cool. I said one thing. It's a holistic issue. But you're talking about using Switzerland that's generally homogenous, that's a smaller country, that's way richer on per capita. My point in saying all of that is this. We live in America. I'm telling you guys that maybe on a different side of the fence of this. We have a solution here. Excuse me. We have an opportunity here where 60% of the deaths are suicides. If we are saying we want to have a large impact in saving lives, regardless of where we land on this issue, let's talk about what are some solutions in that. Again, I named 2 organizations that can give some small, going in the direction of solutions, right? So those guys that feel, to TJ's point, guys that feel like I'm a gun owner, I'm feeling a little bit depressed. I don't even want to go down to the mental health facility because I might get red flagged. We're solving a problem for those guys. Because if you're a gun owner, that doesn't mean you're without that ability.
I applaud what you're doing, but
so let's
that
get to
isn't
that.
the nationwide
what's
thing.
The solution? What's your solution for Americans and cutting down that target rich 60%?
A license, just like you need one to car. And if you want,
we have licenses to carry in Pennsylvania. We have licenses to carry in America, and every person.
They're not as tough as they are in other countries.
Okay. Speaking of other countries, speaking of other countries, so I'm going to pivot just a little bit. I want to go to Shukri, who has lived in another country that did have a lot of gun control. And I want to ask you for your thoughts on this argument, but I also want to ask you, what do you think would happen if in America we started adopting the same sort of gun control laws that you are seeing in other countries, and maybe even the ones that are in your home country?
Okay, thank you so much for letting me speak. I really appreciate it. I'm, like you said, Mario, I'm someone who experienced the strict gun controls to the point of no guns no guns being owned. My dad was left defenseless and was ultimately dragged out of our house when I was 8 years old in the middle of the night by the dictator's, soldiers, and returned to us dead to be buried. And if he had his gun, my dad, or his guns, I should say, he absolutely loved guns, and he was allowed to have that, or our guards were allowed to have guns. My dad would not have been, I believe wholeheartedly, would not have suffered the consequences of being left defenseless. So all of you advocating for gun control, this or gun bans, you have no idea what you are talking about. The pure ignorance of the people pleading for a ban on America's most popular rifle is appalling. With few exceptions, most of the calls to ban the AR-15, first of all, you have no idea what a battlefield or what a weapons of war is. I know what a weapons of wars are because I've held and fired at it and shot it. I've been in the military for 12 years and I know what that is. So all of you talking about this AR-15 being a weapons of war, get an education, hit Google, do something about it, because you sound fucking ridiculous calling this AR-15 a weapons of war type of weapon. Back to my point is that with few exceptions of most of the calls to ban the AR-15 come from liberal urban women and metrosexual men whose knowledge of firearms comes from entirely from watching Rambo movies or playing Call of Duty. But in any case, the issue isn't guns. The issue is evil and societal breakdown, because the people whose lifestyle choices mean that they should be left in peace at the margins of healthy society have taken center stage. And that is one thing Democrats never want to discuss. The other thing is that while I believe in every individual's rights to bear arms, I find it unnerving that people who wear their mental illness as a badge of honor are planning to arm themselves in masses. There's a transgender movement, an entire transgender movement who want to arm themselves. I want to ask a question. If the mentally ill must not own guns, what about trans people? I mean, given red flag laws, do we need rainbow flag laws? I mean, think about it. Red flags have been sold with the idea that guns must be kept from the mentally ill hands. Yet how then does it make sense, given a whole category of mentally ill individuals, especially dispensations from the prohibition by reclassifying their psychological disorder as an identity or lifestyle choices? I will finish with this. I'm sorry, I will finish with this, but it would have, if you think about it, it would have been entirely possible in, say, 1875 to murder 17, school children with 19th century technology, such as brace of Colt revolver, or maybe a Winchester lever action rifle, or for that matter, with a broadsword or a double-bladed axe. Why didn't it happen then? Why didn't we have those problems? Because weapons that are deadly were available back in 1875, as they are to us now, but different satisfied. There's a breakdown in so many levels, so many institutions in our society. The breakdown of family, the mental breakdown, mental illness. It has nothing to do with gun control. I will not give up my guns. You will have to take it from my cold, dead hands. I will not do it. And I encourage everyone to fight for your right to be a lawful gun owner. And that's your last defense to tyranny. That's your last defense to a government wanting to massacre you.
Okay, so let's let's get your rebuttal for that. I'm just going to let you speak and let's see what you have to say. Go ahead.
No, yeah, and thanks for having me. So
Shukri, I understand every point you're making. I think where I come from this and I analyze this, and I think one of the fundamental issues that we completely ignore is that when we're having the conversation about guns, we solely focus on the US, but we fail to realize how our own gun laws, or lack thereof, or lack of gun regulation, actually increases violence across the Western Hemisphere. Right? It's something I cover, and I regularly cover this and regularly post this. We have such easy access to weapons in the United States that we are an exporter of guns to gangs, cartels across South America. What you see, the guns that people use in Mexico, Brazil, Haiti, Jamaica, etc., that overpower their own country's security forces and enables these gangs and cartels to have control, is the fact
that individuals that are doing it? Is that American individuals that are doing it, or is that our government that's doing it?
No,
so let's
it's
government.
individuals.
Look at it.
It's individuals.
No, it's not individual.
It's
not individual.
Shukri, I promise you, the amount of people that get arrested because Mexico does not have the ability to control this with everything that's going on. So the U.S. has actually increased significantly to enable the Mexican government to stop weapon trafficking into Mexico. First and foremost, this is done by individuals. Now, don't get me wrong, Shukri, I agree. There's corrupt, there's weapons that get sold by these governments to cartels and corrupt actors. But the vast majority of weapons, and when you track them, are from individuals and people that get detained at the border, either by U.S. or Mexican authorities, specifically in the Mexican border, are guns that are just easily able to purchase, and then they just smuggle it across the border. And so this idea that somehow more guns and less gun regulations and law is the solution, maybe we can have a conversation in the US, but we cannot ignore in any way, shape, or form how this impacts other countries. And that is a typical argument that the Mexican government will use against the US when we say control the fentanyl. Their response is control the guns. We fuel.
Do you know where the Ukraine weapons that we're supplying them is going to right now? I don't know who you are, but I would like to get your name so I can address you. But do you know the billions of dollars of taxpayers' money that we're sending to Ukraine?
Those are apple and oranges examples. Those are apples and
going to.
That's an active war zone.
Well,
no, it's not. Let me push back.
No. But
okay, let me get to my point. Biden has left the largest stockpile of weapons to Afghanistan. Do you know where those weapons are right now?
Shukri,
no, you don't.
I promise you. Okay, let me counter that. Let me counter that.
No, do you know the Ukrainian weapons are? They are actually in terroristic states in Somalia right now, called Al-Shabaab.
I'm very familiar with Al-Shabaab. And let me put it this way, Shukri. Let me put it. Please let me address your point specifically. Let me point you specifically of how we can directly tie the lax weapons law in the U.S. compared to the rest of the world. Because Somalia is a perfect example of the issues when a country is flooded with weapons. I understand your story from Saad Baer. I understand the story of Somalia, of Al-Shabaab, and all that. I understand that. But when you look at the Western Hemisphere specifically, one of the weapons that is mostly used by cartels and gang members are AR-15s. And then the more powerful weapons we see are actually M82 anti-material rifles. You do not find M82 anti-material rifles in large quantities outside of the Western Hemisphere. I am in contact with multiple accounts that track wars in Africa, the Middle East. And when we analyze and look, and there's multiple accounts that all they dedicate to is identifying weapons by insurgents and terrorist groups and criminal organizations. And a common theme when you analyze the Western Hemispheres are weapons specifically made in the US, specifically the M82, which is not widely utilized or distributed outside of the United States. This idea,
which means it's not an individual doing it, which means it's the government.
No, it is a criminal enterprise.
Okay, hey guys.
Okay, let me tell you something. I'm going to finish my point here, but I have worked at a high level intel agencies that track back most of our serial numbers to a government stockpile from the U.S. All these smuggled weapons that you're talking about is not coming from individual United States citizens. They're coming from mass stockpiles from the United States government. So you cannot put this on the U.S. citizen.
Sugar, I am not going to have a
because
conversation.
I have proof, I have experience throughout my career that gives me this knowledge. So it's not true what you're saying.
Sugar,
You cannot put this on.
Let me answer that. I am not going to get into a conversation. There's a reason why I have an anonymous account. You can criticize me all you want for that. But I can tell you from my own, because I've done this for years, I have an account specifically for this. And it might not ring true, and I understand that people might disagree with it, and that's fine. But the fact of the matter is that weapon smuggling across the Western Hemisphere, not only Mexico, but to Jamaica, Haiti, Brazil, Colombia, Peru, etc., that a lot of criminal groups utilize are criminal enterprises in the US, and then specifically to Mexico. When we're analyzing Mexico, it is individuals. It is so easy. People don't understand how easy it is to buy large stockpile of weapons legally in the US and then illegally smuggle it into Mexico. There is no need for a large enterprise to do it.
Source for you just saying.
AR-15. So your idea is to ban AR-15. What's next then? The next thing is that let's ban, handguns. What's next? I mean, because they're as lethal as AR-15. So what's next for you to strip down people, powerless and defenseless? That is what it's getting to, instead of addressing the underlying conditions and symptoms that that is leading us to these causes. Now, that's not intellectually dishonest conversation right here.
So real quick, if I may, let me kind of jump in here for a second. So again, I know it's individuals, right? I can talk about Fast and Furious, right? It was illegally sold to Mexico, but it was sanctioned by the government. We can have the same conversation about cocaine in the Iran-Contra affair, where we were actually funneling cocaine into the United States, and it was government CIA sanctioned. And so individual ownership of weapons does not equal individual sale to Mexico or anywhere else, and unless the government is sanctioning it or allowing it to happen. And so that's not the real conversation, is it here, right? Because like if we're going to restrict individual ownership because government sanctions have allowed various individual groups, including criminal organizations, to funnel in or funnel out illicit substances or guns, then that's not quite the same thing as just individual black market sales, is it?
No, it's not. And to pretend like it is a little bit disingenuous. You could say that's like saying, okay, Bernie Madoff did it all by himself. Okay, he took the fall for it, but come on, let's be honest, bro. Like, they've made entire movies about, like, the Merchant of Death just got the fuck out. Like, let's not pretend, okay, yeah, one dude, that guy is the guy. But he had relationships, government, hey, we gotta get these guns moved in spaces that we got to get around these trade embargoes. Like, let's not pretend like the government don't got a hand in it. That's my argument is saying that, again, to Trash's point is, okay, so now we're saying because we caught this one guy and he took the hit, even though he was in relation with governments on whichever side, then somehow that means that we as Americans who are law-abiding, safe and responsible citizens with our firearms should now be further infringed upon because a corrupt government and a cartel decided to do business. That's a contradiction, and it has nothing to do with saving life. It doesn't.
So no, it's not. But that's there's the conversation that is not happening, because the idea that Fast and Furious is the reason why Mexico's awash with guns is a lie. My argument is, and I think this is what gets lost upon it, is that the fact that we can't have any conversations about gun regulations in this country without it going to infringing on our rights, etc., we ignore the fundamental impact this has across our own national security and our interest in the Western Hemisphere and our own security. If you really want to have a conversation about reducing gun violence, if you want to have a conversation about reducing crime, about mass shootings domestically, that is one type of conversation. But the actions that we have and the gun laws that we allow and the ability and the ease where it is so easy to buy a weapon and then smuggle it, to then just brush it off and say, oh, well, it has to be the government. People fail to realize it is not the government. It is not. I'm sorry.
Listen to me. You're saying that it's with ease. If that was the case, every time I traveled out the country, I would have things on me to protect myself. You're saying it as if it's that easy. I got guns taken from me in Canada by mistake, right? So
we're talking
like
Canada,
this argument
about
that somehow
Western Hemisphere countries that don't have the ability to do what Canada does, and how these governments are bringing this issue up to the U.S. South American governments consistently tell the U.S., you need to control your guns because we're unable to do it ourselves, and you're enabling, just as in Haiti, where gangs have
let's be clear. No
None.
other country gets to tell America, handle your shit. Lock the people up that come over there with the guns if they're against your rules in your fucking country. That's it. That's it. No one's going to dictate what the American people get to do in our space. We have an issue with the death, 60% of suicides. I'm not listening to other countries that can't even handle their own business. The cartel had to send, hey, these guys are responsible for those Americans that got shot. We sending them back. The cartel has more power. I'm not listening to I live in America, bro. No other country is going to dictate to me my rights and my ability to be a safe and responsible owner. I'm not going to listen to that from you or anybody else.
That's the problem. Because your
that's not the problem. That's the freedom.
It's not. No, Major. Like, look, with all due respect, very, very.
You don't sound like it.
No, but because I also acknowledge.
You sound like a turncoat, brother.
No,
you sound like a redcoat.
No, because for me,
I'm just saying.
If you want to question my patriotism, have at it. Go for it. I don't care.
I'm questioning your understanding of the Constitution and the Second Amendment. This does not mean that we are without.
I'm not going to go into a legal argument right now. I am not going to go into a legal argument.
It's not a legal argument. I'm questioning
that legal argument matters. That legal argument matters, though, because any statute is beholden to the Constitution. So
100%.
So that's you have to account for that in any discussion you're making, unless you preface your discussion by saying, I support repealing the Second Amendment. But further, you're talking about how these countries can't regulate the guns that have come into their country. Imagine what's going to happen if you try to regulate them here in America. Maj's passion shows, and it reflects the passion of millions of people. If you think the resistance that South American countries get over this is going to be bad, imagine what happens whenever you try to implement.
But can we at least acknowledge? But I think what I'm trying to get at, the argument I'm making, is that can we acknowledge that the issues of gun violence in America and the ease of access to obtain a gun, and it is being exploited and utilized to commit violent amount of crime, extreme amount of homicide, enable criminal organizations to undermine national governments that impact civilian populations across the world. My argument is that when we're having this conversation about guns, can we at least acknowledge that our lax gun laws and our inability to control anything enables our own enemies?
Not only am I not going to acknowledge it, I'm not going to acknowledge it, and I'm not going to respect it. Because it's an underhanded way to say that somehow another state government that's irresponsible, that also doesn't want their population to have firearms because they want to subject those people to their whims. I'm not going to say, yeah, I need to acknowledge that and do better. I didn't do anything wrong. The American safe and responsible firearms owners did not do anything wrong. If we're acknowledging that governments are involved with underhanded dealings and putting the guns in the hands of the people that they want to overthrow things in other countries, including this corrupt government. If we're acknowledging that, no, I'm not giving no room for that, because safe and responsible Americans Americans that want to protect themselves, that want to protect their communities, have that fundamental right. Again, of death. Yet a few days ago, young people were murdered by a weirdo. I'm concerned about protecting those schools. My children are homeschooled, and I still feel for those babies. Okay? I'm talking about saving the lives of the 60% people that don't feel whole and want to kill themselves. I'm talking about the weirdos that want to go into gun-free zones and murder babies. That's what I'm talking about. I feel an obligation to solve that first before talking about some government that's mad at Americans that produce guns because they don't want their citizens to have guns either. No, I'm not acknowledging it, and I don't respect it. I don't have to.
Maj, the American people aren't worried about suicides for a reason. They're not worried about suicides because that's something that someone controlled and did. What people are worried about is what's out of their control. It's why people don't worry when they drive a car, but they worry when they fly, when they're in a plane, because someone else is driving. They have no control. We don't have control over someone going into a mall and shooting it up. I don't think the American people are worried about the suicides. I realize that is 60%, but people typically put worry on things they don't have no control over, right?
No,
and I think that's what worries most Americans
the reason
here.
why Americans, first of all, the reason why Americans, from your perspective, based on what you said, which I don't fully agree with, the reason why Americans aren't thinking about that 60%, because the anti-gun lobby that's get paid by anti-gun folks are not telling them, hey, 60% of these deaths are suicides. They're looking at the less than 1% of mass shootings and saying, oh, something has to be stopped. And something has to be done. This must stop. And they're manipulating the emotions because it's still a tragedy. So, no, if you told most Americans and actually educated them and said 60% of this number that we're presenting to you as death are suicides, the vast majority of Americans, in my belief, because I haven't taken a poll, right? My belief would say, well, shit, it's 60%. Let's focus on that one first. So, no, they're not worried about it. No American generally in their right mind is just saying, we don't care.
Look, I'm not exaggerating that they're not completely worried about. What I'm saying is what people worry about the most are things that are out of their control, right? And since mass shootings is something that's out of their control, someone else is making that decision for them, and it impacts them directly. That is the biggest problem in most American people's minds.
Not having the tool to defend yourself from a person that's doing a mass shooting? Why does that go together? It doesn't. If again, the numbers are clear. The vast majority of shooters that are engaged by law enforcement or citizens with arms either stop and are taken into custody or they kill themselves. So why, if I'm worried about a mass shooter, why should your answer be to this person, don't have the tools and the training to defend yourself? That's like saying, I'm worried about fire, let me not have a fire extinguisher. It's backwards, and it does not solve the vast majority of the deaths in America. It doesn't. Education, safe and responsible firearms ownership, conflict resolution, the things that we teach in urban cities for free to all of these people, stop the bleed. These classes.
So your argument is everyone should walk around with a gun, basically, then?
Because if they want to.
In your theory,
if they want to. If they want to.
In your theory,
and if they want to be safe and responsible firearms owners.
They could stop a mass shooter.
It happened yesterday. Those honorable heroes ran into that building and put down that threat that killed babies and adults. It literally happened yesterday.
And
literally,
I'm not saying that. I'm just playing out your scenario to the extent.
Every mass shooting that happens, virtually every mass shooting is stopped by a person with a gun, whether that be the mass shooter themselves taking their own lives or someone else giving an immediate violent response.
Look, I'm not for banning guns.
I know.
What I'm for. I don't think people should be able to have arsenals because that's not what the Constitution says.
That means you're for banning guns.
No.
That means you're for banning guns.
No, I'm not banning guns. You should be able to own a gun.
But the Constitution says the right to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. It doesn't place a limit to how many you can own. Now,
under regulated militia,
it doesn't give you a limit either.
Under regulated militia, please, I love this. Don't ignore that sentence.
The Supreme Court has disagreed with your interpretation of the Second Amendment 4 times, and when you look at it, it has about.
When was the first time? When was the first time? When was the first time they disagreed with the person? When was the first time the Supreme Court argued? And what year was that?
It was in 2008.
1939.
You're not gonna
2008.
Oh wait. Before you get to the, hold up. Before you get to the first time, how about I give you a case that we're cited in Black Guns Matter in the United States Supreme Court Bruin decision that overturned.
I'm not
in New
against
York.
guns. That's the problem. That's not what everybody wants.
You
When they
sound
have
like
the
it, bro.
Second Amendment argument is that you're against guns, and we're not.
All sorts.
You say
the problem is
responsible
you
guns.
you have to have a discussion on it. If you are calling for specific laws, you have to ask yourself, does this violate the Constitution? You just do, because as Bruin held, the government is entitled to no deference in terms of determining the constitutionality of a gun restriction. Now, I'm going to actually try to play the moderate for a change in terms of between you and Maj, because there is something I am willing to acknowledge in terms of this international relationship between America's right to bear arms and South America having gun violence problems. All that's done is it's proven that those South American countries are a nationwide gun-free zone where only criminals have guns. So I'm willing to acknowledge a problem, but the problem isn't that we have.
I swear to you, man, if I hear this argument and I got blasted on, okay, it is extremely
you just unconstitutional.
This notion that Mexico is a gun-free zone is ludicrous.
Yes.
It is not.
Legally, it is.
Go to my.
Yes,
I will DM you. This is the problem with that argument. Every time when the Mexican government fails to enact security, what we see happen is self-defense groups form in Mexico. These self-defense groups then fight the cartels. And then, hold on, those self-defense groups become the criminal organization that they want to fight, and they challenge the authority of the Mexican state. And what we see is extraordinarily, the 10 most violent cities, out of the 10 most violent cities in the world, 8 are in Mexico. They have so many guns. It is so easy to get a gun in Mexico that this idea
is it legal?
Is a joke.
But that's precisely the thing by saying that these restrictions don't work. If you armed the honorable citizens of that country, I'm thinking about Don Alejo Garza Tamez, for example, who took.
This is literally the dumbest shit I've heard in a long time.
I mean, that's okay.
Like, there's so many guns. Everybody can get a gun in Mexico.
No, that's false. That's 100% false.
Oh my God, dude.
There's one gun store in all of Mexico that one person can go and legally get firearms there if they want to get them legally. If they want to get them legally,
it doesn't matter how they get the guns. The guns are there.
Just like anywhere else, if they want to get guns legally, they can. Any criminal can always go get the guns legally, no matter what.
So there's one gun store in Mexico. Where did the guns come from?
Yeah, they get shipped in by the U.S. government.
Where do they come from?
U.S. citizens. They get shipped in by U.S. citizens. I can see this multiple times. It's a fact. It comes from U.S. citizens.
Cite your sources. Cite your sources. Let's see. Let's post the links so where everybody can see exactly your sources from where you're getting this, because you know it's bullshit. They get their weapons from their own military, from the U.S. military, sharing the weapons with them, and the ATF that's been shipping their shit over.
So let me get this straight. Let me get this straight. I want to. You're really going to argue. You're really going to argue right now that the same border that the U.S. cannot, because everybody that makes this argument about the border. Oh, we can't control our borders. We can't control the drugs. We can't control the drugs. So you're really saying that there's only one way that only drugs come from south to north, but nothing comes north to south? Are you anybody with common sense? Is really, guys?
Have you cited your sources yet? I'm still waiting for a goddamn source to be cited on your evidence of any of this shit besides because I say so.
Also, all source is the source. He is an expert.
All I'm sharing with you is this. Let me say this. Let me say this real quick, guys. Listen, it's a passionate conversation.
Well, I want to sing karaoke now, but I won't.
But listen, here's the thing, guys. I believe that the commonality that we all have is the fact that none of us want the tragedies and the death. So if we could bring it back to some solutions in America to save some of the lives, because I'm in that middle ground too. Let's save life while preserving the human right and no more infringements on the human right to keep and bear arms. If
It's not,
everyone
it's not a human right. It's not a human right.
It is.
We
It is
should get rid of all
100% a
guns.
human right in the U.S.
We should get
100%.
we should get rid of
again,
all
going
guns.
back to the
Under a
We should
militia,
get rid of
the only thing out under a militia.
100% allowed to have an arsenal, whatever the hell you even think that is.
Under a militia.
Guys,
Under a militia.
I don't listen. I don't.
Look, too many people are talking and you can't hear anyone. What happens? It glitches for speakers. I didn't want to mute. Digital, you said get rid of all guns. I mean, the main argument against that is it goes against the Constitution. If you can elaborate.
Okay, so you guys, relax. You've heard me talk about the Bible. You guys have heard me talk about religion. The same thing goes for my opinion about the Constitution. I do not believe fundamentally that a bunch of people who escaped from Europe and wanted to basically create an anti-religious, essentially, colony somehow were perfect. So I'm not going to sit here and especially as an attorney go, the Constitution is perfect. Let's figure out how the Constitution can apply to everything we do. The Constitution is just relax. The Constitution is a fundamental
framework.
Product of people and information of that time. We are an information. Our information continues to extrapolate at essentially.
Hi, bro.
Relax. Relax. As we get more information, the Constitution makes less and less sense, essentially. So we should be making sense of what is important for us. There was no internet before. There was no proliferation of information. Why the fuck do you think I'd literally sit here and abide by a constitution that was by people that had less information? Same thing with the Bible. Same thing with every You can laugh, dude, but like,
you are welcome. You are welcome, and I appreciate and respect your viewpoint. And and on a certain level, I do actually agree with you that the Constitution was not perfect. It wasn't. It was dudes writing some framework and now that freedom of speech, the goofy shit that you're saying now, you are free to say it and the government can't come get you, even though this medium didn't exist when they wrote it. So my point there is when you say, how does something from way back then have relevance to my life? I just gave you the example. The dumb shit that you just said that I disagree with, that I respect your ability.
You believe it? Do you believe in God?
I don't believe in belief, brother. Either I know or I don't.
Perfect. So then why do you have a right to have a gun?
I have a right to defend myself with any type of arm that I choose.
Says who? Says who?
So here's the thing. These things are not me by birth. Me being here. My right to exist and to defend my life on this place that I stand. That's not granted by government. That's not taken away by government. You should study some natural law instead, where the Constitution and those guys like Thomas Paine pulls some of that stuff from. Okay? So when you're having this conversation about why does this 200 old page, whatever, what relevancy does it have? As I can understand the question, but it tells me that with their contradiction.
Don't limit your perspective.
For a second.
Don't limit your perspective.
Those dudes with their contradictions, they wrote something down that makes sense. Those dudes wrote some things down that I can find practical use for in my life stood somewhat the test of time, somewhat, not all the way, is because it was based in human rights and natural law. Look up some Locke, look up some Robespierre, look up some Voltaire, look up some Thomas Paine. Go do that soul searching on your own. But for me, if we're talking about a construct, and we're in this construct right now, the one that people choose to play in America, that Constitution, Bill of Rights, and Declaration from Independence from Tyranny, with their contradictions as men. These are not perfect beings. They owned humans. Thomas Jefferson wrote the Declaration of Independence and owned humans. It's a contradiction. But I'm using the framework that currently, with their contradictions, currently, that is the supreme law of these lands. And I'll choose that over than that fuck shit they got going on down in Mexico or whatever, insert whatever other European nation where they don't even so-called allow their citizens to have the means to defend themselves. You can have the mic back though, bro.
So I think the important part is talking about the fundamentals, right? So I don't believe in inalienable rights. I don't believe in nature. I don't believe the right.
That's based on your belief system.
The fundamental.
You asking that question to yourself. I have the right to defend myself.
I'm asking you.
Okay, I'm answering.
I didn't question. I didn't question.
I have a right to defend my life.
Equal and opposite reaction. So you're saying that you fear that other people have the right or the lack of a right.
I didn't say that. You said that.
No, that's the implication.
Hey, Fidge, can I get in on this?
Sure.
So the Bill of Rights and the Constitution was written not for the government to bestow rights upon us to have. It was actually written to protect us from a tyrannical government, and that these rights were known as an individual human being with liberty and freedom, and we had the fundamental right of protecting ourselves. So these aren't rights given to us by government; these are rights given to us by a tyrannical government. So it's a fundamental understanding of where the rights come from.
But trash. It's funny saying trash.
I love it.
Are you? I know. Are you saying that your right to quote unquote right to have a gun is going to protect you from the government?
If exercised properly, it would protect us from a tyrannical government.
But that's not what Maj said. Maj said
exactly what Maj said.
Yourself.
No, stop. Don't say what Maj said. Maj right here. Maj said exactly.
I can say what I want to say.
Which you're wrong. Don't say Maj said the opposite. What he just said was 100% what I said. He doubled down and clarified what I just said.
Maj, you said it was defend yourself against another person with a gun. What Trash was saying, which is the constitutional basis, which is defend yourself against a tyrannical government. Are you telling me that your gun is going to defend you against a tyrannical government? You know the answer is no.
Is that the question?
Ask the people
Can I answer
of
the
Vietnam
question?
and Afghanistan whether their guns were protect their people. I mean, it did.
Right.
We lost those wars.
It did. It does. Whether that's all enemies, foreign and domestic.
The people there would rather be killed than be conquered by a foreign invader. Yes, their guns absolutely stopped the world's largest empire. The government doesn't want to kill you. Yes, I know Eric Swalwell's a psycho who's willing to threaten to nuke people. But guess what? They're not going to use nuclear weapons on American soil because they can't govern that which is dead.
But, so can I just get to this point? Look, like I'm all for people having guns and protecting their house and the second. Like I don't want people to misconstrue I'm all for the Second Amendment. I'm all for people owning guns. I'm all for going to the shooting range and all this. My fundamental disagreement that is just smacks in the face of literally literature on the establishment of democratic systems, the breakdown of authoritarian governments, the establishment of the rule of law, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. If you read all these peer review papers, these publications, all the famous, not a single one of them will ever source the idea that guns is what creates democratic societies or prevents the rise of tyrannical governments. And then I'm going to end it on this point. There's countless studies that show
I got you right after that. I'm gonna line you up.
So there's countless studies that show the least effective way to destroy an authoritarian government is by establishing guns. And I swear to God, if somebody says Nazi Germany and guns, because I know that's a talking point, and that's not true.
I'm not talking.
Hold on. So when I bring up the issue of South America and Mexico, and people come back, well, it's a gun-free zone because there's one gun store in North Mexico. The problem is that because of how the U.S. operates and we export all our guns across South America, there is so many guns that it proliferates criminal activity, self-defense groups, cartels, gangs, everything you name it. And the first thing that gets destroyed when everybody in these societies have guns is the notion of accountability to a government and the rule of law. It's a fact. You can literally look. I do this on a daily basis, specifically in Mexico. And you can see clear as day that every person gets a gun, and then it's the mightiest. Whoever has the most guns will win. And most of the times, because we have terrible gun laws, we enable these cartels that operate illegally to obtain the most powerful weapons, as is in Haiti, who disbanded their military because of multiple coups, realizing Haiti, the military is a threat to our democratic establishment. We have to disable the military, disband it. Criminal gangs started getting weapons from the U.S. and they held hostage the entire country of Haiti because of their guns. You want to argue to me that I want to protect my house and my family? I'm all for it because I had a gun. I got rid of it because I had kids and I made the personal choice myself. Me personally, myself, I don't want to tell anybody else that I just did not want to have a gun in my household while my kids were growing up. When they're older, I'm going to give it to them. That's my decision. Hold on.
We don't live.
But the argument that this is to stop the rise of authoritarianism, when you analyze actually what brings authoritarian governments up, is not the disbandment of guns, is the disbandment of a free press, the separation of powers, and the suppression of the First Amendment, what we consider the First Amendment. That's what brings authoritarian governments up, not controlling guns.
All of those things that you said, those other things are also in addition to, hey, we don't want you to say these. Again, that's the reason why you said don't bring up Nazi Germany, because you know Goebbels and Hitler and those dudes. That's exactly.
You're literally bring up Nazi Germany.
So with that being the case, that's the reason why you said not to. My point is, it's a list of those things, and also what happens is, when there's authoritarian government to destroy the people and subjugate them, they take their firearms. But even outside of that, you keep talking about democracy. America's not a democracy. America's a constitutional republic. That's number one.
Okay, please don't use that.
So wait. So let me finish. So with all of that being the case, you can feel all of that way. And I love the fact that you're exercising your freedom to not have a firearm in your home because you made that decision as a father, as a husband. That's great. I don't fucking have to. And I'm not going to. You are allowed to disagree with me. You can go back and say, there's no such and such peer-reviewed studies. You know what, though? The 4 times that the Supreme Court of the United States, most recent one being, again, the Bruin decision being overturned, which we had a hand in, right? Black Guns Matter. That 4 times means that legal scholars 4 times have disagreed with your premise. 4 times over decades. You're wrong.
I'm not, you're missing my argument. It is not that you have a constitutional right to own a weapon, which I believe you do. I agree with that.
So why are you working so hard to get me to see that I shouldn't?
But my argument is that the idea that more guns and no gun control or whatever, or the issue that I have is that guns equals safety across a society, and that guns equals the prevention of the rise of authoritarian government. I would love to have in a separate space the rise of Nazi Germany and prove without a reasonable doubt that this issue of guns was not one of the reasons why Nazi Germany
Oh, I
rioted.
can give you the answer for that. I got the book right here, since you brought it up. It's called Gun Control in the Third Reich. It's by Stephen P. Halbrook. The information is right in there. This army is used.
Dude, okay, I'm not going to go in. I
thought it was
a
Mein
different
Kampf.
space.
Oh, you don't want to go
Nazi
into the actual
Germany
facts. Okay, I get it. I got you.
But this
I got
idea.
you. You don't want to go into that.
No, I
you want to
will
bring
go
it up,
into
but
that,
you don't want me to bring
I
up the
don't wanna
solutions
hijack
to
this
it,
in
though,
that
right?
conversation, because the idea when our previous
No.
speaker
You
who
said
left,
it. You asked. You said I would love for somebody to bring it up.
Okay, let's use the examples and let's be very crystal clear as day. When you see authoritarian governments, because Nazi Germany, Italy, Maduro, and Hugo Chavez in Venezuela, I will go there. One of the things you see that authoritarian governments do is actually weaponize their supporters. That is a standard tactic.
And take the guns and take the guns from the people that don't support them.
And
don't leave that part out, bro.
But how do they do? But the fundamental issue is they utilize the guns to weaponize their groups to undermine the state. They undermine the state
100%
because they
and
remove
then they take
the
guns.
monopoly of violence.
Bro, but listen. You can't even say that because first of all, Hitler was elected. Since you're like democratically elected, Hitler was elected Democratic.
No.
Yes,
he was not.
No,
he was not.
You can spaz out with no's all you want. That's objectively true. He was elected.
Bro,
we will not.
Right.
We will shut the fuck up.
We will
not Nazi this space.
Shut the fuck up.
We will not.
Oh my God, you one of those.
And the fact is, the guns are facing out for a reason. The fact is that the fact is that consent of the governed. It absolutely matters, especially whenever the people have arms. The reason why America has been able to sustain itself while so many people have firearms is because they've at least put on a veneer of legitimacy. The problem is not the possession of firearms in these Central South American countries. It's that the governments have not asserted their own legitimacy for them to maintain the consent of the governed. We've had rebellion after rebellion in countries that don't have a right to bear arms because these people will find whatever kind of weapons they can have at that point. So no.
TJ, but related to gangs, that's not what's happening. They want the government there. They want government institutions there. 30 to 35% of Mexico is ungoverned territory that is controlled by the cartels because they outgun the military.
Hey, can I say this before I tap out? I want to say this, and then I'm going to leave you guys to it. I want to thank you guys. I know we're all on the same team, and I want to put that energy into space too, right? We are all on the same team. Even if I disagree with and even come off rude and trollish to some of y'all because I'm, it's nighttime and all that other shit, I want to commend you guys for having the passion about this. I know that you guys aren't just running around going like, we don't want nobody to have guns because we don't want them, right? I also know that you guys want the death and destruction and carnage, and you want solutions to these things. You know what I mean? You guys are not anti-gun. You might think that only the state should have them, but you're not actually anti-gun. And I do believe that you're not asking for more carnage. So I want to give y'all that because I don't want you guys to take my little quips here and there to be taken the wrong way. I appreciate Mario and all of the co-hosts and everybody for speaking tonight. And I'll selfishly leave with, if you guys want to learn for free, anybody that's in this space that'll listen to it later that wants to learn about basic firearm safety, conflict resolution, de-escalation, stop the bleed, we give free classes. These classes are free because of voluntary donations. Follow me on Twitter. All of the links is in there, and that's the show, the shameless plug. But I just want to say I appreciate you gentlemen and gentle ladies that were in here as well for having a challenging and passionate conversation. And I just want you guys to know that I'm on the same team as y'all. Whether we, African-American, Black American, white American, Mexican-American, Italian, I don't care. African, doesn't matter. You American, you human, and I appreciate y'all all for allowing me to share space.
So, Maj, before you leave, I just want to say as well, thank you for your participation. Also, expect an email from me tomorrow because there's a court case you might be interested in.
All right, word. I'm down. All right, y'all. Peace.
All right, Zark, if I step in here really quick and make a few points.
Yeah, go for it.
All right. So I'd like to take a step back really quick and look at a couple of the tactics that are being used specifically by the people who are anti-2A in the space and in the general conversation overall. The one thing I've seen, especially from all sources, is him specifically using the authority that generally comes down to more or less an inability to argue against other people's points when they bring those specific things up. And when asked for sources, none are provided. Is especially when it comes to the lawyers and what the 2A actually means in the room is an appeal to authority, and that, you know, I'm a lawyer, I know what the 2A means, yada, yada, yada. So just to kind of put some of that shit to rest, because it's getting really annoying when you absolutely know for a fact what the 2A means, because it's been argued all the way back to Dred Scott. So let me just read this little passage really quick. I've got two passages actually. So the first one, Dred Scott. And if
Not
people don't know
not interested.
And people, yeah, exactly. I know you're not interested because this completely just proves what you're trying to say. So if people don't remember, Dred Scott, excuse me, I'm talking here. You had plenty of fucking time.
Can you stop interrupting
So
everyone you disagree with? I mean, seriously, Fidgetal, come on, be an adult.
Yeah, it's the inability to argue, so you talk over people. So anyway, getting back to Dred Scott, it was basically determining whether or not
I like the idea of you quoting. Just pause. Just pause. Just
Dred
pause.
Scott was about how whether the U.S. would recognize Black people as citizens, and the racist judges at the time wanted to come up with as many reasons as they could to not allow that to happen. So here I'm going to read from that passage. It says, "For if they were so received," and they were talking about the judges talking about Black people, "and entitled to the privileges and immunities of citizens, it would exempt them from the operation of the special laws and from the police regulations which they consider to be necessary for their own safety." Notice they're talking about people's own safety in regard to Black people here. Now they're just expanding it to everybody else. Back to the passage. "It would give to persons of the Negro race who are recognized as citizens in any one state of the Union the right to enter every other state whenever they pleased, singly or in companies, without pass or passport, and without obstruction, to sojourn there as long as they pleased, to go where they pleased, at every hour of the day or night without molestation, unless they committed some violation of law for which a white man would be punished." Are you hearing this so far? "And it would give them the full liberty of speech in public and in private upon all subjects upon which its own citizens might speak, to hold public meetings upon political affairs, and to keep and carry arms wherever they fucking went." And all of this would be done in the face of the subject of race of the same color, both free and slave, and inevitably producing discontent and insubordination among them, and endangering the peace and safety of the state. So the racist judges would not give Black people the ability to be citizens because they didn't want them to have the fucking rights that every other citizen had the ability to have at the time. Moving on to Miller, when it comes to what kind of guns people are allowed to own, and specifically whatever your dumbass definition of arsenal is.
Slayman, you're awake.
It says here,
like you're letting this happen right now.
Miller,
You're literally letting this dude
1939.
talk for Slayman, Nick,
Fidgetal, you
Mario,
would be held in contempt if you were
for real. Like this is really is still going on.
Miller, 1939. The significant attribution.
Okay. Guys.
Thank you.
It's just I'll get it. You got your point across, correct? But it's just you're reading a bit too much out of a book. So let's bring the conversation back. I mean, Fidgetal, you made an interesting point, but I don't think anyone retorted your point earlier. So TJ, I'm going to pass it over to you. And his argument was essentially, why do you need to be held to the Constitution, which is essentially his argument is it's an archaic piece of document that holds no relevance now. So that was his argument.
So if I might, sorry, TJ, just want to say to correct that I did share in the nest one of the literally dozen of sources I had that 70 to 90% of firearms currently confiscated in Mexico come from the U.S. It's in the nest.
That's false. That's a false statistic. That's based on 70 to whatever percentage that they were able to trace. That doesn't count all the guns they were able to trace. It's a completely dishonest statistic, and you should be fucking embarrassed for using it.
Correct. I'm just going to say this one thing. I have seen videos of the aftermath of over 24 mass shootings that occur on Mexico on a weekly basis. You want to question me? That's fine. I stand by my work. I've done this for 2 years. I have seen the absolute horror.
I've been doing this since 2012,
That's
motherfucker.
great.
I've been covering guns, gun laws, and the results of those gun laws since 2012.
Great. I'm just saying, when we're talking about mass shootings, when we're talking about gun violence, when we're talking about and you talk to Mexicans and Mexican experts and people there, they're all in unison in one thing. Yes, they ship us drugs here that kills hundreds of thousands of Americans. We ship them guns that kills tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of Mexicans on a yearly basis. I just don't know what else to say to you, man.
And not a single citation of any data specifically regarding where those guns come from.
I mean, I shared in the nest. I'll keep on sharing more if you want.
I don't need anecdotal evidence. I need actual proof. Not fake studies. Not fake studies that do.
Evidence is evidence. You're saying calling it anecdotal because you don't like it, and you keep calling people dumbass.
No, I'm fine with actual evidence. Anecdotal evidence is great if you want to just make an emotional appeal to emotion, and not actually deal with facts. Anecdotal evidence is fucking great. But when you actually want to make a difference, you deal with actual verified data.
Nobody needs it. Can we go on to the Constitution, please? Correct. 1 second, TJ. Correct. I've got a question for you. The source that all source posted above. Obviously, that's not anecdotal, but what was your specific issue with that? If you can just explain it without, ripping it back, but just so I can understand. Correct. That's the question to you. Correct. You need to unmute bottom left.
Sorry, say that again.
Sorry, I said, I understand that your argument against all source when he was giving examples of his personal experience, which is anecdotal, but the specific thing that he posted in the nest, my question to you is obviously that's not anecdotal, but what is your argument about against that? I mean, just from a logical point of view.
Well, what did he post in the nest?
He called it anecdotal, never even looked at it.
I called the statistic regarding the 70 to 80, whatever the fuck percent he used of guns coming from the U.S. That's bullshit. I can post some. I can actually have sources to links that show that when they say that statistic, they're talking about of the guns they were able to trace. They were able to trace back to the U.S. So 70% of this fraction of the amount of guns they were able to trace came from the U.S. It's not 79% of guns that they're receiving.
Your argument, sorry, just correct, just so I understand it. So your argument is there is a significantly more guns that they basically acquired.
Yes.
But then they were untraceable, and hence why that figure is so disproportionately high. And it seems like
yes, exactly.
Yeah, okay, I appreciate that.
I'm going to get more sources. All I'm saying is I'm going to keep on posting. I'm in contact with U.S. journalists, U.S. experts, Mexicans. I don't want this argument to be against the Second Amendment. All I'm saying, my argument is the notion that more guns equals safety when we have impacts other people around the world, but I'll keep on sharing sources.
You bring so all sources going to bring all his sources, and then correct. You can try and correct his BS as per your both your profiles. TJ, that question to you about Fidgetal's argument, I was interested in it. So I mean, bringing that question back to you, if you can answer about what I said about the Constitution, that'd be brilliant.
So just for one, any of the lawyers in the room took an oath to the United States Constitution. That's the first thing that I did on my first day of law school. I'm not a lawyer yet. I'm a law student. I know that I took an oath to the Constitution. I know that whenever I'm sworn in on the bar.
Did you take an oath to the Constitution?
I don't know what the fuck he's talking about.
then maybe you need to hang up your bar license, man.
That's the most ridiculous shit I've ever heard.
Then maybe you need to hang up your bar license if you don't know what I'm talking about when I'm talking about an oath to the Constitution. Because as a lawyer,
No, get deep on this. This is going to be good. I can't wait. Go ahead.
Okay, but here's the thing: it is the law of the land. It is.
Well, no, get deep. Get real deep.
Can you
I'm really excited about
quit
this.
interrupting everyone who fucking disagrees with you for a change? Good God, dude.
No, you're just saying stupid ass shit on a regular fucking basis. And I'm not going to sit here and let you say stupid ass shit on a fucking platform when you know nothing about what you are saying.
You've been on multiple spaces with me before.
Sorry.
We have disagreed multiple times. This is the first time that you act like this absolute imbecile of a child. It's ridiculous.
Get it.
Right.
Get it. Get it.
Right. Guys, sorry I had to mute that. But on the first point, it's because I asked you a question. But the second point, I mean, you said get deep. Obviously, you were just trying to get Saki with him. Let him answer this point because I do want to see this, and I think I want to hear his answer, and I know you'll have a good retort to that. You see, go ahead, TJ.
Okay, so he's saying that the Constitution is outdated. If he actually believes that, our United States Constitution has a process by which it can be changed. That is Article 5. We are able to change the United States Constitution. If he wants to get rid of all guns, and you know what? I actually respect him in a way because unlike the other individuals that I've spoken with, he's actually an honest leftist and willing to say that he wants only police to have firearms while also at the same time saying that America's institutionally racist. But I'm willing to at least respect the fact that he's willing to come out and say he wants only the government to have guns. He just shouldn't listen to the Constitution. Well, if that's the case, invoke Article 5, change the Constitution. If you get the votes, okay, that's what the Constitution says now. But while you are a lawyer, you should support the rule of law. And the United States Constitution is the supreme law of the land. And the Supreme Court has ruled on 4 separate occasions, District of Columbia versus Heller, McDonald versus City of Chicago, Caetano versus Massachusetts, and New York State Rifle and Pistol Association versus Bruin, that the Second Amendment protects an individual right to own arms, and with Caetano, especially modern arms, for the purposes of self-defense in case of confrontation. This is a right that, if properly applied, protects not the big guy, but it protects the little guy. It's the ultimate equalizer, ensuring that anyone is capable of having the means to protect themselves from a violent attacker, whether that be a tyrannical government, as we were discussing, or it's just a random thug on the street who wants what you have, who wants to do harm to you. That is a beautiful thing. And that is something that is worth protecting. And I'm sure Fidgetal believes in free speech. I'm sure he believes in due process of law. If we let the Second Amendment fall on the sword,
no, say thug again.
I'll say thug, absolutely. Again. If you're talking about a criminal who is willing to use force against me to try to take my life, inflict severe bodily harm against me or my family, I have no qualm with saying the word thug in relation to them. And anyone who tries to race bait on that issue, I'd say that about any individual who is engaged in that behavior.
So Fidgetal, I think he's made a very good point there. So how are you going to retort his argument? He's saying you got any issues, you can amend it. And at the moment, it's just the law of the land. Go for it, Fidgetal.
Okay, so let's kind of draw it down again, right? You called out my opinion of the Constitution, and you refuse to actually just address the fact that the Constitution was drafted at a time when the word thug that you used meant a whole different word.
The word thug wasn't even a word at the time.
The word, I'm in the middle of talking.
You've interrupted me multiple times. I think I have the right to do it.
I'm in the middle of talking. The word thug and the function of how you intended to come across. First of all, I hope you get race baited because your use of the word thug is obvious. But
for you to say that thug is a racial slur implies that you think that people of a specific race are criminals. You're the racist, and it is disgusting.
Yeah, thug actually comes from thuggy. It originates in India, so don't try and like pull this etymology fallacy bullshit.
I agree. It's disgusting.
Yes, you have a problem with etymology fallacies all over the place, especially when it comes to the two. What well-regulated militia meant, which does actually multiple court cases. I can go through it again. You haven't cited shit. You've just been drunkenly blathering all over the fucking place
Here's
tonight.
a beautiful example of the fact that my PFP is nonsense because yours is
well, it's always sad.
Who the fuck cares about a PFP? Like, what kind of stupid bullshit do you even give a fuck about somebody's PFP?
Are you gonna actually let me talk, or are you gonna yell?
Dude, you're just fucking drunk. Like, come on, you aren't even being serious. You're just making up random shit.
I'd actually like to hear what you're saying without like what points you have to make that aren't just blatant fucking lies.
Okay, so we're good. The fact is that the Constitution was drafted at a time when the word thug meant a completely different thing to the word thug now. And to sit here and say that the Constitution is its perfect example of why we should live our lives ignores the reality of the fact that it doesn't apply now. It simply doesn't apply. So I understand the idea that you should, first of all, the idea of defending yourself, 100%. Should that be like a rifle or a handgun and a shotgun for short and long range defense? I agree. Does that mean we have an unfettered right? Excuse the fact that our country is littered with weapons that should not be in the hands of people. And we have school shootings, we have massacres that are not comparable to any other country in the world. You're telling me that the Second Amendment, or should I be quiet, that the 2A defends the fact that we kill ourselves on a level and do not bring in the Middle East and do not bring in warring countries in a civilized,
racism,
in a civilized country, that we have the deaths and we have the carnage that we have on a regular basis because you.
I'll answer some of that.
I'm not done.
Hold on.
I'm not done. That you have a Second Amendment.
How many more hours is it going to take before you're done?
You are perpetuating. You are perpetuating the death of children. You are perpetuating the death on a regular basis. You are perpetuating the death.
Letting this guy go on. This is insanity.
Digital, you British Tory motherfucker. Leave the kid alone. He's a law student. Quit punching down on him.
All right, can I just bring up a real quick statistic here?
I can hold my own, Doc. I can hold my own, Doc. But here's the. And frankly, everything that he is talking about outcome-based nonsense. It's an individual right, plain and simple. This is, it's as simple as this. He is not giving one argument to show that his. Again, if he wants to repeal the Second Amendment, get the votes. Get the votes.
Let me mention something here, okay? The reason that we have this law in the first place, the reason the right to bear arms, to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed, period. Digital, you nitpicking little British, I don't even know how to insult someone from Britain. Okay, we have that because you fuckers tried to treat us as slaves for 100 years. This country was founded, right, by people seeking, let me calm down, by people seeking religious freedom. from your country and your king, the one that you still bow to, Prince Charles. He's a wonderful guy, right? How about his son Andrew? Pervert. So, you know, the Second Amendment can be
Bro,
changed.
don't hate on
To
Prince
my
Charles.
young,
Andrew's
to my
not
young,
cool.
hold on, to my young colleague there, yes, an Article 5 convention can rewrite the Constitution, but Digital, this Constitution is an evolving document. Okay, the amendment process allows us to change it, and we have changed it many times. And most recently, was created this hubbub in this country was with the Dobbs Act, right? Dobbs took away the general right throughout this country for abortion. Now it's up to the states. You know why? Because the states are sovereign. We only gave so much power to the federal government. So we are not going to leave all of our guns in the hands of our government, those pricks who are about to plunge us into World War III. So give the kid a break, Digital. You're a good guy. You're just arguing the wrong point here. That amendment is never going to change. We are never going to take the guns away. And there are too many people here with too many guns. We'll make sure that that happens. Thanks.
All right,
I
so
agree.
let's toss
And I
in
want to
another-
knock down, if I can get a chance, I just want to knock down another bunch. So obviously we were met with a lot of basically a ton of fallacies that I could go through the list, but it would go on for the hours that the guy was talking with. But I wanted to really address this concept that universal background checks is going to solve everybody's problems. So Washington State in 2014 passed our universal background check bill. And since then, and even prior to that, you're going to want to look up Garen Wintermute. He's actually on the anti-gun side, done a number of studies regarding universal background checks, specifically when it came to Washington and California, Delaware, and Colorado, found that the universal background checks made zero impact in their rate of gun crime at all. And I can specifically speak to Washington.
They did in Switzerland. They did in Switzerland.
But in Washington State, we've had universal background checks since 2014, and we've had a total of 6 arrests. 6 arrests since then in violation of the universal background checks. So I don't want to hear about how the universal background checks are going to solve everybody's fucking problems when the efficacy is absolutely zero statistic efficacy.
No one actually made that argument, by the way, just so you know.
Several people have.
Okay, so
I've
let's
been
get
listening for a
somebody
while.
else in to make an argument here on whatever side he's on. I kind of have a guess, but Ryan Fournier, welcome back, man.
Great to be back. He was actually saying earlier, I think it was Doc was making the joke of how to insult someone from Britain, and I just kept thinking, I was like, 100 years ago they went from ruling 1/4 of the world to living on an island the size of Michigan. But when it comes to this argument with the gun control debate and all that stuff, people really, in my opinion, miss the major point. And, you've heard it time and time again, mental health. But that really is a very large factor in all of this. The Secret Service National Threat Assessment Center actually had a study that they did a couple of years back where they said that, 64% of mass shooters exhibited symptoms of mental illness prior to this even happening. So there was already sort of these flags in the air that people didn't want to address, right? And sort of the issue there with that is, there's this stigma with mental illness where people, they don't want to come out, they don't want to talk about it. People see the red flags in certain individuals, and they're sort of scared to bring this forth because of this, that, and the third, whatever the cause may be. When you look at the Second Amendment, when you look at why we have a Second Amendment, why our country is one of the only few that have such a sacred right, it wasn't because of hunting or defending property. It was in the case that any able and willing citizen, if need be, that your government arises against you in a corrupt state of form, a tyrannical state of form, that you would be able to stand up to it, right? And people look at this and they say, oh, that's something that would only happen in 1776. No, history tends to repeat itself, and a lot of people in today's day and age tend to forget about what has happened in the past, and now we see sort of repetition of things happening in the past in its different forms or what have you. This whole issue, there's over 400 million guns in the United States of America, more than there are citizens. People can say, oh, let's ban guns, let's ban AR-15s. We have the situation we're in right now. If you want to create, sort of these unrealistic, sort of diatribes to address the issue at hand, it's not going to help anything. It's not going to help anything. And instead, what people should be looking at is the root cause of these problems. Why do people want to get a gun, whether they get it illegally or whether they get it legally, and then commit these heinous acts, right? And I've already done a panel on this. I did a CPAC panel on this. And some of my main points were increasing funding for mental health services. One of the things that needs to be increased, especially with COVID, we've seen alcohol.
Ryan, can I
Let me just go through these points, and I'll let you go. Is COVID has exacerbated the problem on levels we have never seen before. Alcoholism, drug use, mental health illnesses, all that comes from that. Number two, early intervention prevention programs, something that the United States also fails to fund. Number three, it'd be destigmatizing the mental illness itself, having more conversations, opening up around this stuff, and allowing people to sort of, vent, right? The comprehensive background checks is another thing that I've sort of talked about on this issue, because it's very, very helpful, right? You don't want somebody with mental illness or a passive domestic violence or some of these other risk factors that you would say. These are sort of the critical components that federal agencies have sort of laid out and said that these are ways that we can address these things. Nobody wants to talk about that. This is really a complex issue. And it's something that anytime this happens, I tell people, I'm like, listen, don't jump to conclusions. Don't say, let's ban the Second Amendment, because that's not going to solve it at the end of the day. What it comes down to is the culture in America, it comes down to the society we live in. And we have to work within the realm that we have now. You can't just go and ban everything, ban all the guns. It's not going to work. You're going to have civil uprising. You guys already know what's going to happen. It comes down to mental health, comes down to the culture and the society we live in. And I'll leave it at that.
Can I just say something to your point about the mental illness? Like, you were talking about the mass shootings and things like that. Sociopaths and psychopaths a lot of times will pass a mental eval check, because typically they're actually fairly intelligent and they manipulate extremely well. They typically pass them. That would not take them out by doing a mental check. It could help the suicide side, but it's not going to help the serial killers.
Well, in the case of that, and I'd respond to that, and that's a good point. And I come into these conversations loving to hear other sides of the issue, because I think that instead of attacking each other, we can work together and maybe come up with a solution that we can propose to Congress, right? Or someone we know. So what would your solution be for that then? Because anybody can be manipulative. Anybody can lie. I mean, people have done it before. They've lied about, how they're feeling. They've lied to get this or that. That's just the world we live in, right?
Yeah,
So
I gave my answer earlier, but maybe you weren't here. And typically, I'm center, but I do lean left. I understand my bias, but I'm not against guns in the U.S. for one reason. Gun control works in countries when there's not a shit ton of illegal firearms like there are in the U.S. That's the problem. That's why you can't ban guns. Statistically showing if you ban guns, deaths might actually increase and outlawlessness might increase because of all the illegal guns that exist. So you do need to allow unfortunately, you do need to allow for people to own guns. The problem is I have to take a license to get a car, but I need to do almost nothing to have a gun, right? Unlike in Sweden or Switzerland, where I need to train, I need to go to the police, I need to tell them why I want the gun, I need to give them my serial number, it needs to be registered, it needs to be approved. Most of them do get approved. Like, there should be a process that isn't so simple to get a gun. And when I was young in the US, I remember a bank that was giving out a gun if you opened a checking account. It was absolutely ridiculous. And the gun shows really don't have the laws that they need to have in order to sell these guns either.
No, gun shows have changed. Gun shows have changed a lot. Gun shows have changed a lot. And I will just say this one thing: when I bought my firearm, right? I bought a 6-hour P229 chambered in 357. First gun I ever bought, previously held by a Secret Service agent. And I had to register that with the local sheriff's office. They had to get the serial number. They did a background check on me. It took about 2 to 3 weeks for that to happen. And I live in North Carolina, so it's a little bit lesser of stringency than if you were to live in Washington, D.C. or New York. Good luck having that happen in New York with the laws they have. Same thing with some of these long arm rifles, depending on the state. But when you talk about the gun show issue, that was something that was brought up many years ago, and it's changed dramatically. Now you have to go through.
Okay, I was unaware. Maybe it has changed. But did you find it an issue to have to go register your gun with the sheriff's office and do all that? Did that stop you from owning a gun and the right to bear arms? I don't think it does. I'm not against people having guns because of how many illegal guns there are. I'm against it being so easy to get. Would you consider your state easy, or would you consider it hard to get a gun, or is it middle of the road?
I think it's middle of the road.
I'm unfamiliar with all the gun laws.
You again have to go through this background check, which they look at health records, they look at criminal records, they look at domestic abuse, they look at all of those things. And then, of course, there is also a federal database, which if you even commit some type of state level crime where it's domestically related, you end up in that database. Let's say you go out. I'll give an example. Had a friend, he got a DWI, right? He couldn't buy a gun. Had a friend who got into a situation, it was a bar fight, actually. It was a bar fight in Nashville, Tennessee. And he was arrested. The other guy was arrested. A couple other people were arrested. He tried buying a weapon a few months later and he couldn't. And it was because it was during COVID and his court date kept getting moved back, but he couldn't buy a weapon in the meantime of that happening because they didn't have a judgment on what that looked like, right? They didn't know if it was domestic or whatever. So they kind of look at these things in I think a different light now than they did maybe 10, 15 years ago because of the stuff happening. There's definitely changes happening in the country. And I just don't think it's being reported on. The media kind of misconstrues things. But I know there's positive change happening. And I know that for my state, especially, if you have any kind of prior history, there's going to be a red flag on you, 100%. Especially when it comes to
Ryan, why are
domestic
so
issues,
many?
et cetera.
I'm unfamiliar with all the different states. I'm from PA. Why do people who own guns have such a problem with a background check like you went through? Because that's what I don't understand. I understand wanting the right to own arms. I get it, right? I don't, and I used to go to the shooting range all the time. I don't do it anymore. Why do they have such a problem with having a background check the same way you did that took 2-3 weeks to get it?
I mean, for me, what it comes down to is that we're in the United States of America, right? We're the most free country in the world as you look at it with our Constitution and our Bill of Rights. And people don't like to be treaded on when it comes to that. People don't like to be told that, oh, I can't have a gun because this, that, or the third. So I understand the logic. I do get it. And I understand we live in, the 21st century world now where, social media and all these things takes over. It's a different world we live in. But I would never change the Second Amendment in the writing that it stands by, because history repeats, agree with it or whatnot. We're in a downward trend. And I think a lot of people look at this stuff and they look at their Second Amendment right as a backup option. If the government were to become tyrannical, if there were to be Antifa breaking into their house, whoever the case may be, any resistance group out there, they have that right to do that, right? To defend themselves, defend, their families, their loved ones. So, I don't think I have a real clear answer for you on that. I don't think I ever will, because I think to each their own on how they feel about this. But I think that it's there for a reason, and I respect it. And that's why I love our country, and I'm proud to be an American.
Joa, can I talk about background checks with you a little bit? Because I do have some.
Yeah, please.
Okay.
Yeah, please inform everyone on the panel, because I'm unfamiliar with every state, of course.
When it comes down to, like, with the federal Form 4473, the rejection rate is low. Okay, so times that you get denied where you try to fill it out, you get denied, it's a low. But among those rejections, more than 90% of those rejections are false rejections. In other words, the form came back as a denial when it shouldn't have. And oftentimes, this affects the most Latino and Black males in the United States. And the reason why is because of first name commonality. And it's an absolute travesty. Here's the thing, like, overarchingly, I reject the notion of systemic racism, but an issue where there's absolutely racially disparate effects, it is. Now, I know not everyone has a problem per se with registration, but that's one of the first ways into confiscation is the identification of who has the guns and where those guns are. So if I had to give you three problems with background checks, it's unreliability, overbreadth, and the slippery slope. So that would be my case.
So Yankee. So isn't the solution to fix the unreliability?
Hang on.
Like,
Can I
so-
jump in here? Yeah, Yankee, hang on 1 second.
No.
Yankee, give me 1 second. Let me push back for just a second. So one of the things that they're doing, and so they don't have access to the lists, right? So like the ATF does not have access to the list. Yes, you can do background checks and so on and so forth. But one of the things that they're doing is they're putting clauses into this new legislation where they can actually go in and take over like a local gun shop that has done these background checks. They can go in and actually basically take these over if they're found in violation of whatever rules put forward. The whole point of that is so they can actually seize the computer system which they've registered the people who have attempted or have purchased a weapon, and therefore compile lists of the actual weapons that were sold out of that precinct, out of that area. And so we have to be very, very cautious on what they're actually trying to accomplish here. And so to TJ's point is part of this legislation that has been proposed in the back end and they've done it many times is so it gives the ATF the power to go in and actually seize these local shops to get the list for these people. TJ, maybe you can expound on that, but I don't think I'm wrong here. I think this is what they're trying to do.
Sorry, I had to unmute myself. And you're precisely right, because the thing is, these FFLs, federal firearms license holders, they are required by law to keep these lists. And the ATF can investigate those lists. They can look through it. And that's especially relevant now when Biden's most recent executive order is talking about publishing the list of gun dealers who are in violation and prioritizing these enforcement issues. So what you're doing is you're having a massive breach of privacy in terms of how a person chooses to defend their homes. And once again, like, as I said, federal law says the federal government cannot keep a registry. 100% true. But here's the thing. These background checks, they are a registry waiting to happen. It's a ticking time bomb. And frankly, the way that the ATF is just engaged in flagrant lawmaking, where we're going to make this rule now and Congress be damned, who knows if they're going to try to use this as a means to just state now the rule is that upon them completing this background check, they have to send us all this information. And in a post-Chevron world, well, in a world that accepts Chevron, which is basically the proposition that administrative agencies have this unbelievable deference unless their decisions are completely arbitrary and capricious, it's not a far stretch to think that a politically motivated ATF, which this entire agency is, thank God for Matt Gaetz introducing legislation to completely get rid of it. You're stoned, dude. You're stoned. But I mean, look.
You just said Matt
Gaetz
as a conduit of anything legitimate.
Yeah,
you just undermined your
I undermined
your entire
because I said
your
that
entire
women and children alive should be disbanded. Okay, but dude, you're not my target audience, honestly. You're not. My target audience are reasonable human beings who are willing to listen to the facts and understand the way that the law works in this way. And
I like the idea of target. I like the idea of target.
Let's get Robin in. Hey, Robin, welcome up.
Hey, thanks. I just wanted to jump in before we get too far away from the mental health aspect or conversation. I'm a licensed mental health counselor, and what TJ was saying about those with mental health conditions are much more likely to be victims than perpetrators is absolutely true. That doesn't mean that those who perpetrate don't have a mental illness. There's just many more people with mental illness that don't commit crimes than people with mental illness that do. And I don't think we've gotten to the bottom of why people choose to do mass shootings. It's not one single thing. It's a constellation of reasons why. Some of those reasons are more likely to be involved in drugs or alcohol, more likely to be isolated without a decent support system or social support system. And we already have terror-soft law. So I already have a duty to warn and a duty to protect if I think someone's a threat to themselves or someone else. All red flag laws do is prevent people from telling me when they're having passive suicidal thoughts like, man, it would just be easier if I wasn't here. They don't actually protect anyone. They just keep people from being honest with me. And in addition, I am not comfortable as a practitioner being the one that's supposed to mind read and decide whose rights should be taken away based on future predictions of what they may or may not do. So I'm comfortable with terror-soft law that if they directly state something that is a threat to themselves or someone else, I have a duty to warn and duty to protect, but I'm not comfortable with being the decision maker on whose rights get taken away because I'm supposed to be able to predict who's going to commit a crime.
Right. So we don't need pre-crime, right, Robin? But we do need due process. And so through the course of due process, it is determined by the people, which is the court representing the people, that they would be a danger to society, i.e. making direct statements, having direct, contacts or whatever, that the people, which is the people's court, can decide to do that. And I'm okay with that because it's built into our Constitution, right? Yeah. Okay. I just wanted to get some clarity on that because I'm like, I get that. And I don't want that either. However, I would like due process to carry out and have the people's court be able to determine, we as a collective society, that we have a court, which is we the people, have determined that maybe not, right? But that's through due process.
Right. So even if I think someone is a threat to the self or someone else, and I recommend inpatient for them, it still has to go through the court system. I can't alone decide that. The judge still has to decide that. But red flag laws can bypass that. And I don't want that happening. And I'm in a state with red flag laws, and I already see that happening where people coming to me afraid and really afraid of diagnosis or really afraid of telling me the truth about how they're feeling because they're afraid that that's going to predict somehow what their rights are going to be when there's no indication they're actually going to harm themselves or someone else.
Yeah, 100%. If we get into the business of pre-crime, we're in a lot of trouble, right? So I agree with you 1,000%. And I think that's what Maj was talking about earlier with the organization that he had plugged, was basically giving a way for the community for a person to not be fearful that they would lose their permanent rights because they have a temporary mental issue that they want to deal with. And so if we get into the business of pre-crime, then we're throwing out the Constitution altogether. And red flag laws, in my opinion, and this is just my opinion, the space does not agree with this. I don't know, but I feel like it was a way of disarming veterans because of PTSD, which is now classified and could be classified under red flag laws. And so that was something that was always concerning to me about red flag laws was, why are we disarming veterans who could actually just use some health help, but not prejudge that they are going to be committing a crime that they have not yet set out to commit.
Trash, I'm sorry,
Yeah,
I do have to jump in. And Robin, I'm sorry, I do, because as a veteran, I'm a veteran, I've dealt with suicides. Like, I'm sorry, but even in active duty, if a soldier says something that we might think he's going to commit suicide, we're taking his gun. If he doesn't live on, first of all, if you live on post, if you live in the barracks, you're not even allowed to have the weapon in your barracks. It has to be in the arms room, right? And if you live on post, on a housing on post because you're married, that gun has to be registered.
We could do this
And if
as
you
a
find out
veteran
you have
thing all.
suicidal
I don't
We could do
think
this as
I
a veteran thing all
said
day. As a
anything-
veteran, I disagree with you, veteran. It's completely ridiculous. Red
No,
flag
but
is so
like, I'm sorry,
dangerous. There's a ton of guys.
No, because if a veteran, like we live it. If not even a
Yeah, I'm
veteran, a
surrounded
soldier.
by 'em.
Let's
I'm
get
one
rid of
myself,
the
been in
veteran, a
18
soldier,
years.
because they're
Everybody
active
has
duty.
veteran impacts. Doesn't make them dangerous. And in fact, it's super courageous when they step forward and they say, I need a little bit of help.
Right.
I don't need my guns taken.
Right.
I don't need all this drama. Okay. And that's what you
But
have.
it's not, no. So active duty soldiers, what do you do if you're an active duty soldier, you're an active duty, and a service member comes up to you, I think I have suicidal ideation, and you know he has a gun. The first thing any reasonable chain of command would do is, we got to make sure that gun is in the arms room for
No,
his
your
safety
first thing is you
and his
address the
security.
individual.
And when he is
Ask
cleared,
care,
we give it
escort,
back.
not
It is a
seize
lesson
gun,
we learn.
Ask care, escort. You don't need to worry about the gun because you're ask care, escort. You know this. Come on.
No, but what does the chain of command do? What is a standard
I just told
procedure
you.
chain of command? They take away the gun.
No, you deal with the person.
Because we see
the
it
gun
all
is
the time.
secondary. You deal with the person.
You deal with the person, but you make sure the gun is not in his possession. Because we see what happens when soldiers have guns and they run through PTSD or depression. We see the results. Like, I mean, this argument, look, you want to make an argument against permanent? Absolutely. I'm not in favor of a permanent ban. But we're really going to have an argument that somebody that has a severe case of a case of suicidal ideation that is going to have to go through a court procedure that's probably more dramatic. You can make an argument to me for red flag laws. There's a temporary placement in place to remove the person's gun to make sure he does not commit suicide as a threat to society, and it's temporary, and it's written in the law that it's temporary. I'm for that. But I mean, come on, guys. Like let's be realistic. What is the most effective way of committing suicide? You get a gun in your hand and you're blowing your brains out. Anybody who's been a soldier has known somebody or has actually been aftermath of a scene of a service member or a veteran who's committed suicide, and you see the aftermath. Like, at some point, we just have to acknowledge the fact, and this is like, again, like, I have to say it again because the space is going to kill me. I'm all Second Amendment. I'm all for it. But there's risks. There's responsibilities, just like any right that exists out there. Every right, you have a responsibility and a risk. And if somebody clearly that owns the guns is going through a mental crisis, a severe mental crisis, it is reasonable for his safety and the safety of, but more importantly, that person's safety, is to take away the gun, to ensure that that person, in a moment of crisis, in a moment of just pure panic, doesn't pick the gun and blows his brain out. I'm all for it to be temporary. I don't think it should be permanent, because when somebody goes through a mental health
The
crisis
topic is
and is
mass
diagnosed with
shootings and mass
depression,
murder.
there's all temporary. It's
talking
all temporary
suicide.
and active.
Big difference.
Put it there, but come on, man.
A big difference.
But guns are the reason you're going to commit suicide.
Can I clarify for a minute?
Joe Biden also claims he's pro Second Amendment, FYI.
So I just want to clarify, Tarasoff law already requires, if someone threatens suicide, for me to protect. It already requires a report being made. But the way the red flag law is written, at least in my state, is certain diagnoses are what remove the arms. So like bipolar, which doesn't have any higher risk of harm, or schizophrenia, which may or may not, PTSD, which doesn't just impact soldiers. Yes, it absolutely does, but it also impacts people with sexual assault histories, women with traumatic birth histories. There's all kinds of reasons PTSD happens, and it doesn't necessarily indicate a higher risk of harm. So I already have a law requiring me, if suicidal ideation is present, to protect.
And also, I just want to point out regarding red flag laws, because like all sorts, I'm sympathetic to what you're saying. Like my grandpa's a Korean War veteran, and it messes with him. I get every word of what you are saying in this regard. But what needs to be considered as well, though, is whether or not we're creating an adverse incentive. Because as Robin pointed out, and I mean, I mentioned this in passing when I was on with Maj and Brian, but if people think that their guns are going to be taken away if they come clean and tell the truth about what's going on in their head, I'm not saying this is the right move, but there's a higher than 0% chance that they're not going to come clean about it. And you can laugh about the suicide crisis and this issue, John. I frankly think it's disgusting that you're laughing about that. But the fact is that there is an incentive issue. Now, on to red flag laws, though, I don't even need the Second Amendment to say that it's my opinion that red flag gun confiscations are in themselves unconstitutional. If you believe in the presumption of innocence, you should be against red flag gun laws. If you believe in the right to a day in court before you're deprived of life, liberty, property, you should be against red flag gun laws. If you believe in the right of counsel in said thing, you should also be against red flag gun laws. Red flag gun laws are completely backwards in terms of how our system works on whether or not we take away someone's life, liberty, or property. It's the exact.
Okay. Yeah. So I brought somebody else up. I brought John Mark. You're a U.S. Marine, retired U.S. Marine, 21-year veteran in the chain of command. You have PTSD. I wanted to bring you up. I thought maybe you'd have an interesting take on this. So let's see what you have for the panel.
Yeah, absolutely. I just joined the conversation. I heard all sorts going back and forth. As a member of several different commands, change of commands, if one of my devil dogs came up and said that they were suicidal, of course, the first thing we would do was get them to medical and then send them down to the Naval Hospital for a psychiatric eval. And sometimes that varied from they were discharged the same day and they said they were good to go. If they lived in the barracks, we would find out. Well, there's no weapons allowed in the barracks, but we would have the duty watch, check them out or whatever. If they live at home and we would talk to their spouse or whatever to see if they did have any weapons. We wouldn't remove them because we wouldn't remove those weapons from there. However, that's the onus is up to the spouse. It's not now what TJ was talking about, like the majority, and I don't have the statistics. Someone smarter than me can go and look it up. But the majority of male suicide is the majority of suicide for males is by a handgun or a gun of some type. The majority of suicides by females are by pills. Now, the majority of veteran suicides and the majority of veteran suicides is by gun, right? Got it. But the reasoning for that, and most people don't talk about it, the reasoning for that is individuals who come and join the military or serve in the military. They join and they now have the military preaches, teaches, and instills a higher purpose, a higher calling, a higher service. Okay. That's what like our congressman, our president, the military has a higher standard to get into that than Congress and the presidency does. So once you leave the military and you leave the camaraderie, the brotherhood, the sisterhood of being a service member, if those individuals don't find that they had. So like I got an arsenal of guns in my house. And I have PTSD. I've been clinically diagnosed, but none of my guns that are in my bags or in my safe have walked up and shot anyone. So like I was laughing at your fact, TJ, because I suffer from PTSD. I've been to combat over and over. My heightened sense of awareness is always on. And my brain is never off. I barely sleep. So like what you're talking about, what you were saying was just like so far out there to me personally. So that's all I wanted to say. That's all I wanted to come up here and say.
Yeah. So John, like one of the problems that we have right now, when you craft red flag laws, and if you craft it around certain, I don't know, I don't want to call it mental illnesses, but if you craft it around certain mental faculties or lack thereof, then you're itemizing essentially who can and who can't, right? And then that's also on the assumption that you can prevent by giving them access, when I don't think that that's the argument that needs to be made. The problem is, especially when it comes to veterans, up until the VA reform, there was a lot of people that were being misclassified because they did not honor PTSD as an actual mental ailment or illness that they could actually draw disability or a pension or care through the VA. And if they couldn't do that, then they had to be classified as something else. So my ex-girlfriend, who I was with, I don't know, 2 years ago, she was Air Force EOD. So she was with like the Spec Ops. She was doing the bomb disposal units through Iraq and Afghanistan. And when she finally finished, like I think her like a 7th tour at the end of the day, she went to the VA and said, "Hey, something's wrong with me. I only sleep like 2 hours. I have nightmares. I cannot function normally." They ruled her as borderline personality disorder, and they said that, well, that's underlying cause. That's an underlying cause, and therefore the military didn't cause this. You had this before you joined the military. We just didn't catch it, so you're out. But what was happening was in the VA, they were misclassifying people for years before we had VA reform, and then where PTSD would actually be accepted within it. And magically enough, when she actually presented a case during the Trump administration, I want to say 2018 or 19, when she actually re-presented the case after 8 years of not presenting the case at all. And they said, "Oh, well, we can't find your records at all. All of your records are gone." And so they said, "Well, we see that you had a diagnosis when you came out of borderline personality disorder, but we can't find any records of it. Let's reevaluate you." And when they reevaluated her, they immediately said, "This is not borderline personality disorder. This is PTSD." And therefore, we are now recognizing PTSD within the benefit structure of coming out as a veteran. So therefore, we're going to take care of you, and you're owed X amount of dollars in back pay, which she did receive, by the way. And whether you like Trump or not, that's part of the reformations in the VA. So my concern is that if we're modeling red flag laws for veterans around these specific cases that are being misdiagnosed, that somebody didn't catch, that somebody didn't fight, we are then accusing them of pre-crime that they did not commit on a diagnosis that they were not actually suffering from. And when you go down this path, it's a serious problem. And so it's a hard stop for me on red flag laws, because I can't do pre-crime, and I definitely can't do misdiagnosis, which is what's happening right now to the veterans. So I believe that red flag laws, ultimately at the end of the day, and you can call me a conspiracy theorist, but I believe that red flag laws at the end of the day are there to try to unarm the most trained people in our society. And so this, yep, go ahead.
No, Trash. I want to jump in. I think we're doing the self-guided thing here, so I think I'm up. Interesting point, right? And I don't like to do the flex. In case you don't know me, guys, I hate doing it. 18 years in the military. I'm in my 18th year. Prior civilian law enforcement, and I'm currently a journalist. Okay, so I hate to do the but I'm going to do the right? As a veteran, as a military, right? I don't say what I'm about to say as sort of a flex. You guys already know what I'm about to say. It's just my experience has solidified it. The world is dangerous, okay? It is filled with dangerous people, all right? Not many of them, but it only takes a few. It only takes a few amongst the masses to cause mass murder, chaos, problems. I think red flag laws are nothing but the evolution of, for the past 100 years, where we try to outsource our protection to other entities, okay? Call the police for help. I'm not against police. I was a police officer, okay? It was a good job, all right? Tough job. But we outsource everything. Okay, we don't want the responsibility for protecting ourselves or others. We think that we can legislate our way out of danger. We can hire people to protect us. And now, as a result, the chickens are coming home to roost, and we have serious problems, aka people going into schools, going into regulated, gun-free zones and committing mass murder. Okay, this is the issue, guys. We've had crazies 100 years ago. We had criminals 100 years ago. We had drug use 100 years ago. We had semi-automatic and fully automatic weapons 100 years ago. What didn't we have? We didn't have the National Firearms Act, right? The NFA. If you don't know what that is, I'm not going to brief you. Look it up yourself. But it is the single piece of most impactful legislation upon the United States and the Second Amendment of all time. Forget magazine capacity, okay? Forget 21 years old and older, all right? Forget carry permits. Forget all that. The NFA is the first major piece, and we didn't have that, all right? We also enforced the Hippocratic Oath, do no harm, right? Doctors, right? People, prescribers, nurses, do no harm. Now we're chopping off penises, making fake penises, pumping people full of pills.
This is still going on. This is literally still swearing.
Are you talking about me?
Anybody.
Absolutely, I'm still going on. This is
not still going on.
This is
anybody.
This is very good.
Well, yeah, I'm going to let him keep going on, Digital. Go ahead, Mark.
Keep on going, Mark.
Yeah, thank you. So what I'm talking about here is a major cultural difference, okay? That's it, guys.
Mark, real quick. You're right on point, Mark. And two other things that we had when I was growing up. Like I was on the rifle team in my high school.
Yeah.
You know, we had weapons. We had weapons in school. We were taught how to use them. You know, weapons were part of everyday life. And once you remove that, it now no one's inoculated to it. So when you see a gun, now everyone's scared.
Right. We have changed the culture. Okay. I remember, I don't remember. I wasn't alive. Okay. So I'm totally speculating here, but I'm going off stats. Pre-World War II. Okay. You know, the United States, what do we have? We had Prohibition, and we had the Great Depression. Those were, maybe a mini plague here and there. Okay. Those were our issues. We didn't have mass murder. Okay. And all those things have changed. Like I said, I mean, I'll step off the soapbox, but it was National Firearms Act. Okay. It's flushing the Hippocratic Oath down the toilet. Okay. We're doing medical experimentation upon our masses, upon our vulnerable people. And then thirdly is we're giving up our own responsibility for being men and women. Women have responsibility too. Protect yourself, protect your children, everybody. It's everyone's business to protect themselves from crazies, criminals, violent people. Society can do this. But instead, we thought we could regulate our way out of it. And here we are. And red flag laws, I think we've hit peak woke. I think the bubble is about to burst. Okay, the problem is it's always harder to undo regulation than to do regulation. So that's my personal feelings, and I'm standing by for any resistance.
There you go.
I just want to correct Panda when he said that PTSD was being paid thanks to Trump. It was under Obama in 2010, although Trump did take credit for it. You can check for yourself.
Ryan, I saw you trying to unmute. I know you have opinions.
No, I the red flag. I work close with the NRA. I've done a lot of work with the NRA, and the red flag law issues. One thing that's come up in the last couple of years is something more serious than it has been in the past. I know the history on this. I think it was '99. Connecticut introduced their first RFL laws. Indiana was like 2006, I think 2005, something like that. California was like 2015, something like that. And I don't think they even utilized it for about like 3 years after the fact that they enacted it. And now there's conversations that, especially in the Trump years, that they wanted to make this, sort of federal law. And one of the arguments that I've always had is if you looked at Article 1, Section 8 of the Constitution, right, you want to quote that, the power, quote, to coin money, to regulate commerce, to declare war, to raise and maintain armed forces, to establish a post office, regulating firearms is not among the powers listed. You can look through all of the authorities of Congress. It was not an authority listed. And so when I look at the red flag laws and I look at the statistics behind the red flag laws, there's nothing that the federal government can do when it comes to that issue. There's nothing that they can do to stymie the Second Amendment. They keep trying to pass these laws, all these, this, that, and the third. There's really nothing that they can do. So it really is left up to the states, right? And so when you have the states here who have passed all of these different bills that sound really good on paper, right? Sound really good on paper. When you look at a red flag law, hypothetically, it says, oh, this person has made certain threats, yada, yada, yada. We take their weapons. It violates the entire due process clause of the Constitution. That's my issue with the red flag laws, because I've seen time and time again, any state that has tried to pass any sort of legislation on this, they make it sound great on paper, but when it's executed, it is done entirely against the Constitution. There was a situation, there was a guy, I think in Connecticut, Vermont, I can't remember, a couple of years ago. You can look it up. The guy had, said a few, certain things to his wife or something. They were in an argument or whatnot. He was, a little heated. And all of a sudden, the cops are storming his house, or there's a standoff at his house. And it comes out at the end of the day that, like, the guy wasn't really that much of a threat. It's situations like that for me that sort of bother me, because it's like, you can get into the weeds of these issues, whatever the calls or why police were called or whatnot. But at the end of the day, the guy's disarmed, right? They take the weapons for however many months. This guy has no ability to protect or to defend himself. And then you get to the courtroom and it turns out this guy is no threat whatsoever, right? And it happens more so than people think, especially in some of these northern states. All it takes for some of these things to be initiated in some of these states is by one witness to go to a court. The person who is in question does not even have to be present, right? Doesn't even have to be there in the courtroom. No jury, no nothing. Just takes one individual, family member, friend, ex-spouse from 5 years ago who you don't like anymore because, you did something that she doesn't like, whatever the case may be. You know how that goes with the exes, right? And then boom, all of a sudden your weapons have been stripped from you because of statements made by another person. And then you only get those back after a court trial. And you all know very well how long court takes in this country. It's usually not very speedy in some situations. So I think the one thing is that I would leave this with is that these laws definitely violate due process. If you're going to enact a system like this, you should at least make it quick, painless, and easy. And there should be vetting behind all of it. I don't support any of the red flag laws that have been proposed to the state because they violate your due process. They violate the Second Amendment, violate the Constitution in general. I've had these arguments before with many people. I could sit here for an hour long if I wanted to, going into detail, and I'm not going to do that. But I don't agree with them. And, you can, sugarcoat it as much as you want, put a cherry on top of it. The way they've been enacted is not the way that they make them sound out to be. I'll leave it at that. I don't want to go on too long.
100%.
TJ?
It's all about due process. If we don't have due process, courts. Go ahead. Sorry.
Oh, sorry. I heard Nick say my name, so I was responding there. But I'm going to echo everything that that Ryan said about red flag gun laws. I mean, if you want the most egregious story, this is what really turned me on to it. Police raided a home at 5:17 a.m. back in 2018 in Maryland to execute a red flag gun confiscation, and it ended with the homeowner dead. Simply put, guy woke up at 5 a.m. He was groggy, didn't realize what was going on, thought a home intruder was there. He came out with a gun. The police shot him. Look, those cops were doing their job, and it's a tragic situation because they see a man with a gun that they've been told may be a danger to himself or to others. What do you think the officers are going to do? But also, if someone is in your house at 5 a.m., what are you going to do?
That up, TJ. Don't leave that out.
Concealed carry.
Oh, I mean, I'm
because of
not.
black people.
I am no defender of the Negotiating Rights Away coalition. They are currently defending a group in they're currently defending a couple establishment hacks in Kentucky who just killed Campus Carry. So I'm not a fan of Negotiating Rights Away.
Additionally, they don't support open carry either.
Oh, you're talking about the Florida stuff?
No, the NRA. The NRA is more in pro concealed carry than open carry. But go ahead.
Yeah.
All right.
So, I mean, the reason why I was mentioning Florida is like there's a Florida constitutional carry fight going on right now where it allows you to carry a concealed firearm without a license, but it's still illegal to carry a firearm in Florida and openly to carry. And the NRA has been silent on that whole situation. But you want to talk about how the federal government has stepped its way into the lives of the everyday citizen. It's the commerce power and it's the spending power. Looking at the gun control bill that was passed in 2022 after Uvalde, which, by the way, Mitch McConnell voted for and pushed for, again, with Republicans being bad on guns, it offered federal funds.
TJ, we could sit here and argue about Mitch McConnell and his bullshit all day long, but unfortunately, I'm only paid for the next 5 minutes. So that means we have to wrap it up right now.
All right, I'll wrap it up right now.
Yeah, you have 30 seconds to wrap it up, and then I'm going to John, and then Fidji, and then Trash, and then Ryan.
And be cautious. Look to the commerce power and the spending power, and you'll see how a lot of unconstitutional shit goes through.
Perfect.
My last
John,
statement.
final words?
Yeah, my last statement. I just want to echo what Mark said. We legislated so far away. The criminals don't care about laws, so no matter what law we implement, it's mass shootings are still going to happen. The signs outside of school that say no weapons allowed, don't save anyone. So it just makes them an easier target. And anyone who thinks those signs help have their head so far up their ass they can't see straight.
Nick, any more final words? Also says hand up, or could I? Let me say something. Actually,
I thought you were.
No, I came in. Let me say something quickly before we continue with the final words. Just for I came up with an idea. Let me know what you think, guys. Can I mention it, Nick? Because I know you ran the space and I wasn't listening. So can I mention an idea?
No, keep your mouth shut.
Slam man, can you give me Nick? Nick's not nice. Can you?
Yeah,
all right,
go ahead.
So just for the audience, I want to give it a shot because I know some people want to continue into the night. So and I want to encourage more people to do spaces. So if you want to do a space, Mario, we like a continuation. Some people were doing like Mario after party or Roundtable after party or whatever you want to call it, and I'll jump in one of them for a bit just to kind of engage and maybe invite a couple of people. So if you want to I want to encourage more people to do spaces to continue the discussions we're having here. Do so, and I'll pop in every day. I want to try to pop into one of them, maybe get the guys to pop into it as well, other speakers. So just encouraging more people to do it from the audience, because I've seen them pop up almost every day. What do you think, Nick Slyman? I should probably ask Nick and Slyman if they like the idea. Do you guys like it or stupid? All source trash.
You're almost more ADD than I am, but I like it. So I think we try.
You get sweet, man.
No, I'm chill. All Sauce is guaranteed to join you. That's a guarantee. He might be drunk, but he's guaranteed. Fidji, do you like the idea? Great. Thanks, Fidji.
And now, if anybody is drunk, it is Fidji.
Yeah.
So.
So that's just a bit of an idea. But I'll let.
No, the last speaker put me to sleep.
Okay, try it.
I fell
Okay,
asleep.
did you hear my idea or no?
I like your idea. Let's get weird for a second. So it actually felt like almost like a rocket effect. I thought it actually worked really well.
I don't know what you just said, but cool. All right, we're gonna give it final words for the. I think you were giving final words, Nick. Sorry to kind of interrupt the flow, but I wanted to mention it before you ended the space.
Right. All right. So who was next? Who was it? Was it Trash?
Can you hear me?
I can hear you, man.
Nice one. Sean, do you want to give us your last? I know I only brought you up, and I've been told you got a decent amount of knowledge on this. But if you want to give us 30 seconds,
yeah, I know some people were talking about Florida's fight to get open carry added to the toothless constitutional carry bill, as they're calling it. If anyone's interested in sort of seeing how that fight's going with us, you can always follow me. I'm the development director over at the Liberty Policy Alliance. So we post a lot of updates on that. If you guys want to figure out if you live in Florida, how to help or contribute, I'm a good source for that. Thank you for the opportunity to come up here and talk.
Yeah, Sean, I've just followed you as well. Definitely hit us up next time we do a space about this. I'll tell to invite you as well.
Have you had your final thoughts?
Oh wait, you're still on? Did you show me?
No, I said Trash.
Whatever, go for it.
Oh.
Yeah, Trash. Yeah, the mic is yours.
Yeah, cool. Yeah, so I just wanted to thank everybody for coming today. We had some actual progressive, actual conversations that progressed in the trans community conversation, in the education space, in the gun control space. Guys, these are very, very, very difficult conversations to have. And I just wanted to thank everybody that came to the panel that brought their perspective, because these conversations have not been had for a very long time, and we're finally having them. And so it's an absolute tragedy. Whatever's happening, they can get heated and they can get personal and they can get over the top. But I think that if we have this conversation moving forward, it doesn't matter whether I disagree with you on how we solve the problems. But if I agree with you on an objective reality of what is the problem, then we can sit down at the table and actually have that conversation. And so I appreciate everyone that came here all day. And we were doing a marathon here. We went from trans rights to gun control, and those are not easy topics to have. We had Israel versus Palestine the other day. These are not easy conversations to have. But if we shy away from the difficulty of the conversation, then nothing is ever going to get solved. And so I appreciate everyone that came up here today, and I really appreciate the opportunity to engage with people that I disagreed with, and I love it. So thank you guys. I appreciate it.
Slyman, you were giving the mics around. You're quiet now.
Yeah, I was trying to. Yeah, but I guess you can hear me. Yeah, but I think we passed it around to everybody. Yeah, I haven't got.
Cool. I think also to give his final words.
I was just going to say, don't forget the newsletter.
Yeah, I didn't pin it. It's pinned above. It's retweeted on my account for the newsletter. But yeah, I love Vivek and Eric Weinstein. I love every time Eric comes on the stage. I love it, and Vivek as well. They're both great speakers. Do you enjoy that segment, Slayman? That was really cool, no?
Oh yeah, it was brilliant. I mean, I really liked Vivek's arguments because he always brings a different angle to things. So yeah, I really like it.
And will you be, guys, who will be from the moderators, All Source Trash, Nick and Slayman, who will be jumping into one of the after party spaces afterwards? Any of you can
Well,
guarantee?
Catherine already started an after space, so
let's go.
Did Catherine started it? Or I'm definitely jumping into Catherine. Definitely jumping into Catherine.
Yeah.
She's a beast.
I already texted it to you, Mario. So
all right, cool. I'm going to Catherine. Every day will be a different one. I'll choose a different one, but I'll go into Catherine's now.
There we go.
And maybe jump into another. I might jump into two actually.
Hey, thanks again for the invite, guys.
Oh, thanks, Sean. Appreciate it. We'll invite you next time as well to give you a bigger, more time to speak. But otherwise, let's end this. Let's choose an after party space and jump into it. Bye, everyone.